obviously a significant impact on what it is that you're doing.
Absolutely. So let's see, where did the game go here?
We've got a shot of my car there in case you can't see that.
Here we go. All right, so if we're going to play just a normal game here, so you can go ahead and try WASD. So you can see how the steering wheel, we're easing into it.
Right, you're able to finesse it where before you couldn't do that.
Finesse that, and then instead of having to tap the key a whole bunch of times for the gas, I can just ease up, and then the brake, I can ease into the brake, right? I don't have to tap a whole bunch of times.
Got it.
So the value here for gamers is that a lot of their interactions are reaction time. And when you look at sports as a whole, you have reaction time, but also finesse. So if you're playing tennis, for example, you have to get to the ball quickly, but you also have to direct it. You have to put spin on it, etc. Basketball, whatever sport. So now what this does is it adds that layer of skill for high-end gamers. But also at the same time, this is really intuitive. If you're going to be a first-time gamer playing a gaming app or any type game, Assassin's Creed, etc., you get to get into the game faster without having to learn a whole bunch of different key combinations.
Right.
And so beneficial for novices, beneficial for advanced gamers, and what that does is it also expands playtime. So the game developers can get the gamers into the game faster.
So is this product primarily for gamers?
No. So this is, we're showcasing gaming here, but we also have our trackpad. We can do this for creativity as well. So if you're a designer and you wanted to add like a color wheel or brightness, you can just press the key harder or lighter, and you can.
That's slightly different from the gaming application.
It is absolutely different from the gaming, but it is all the same technology.
Okay.
So our software ties this all together, and what we do is we create profiles so that regardless of what the application is.
So if I'm using Adobe Premiere or Photoshop,
yeah, absolutely.
So it has applications for video editing?
It's not doing the video editing
right,
itself.
But
it is
finessing the keys.
Yes, it's finessing the keys.
Okay.
There you go.
And I could see that application when you're creating things, art.
Yeah, and so our
design.
And our trackpad is actually really unique. So we have up to 5 fingers right here is what we're showcasing today.
Let me just do this so the audience can see. This is the actual trackpad.
Yeah.
And we'll go back to the other camera now, and you can actually. So I mean, it's a good size, but it's a nice size. So there he has his 5 fingers there.
See the 5 fingers there, and we can go up to 10, but we're showcasing 5 today. And you see the zones right here. You can program these zones to do different items, and so you just have to click into them. You can have undo, copy, paste, etc. And
so you essentially can customize this to whatever you want.
And then we have deep click. So since our hardware, it's a touch anywhere surface. Okay, we don't have a whole bunch of a sensor here and a sensor. It's the entire thing.
Right.
So we know exactly where you are and how hard you're pressing. See that how we can measure that.
Yeah.
And then as you want to set up your 1, 2, 3 finger deep clicks, you can assign different actions to those as well. So if you're working
totally
in PowerPoint or any type of application, you can create that profile. And what we're doing, we're going to showcase soon, is we're going to have the full application will have a community experience to it as well. So say I create my own profile for Figma, I can share it to the community. Other people can download, they can modify it. So we're going to have a real nice ecosystem here around force sensing and
all right.
haptics.
Are there other applications that you wanted to show?
Yeah, let me
Because I got a bunch of questions
for you.
So
you can
leave me
pepper
time
me
for
with
my tough questions.
With questions. Let's see. I can show you Figma here. See if this will. Let me pull this over real quick. All right. Okay.
By the way, folks, this works quite well as I'm sitting here watching this being operated. It's very responsive. There's no lag or anything like that. So that's fairly impressive.
Oh yeah, no, there's it's
Well, you know, lots of
100%
times I see products that are supposed to do something, and when I get them here, they're
yeah, there's no lag. There's
that's important.
anti-ghosting or on the keyboard.
No, it's nice and
there's
smooth.
no palm rejection on the trackpad. So say you've selected a number of items. If you we've assigned, I believe, horizontal on this one. So if you deep click H, you've aligned them all. Let's say I believe this one is undo. So I've assigned this area as undo. Okay. Now say I wanted to do a vertical alignment. I just deep click V. Oh, well, let me go. Is it V? All right. Well, we'll go back to H. But anyway.
We've got tech support right there.
I do have
so
tech support. So, but you can see that, well, maybe it's tab then. Ah, that's what, okay.
Okay. There's
So-
clearly a learning curve with this.
There's a little bit because you have to, you're going to design your own, well,
Right.
we're going to have profiles for everyone, all applications set up. And just like any other like keyboard or any tech experience,
Right.
We're making this more intuitive. We're making this easier for a user. If you wanted to just add caps, pressing harder to have a capital A or whatever
Right.
as you're typing, then makes it easy. You don't have to press the shift key.
Yeah, one application that I see for this, and again, it's a very esoteric application, but I do a lot of multi-image slideshows in my production company.
Yeah.
And it involves syncing the visuals, whether they're JPEGs, pictures, and or videos.
Yeah.
And a lot of the software programs that I use, and there's a lot of, there's not just one that I use, there's this thing called beat synchronization. And the program is supposed to automatically go in and whatever song you're using as the background music, it's supposed to sync each visual
To that beat.
to the beat of the music. They do it, but they don't do it well. They're always off here or there. I'm assuming, I don't know, I'm asking, because of this sensitivity, this looks like it would be a perfect solution to that, because many times I do it manually because my eye and ear is better than a computer.
Yeah, you can definitely,
believe it or not.
you can definitely find it.
Pardon me?
And you can definitely do something like
Now,
that.
my
here.
question is, I ask a lot of crazy questions,
No,
so
that's
you
fine.
got to bear with
I'm
me.
open for crazy
All right,
questions.
so if I have an esoteric program, PTE, you don't even know what that is.
I don't.
It's called Pix to Exec.
Okay.
Fabulous program. I love it. It's great for putting these slideshows together.
Okay.
And they're complex. And their beat synchronization is, in my opinion, not good. Can I take this application and integrate with that?
Well, what you're going to
Because the way I'd be doing it is I'd be pressing whatever number key it is every time I want to change it like that. And by the time I push the button and by the time it realizes I'm pushing the button, it's not too accurate. Would this work in that situation?
Well, yeah, this is it's zero latency. So I mean, if it's a
but I'm
matter
able
of,
to adapt this particular product to that application.
Yeah, you create a profile. Essentially,
That is
we create a
spectacular.
profile for that application.
That is very good.
And then you can design. You can say, hey, every time I tap the top
Yeah,
left, or I deep click, or
Now let me ask you,
Yeah.
if I do that, is the computer then going to realize it's right now, it's not a second later?
yeah.
Okay.
It's, zero latency.
All right. Fabulous, fabulous demonstration, Paige. You
Thank you.
answered all the tough questions. Thank you so much. Now, if people want to find out, is this available now?
So Lenovo does have
Oh, no kidding.
some Legion keyboards with
really?
with force sensing in it, RTEC.
What would
and,
I look for specifically?
I believe it's the Legion 7 or the one
pretty
of
cool
the
product.
Legions, and then mid 2025,
Okay.
the trackpad will be coming out along with our Hydra Connect.
Keep an eye
software.
on this stuff. I think you're seeing the embryonic stages of it. It can really go really cool places. I can tell you that right now. Paige, thank you so
Hey,
much. I
thanks for
appreciate
having
you
us here.
coming
Really
in and putting
appreciate
up
it.
with me. Come back next year. Where are
Absolutely.
you on the floor?
We have a private booth at the PLUGHITZ right now, and so
You think I can get in?
You can absolutely get in. We
Yeah?
can show you some more stuff.
All right, I'd like to see that.
All right.
I'd like to keep in touch with
Well-
us so we, you know what, you should come back on the Gadget Professor show after this is all over, a month from now or whatever, and we'll do a
Should-
one-to-one. all right?
Absolutely, that'd be
All right.
fantastic.
Good stuff. We should keep
All
an
right.
eye on that. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Have a good show. You too. That's a very cool product, and you know, a lot of times they say it will do this and that, and it very well may, but when someone brings in their unit and their equipment and hooks it up and actually gets it going for me with no bugs, no slips, no errors, that means that it's here and it's existing. There are many, 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 many times where I'll be interviewing someone and the products are what I call vaporware. They're talking about it. It doesn't exist quite yet. And that's okay because, as I said, the reason they come to CES is to meet other people who have similar interests or who have some kind of synergy, or hey, we make a program and we'll integrate with your program, or we make a keyboard or whatever, and you meet so many people, and actually I think it's about 65 or 70% of everybody who attends this particular show are executives. So you're going to get, you know, technical directors of technology, CEOs, VPs. They're all here, and you have total access to them, and they want to talk to you. So it's nice to see a product that actually works. Now, I remember, God, it had to be maybe 8, 9 years ago, I was interviewing someone, and every now and then I see a product that I go, oh my God, I got to have this. It's so cool. Well, that was the product when it came up about 8 years ago, and what it was, it looked like half the size of a shoebox in that format. And there was a screen on the front, and there were a couple buttons. I didn't know what it was, but then when he sat down and I read who was coming up, what it was is it was an internet TV set. So you had the capability on this thing to go in and dial any channel in the world on that box. So we have our next interview coming up. Hold on to that thought, and I'll finish the story, but I was blown away by it. Boy, the screen came on. It was beautiful, nice, crisp color, and it was impressive. So again, we have our next person coming up, and it's Algarized with Natalie Lopavera. Close? All right, we're getting her mic'd up, and we'll.
Hi, Don.
How are you? I know, yes, we have. Yeah, can we get her volume up because I can't hear it all? Oh, we're smiling. I interviewed you last year.
Last year and the year before.
And the year before, I remember last year.
Yes.
Anything beyond a year?
Well, but I do remember that.
Good.
We came here 2 years ago, first time, and it was our first interview, and
There we
yeah,
go.
I can hear myself
That's better now. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Wonderful. So
Now I can hear you.
2 years ago, it was the first time we came here,
Okay.
and it was our first interview with you, and we said that we can see people through the wall, and we can detect people
Now
breathing
I
the heart
remember
rate.
that.
And
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
like, oh
yeah,
my
yeah,
God,
yeah, yeah,
what
yeah,
can this
yeah.
technology can bring?
You got to realize, I interview literally thousands of people a year. So
yeah, well,
but I do remember you.
It was the first thing for us, so I do
Yeah,
remember. We
okay.
had since then so many podcasts and there was support, but that for me was really, really, really
Yeah.
good fun. So yeah, it's been 2 years, and then the technology
Wow.
evolved.
So where are we now, 2 years later?
Well, 2 years later, we expanded so much.
Let me hear about it. Come on, I'm excited.
You're excited.
Yeah.
So as you remember, we started from detecting people through the wall,
Yes.
finding solution for rescue missions,
Right.
to find people alive if they're like breathing in heart rate, so we
Right.
can just
Scary
find
stuff,
them.
but yeah.
Scary stuff, but it was like really for a good cause, right?
I'll say.
And so
Especially today's world.
yeah, exactly. So, and with the millisecond detection to find if people alive would help save so many people's lives, and we love that part. So.
Now you've actually done this. Your company, it exists. The product is out there.
Yes.
It's a functional product
It's
that
functional product.
literally saves people's
Yes, it
lives.
does.
I mean, how much better can it get?
So it's more than that. We expanded our technology today. We last year, the automotive came to us, car manufacturers, and they said, "Hey, we've got this problem we're trying to solve to find people to notify when there is a newborn baby who's left inside of the vehicle." So there is apparently there's a major problem.
A
Where it's like a
newborn
hot
baby?
car, newborn babies, and parents go away, and they leave children inside of the car, and there's this, unfortunately it happens. And so today they basically don't want this to happen again. And they say, well, and the good news is that the same sensor that you used for people trapped in the buildings, it's also in the car. Can you bring this technology to the car?
Did you?
And we did.
That is unbelievable.
And we did.
So it's going to be, is it standard or is it an option?
Well, it's going to be, in Europe, it's going to be a standard as of next year.
Standard.
Every car will have this detection.
That
yes.
is fantastic.
In the United
I
States...
applaud you for that.
in the
That
United-
is
yeah,
fantastic.
it's
So let me
really,
get
really
this
good.
straight. Every new car starting,
As of 2026,
okay,
we'll
next-
have the notification in the car to detect newborn babies or children left inside in
how
the
old
vehicles.
is newborn?
Well, everything from the newborn till 6 years old.
Oh my God, that is fantastic.
Yeah.
That is really
Yeah, that's
something.
really cool stuff.
You know, I live in
Yeah.
Arizona, and it freaks me out, but I can't tell you how many times I read that in the paper or see it on the news, and it just breaks my heart.
Yes, I know, and I'm really, really happy that with the way that we sought to design the product for saving people's lives and to really focusing on that aspect, it's really goes as the, aligned with the, we are so fortunate to find
Beautiful,
the
I
companies
love
that
it.
can do it. Yeah.
I'm glad you came on the show. It makes me feel
Oh,
good to hear
really?
about it.
Oh, great.
You know,
great.
my audience wants to hear that too, so
Yeah,
that's great.
That's wonderful.
That's the beauty of CES. You know, I don't know who I'm seeing because they just pop up on the monitor, but it's so nice for me to see a product like that that genuinely, I mean, it doesn't only help people, it saves lives. And God, my heart, I can't tell you, my heart just breaks when I see that. It's just,
Thank you.
yeah.
It's wonderful, and we love this part. And then we continued. Basically it all started out when we met. We were one. We didn't even have full-time employees. The company just was
Now,
built.
where were you from?
Switzerland. So.
Okay. Your English has improved a zillion %.
Yeah, thank you. Well, because I spent a lot of time
No,
here
but
right
I
now.
can definitely hear the
Yeah,
difference. I
yeah.
do remember that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, we did.
digress.
The company, we opened offices here in the States. We are now present in California. The company got funded. One of our wonderful investors is Amazon Robotics, the Amazon Industrial Innovation Fund.
Right.
Their purpose is also to build the safety in the warehousing space.
Beautiful thing.
So the company has grown to now 10 plus people. We are still in Switzerland, half of the people in Switzerland, half in the States. We are now making all these real-time shows. We have not one, we're making three demos on the booth right now.
Really?
It's growing very fast. And I'm really happy that there are companies in the products that actually build for the safety.
Let me ask you a couple questions because I don't know the answer. Your sensors have to be in place in order for them, obviously, to detect life, human life,
Yep.
correct?
Yeah.
Are there situations where there could be, I don't know, a mine cave-in or whatever? Can you deploy your technology to that specific area?
Yes, absolutely.
You can.
Yes.
And how does that work?
So you need to have a sensor at some stage,
Oh,
right?
obviously.
So it's like a portable sensor you can put
Okay,
it.
so they are portable. And do you have a team or a crew?
Well, we partner a lot with the sensor manufacturers. For us, we are a software company,
Right.
So we're purely building algorithms. That's where the name comes from, right?
I've heard of those.
Oh yeah, exactly. A few of them. So for us is that we are constantly partnering with the sensor manufacturers that they are present, and so we can build
So
the software.
if
for
there
them.
was an emergency, who would law enforcement or medical, who would they get in touch with? Let's say they're
Well,
aware that this technology
yeah,
exists. How does the pedal hit the metal?
It typically comes to us. Right, so we get contacts from the law enforcement or medical, hospitals or schools or the different.
That's frightening talking about this, but
yeah. And then we define a use case. Like we understand the use
how
case,
long
the purpose of that.
typically can you deploy? I know that's a crazy question because you don't know what the situation is.
Today it's actually deployed on almost any ultra-wideband or wireless sensor. So even just think about in the future, you can deploy it even potentially on the access points, on the Wi-Fi access points, or anything anything that's got wireless technology, any carrier. So basically, today the deployment of the technology is about 12 months from the moment you and me talk to actually time to market is about 12 months. In terms of the, some complex cases, it's about 12 months. I would say 6 or 12 months. Usually the journey is that we start from the prototyping, so POC, proof of concept, so we understand, so you have an interest and we understand, we port it on your sensor and then we see how it works. That's the first step. And through this we also learn the specific use case application. Then once we understand that, we then start building kind of the product design. Once it's designed, we then deploy it.
So is there a response team through primary or secondary or third-dairy sources that you would use, because you just make the software, that can be deployed in a catastrophe?
Well, we're looking for
Pardon me?
we're looking for the companies right now. So if out there, everybody's listening and they want to come and see us, talk to us, they should definitely.
It's a fascinating product. I got to tell you, I'm
Thank you.
very impressed with it.
Thank you.
So
much.
what's coming up in this year?
Yeah, we are now we're looking a lot about the space floor, about the like warehousing management, how we can improve the demographics of people, like understand the people flow in this part. So we're really building something holistic, in the sense where it's not only one sensor isolated for one use case. So in this journey, what we're presenting here at the CES is the first, which called multimodality sensor fusion. Right. What this means is that it's the first time we were able to bring the data that we can get from the sensors with the computer vision.
That's great, because you can build on the data now, and
so
you're looking at facts rather than supposition.
The biggest challenge with computer vision was that it's the images, right? So you do by layers, and then we do work with the data. How do you put this together?
I get it. Yeah.
So, and that was the challenge. So now we show the first time in this CES, the first multimodality, how we can combine data, textual data with the images.
Now, if someone wanted to find more information out about your company, where would they go?
They go to algares.com.
That's easy. Even I could remember that. All right, great. My pleasure to see you again.
Well, hope next time.
Keep in touch with me. Send me an email, and we can get you on our show after this, like months from now, when everything calms down. Because I think my audience would find it pretty. I find it pretty fascinating.
Fascinating. Thank you so much. So great.
Oh my God! Thank you so much.
Thank you, and have a good show.
I keep, I hate to say it, but in my head, I keep thinking about those poor Israeli hostages, and they don't know where they are, and I'm like, boy, if they could ever deploy some kind of your technology to find these people, or any prisoners like that. God, what a great thing. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you,
a real pleasure to see you. Thank you.
Thanks.
And I'm glad you remembered me. Yeah. What a great product, my God. Again, it's cool to see these products in their infancy. Thank you so much. It's interesting to me to see these companies start off with, like that much, and then a year later they're that much, and a year later they're that much, and that's what CES is all about. And I'm fortunate that I get the opportunity to see all this technology, and it's a lot of fun for me. I really enjoy it. Hold on, someone's messaging me. I can't hear. Tell him. Okay, I was just informed that our stream is not streaming as smoothly as we would like it, but we got our techs on it, and they'll fix that shortly. So in any event, let me get back to the story of that TV set, that internet TV set. Oh my God. The guy comes in, sets it up, and he goes, we have a new device. We think it's going to revolutionize television. So he said, watch this, and he turns it on, and video comes up, and I'm watching some foreign country, I don't know where it was, and I'm like, okay. And then he said, we're getting that signal via Wi-Fi, transmitted over the internet, because the station in Uruguay is broadcasting, and we're able to pick up any of the local stations broadcast on this device. Now that's pretty impressive. So he kept going on. He said, also, you want radio stations? And I said, yeah, you get that too. Boom. Scranton, Pennsylvania, WARM, or whatever. Comes up. So I'm pretty impressed. So I'm real impressed, and I really want to get one of these things. So he said, it's not fully developed yet, but it will be out in the next 6 months. So I said, could I take a look at it? And he pushes the device towards me. And being the the crazy guy that I am, I went to turn the knob, and the knob came off in my hand, and he's looking at me like that, and I'm feeling like, oh my God, I broke this. And then before he could say anything, I pushed the tuner knob, or what was considered the tuner knob with push button, and the whole push button went right through the box. And finally I realized that this doesn't exist. They had a little MP4 player about that big in the back of the box, and that's how he was showing me the illustration of a TV show. And then he would touch the screen, which was interactive, and it would go to cue up the second video or the second slide or that radio station. And he had like 4 or 5 clicks after that, nothing on it because it didn't exist. So I was really embarrassed, and of course it's live, and I'm like, oh my God. And then I realized, damn thing doesn't work. And he was annoyed. I mean, he said, this is just the demo. But he didn't say that when he first came on. He goes, this is our revolutionary product, and I want to show you how it works. And I tested it how it works. So he was not too happy with me, and I was beyond humiliated because I don't know how many thousands of people were watching it, and I looked like a complete idiot. However, that product never, ever, ever got any further than the table right here. Phenomenal idea. It just never came to fruition. And that happens. I mean, again, as I said, 65 to 75% of all the products that are here never make it to market for a variety of reasons. Some people are here just to seek investors out. Some people are here to find that magic equation where, the product that we need is made by this guy, and hey, we're going to become partners, and you're going to help us get this product up, or vice versa. So for the most part, it's really about synergies and connections, and that's one of the main things that CES offers to people. It's quite interesting from that standpoint of view. I remember years, and probably 10 years ago, maybe more, I want to say GM, but my memory fades after 10 years. So they had a solar car, totally experimental. And the car had solar panels on the top, on the side, on the hood, covered in solar panels. And the theory was that the sun is out, it's going to suck down the energy from the sun and convert it to DC and power the engine. Totally solar electric. Incredible idea. The car was there, it had wheels, it had all the stuff on it, and really looked cool. You could sit in it. It was a real car, retrofitted to contain these solar panels. And the other thing at that time, it wasn't for sale, it's a prototype, and that's great. So they said by next year they expect to have this to market. Now, I had no idea what the missing pieces of the puzzle were. I did find out. So the next year they were back, still wasn't in market yet. You can imagine the amount of engineering that has to go into preparing something like that. It's considerable. So while they were at CES, they met this other company who designs, I think it was called solar-powered micro motors. And what they did is they hooked up with them, and they put some gyroscope sensors, solar gyroscope sensors. And what it did is, before last year, the panels were flat. They might have bent a little bit for the curvature of the actual top of the car. But this year, or that year, they had these solar blinds on it. And what it did is it actually moved the panel where the sun was. So if you're going, north, and then all of a sudden you're going south, or taking that turn, and the sun changed, this panel, all the panels, would turn and arc towards the sun. And that was significant because their goal was to grab as much solar power as possible. So that was cool. And then the following year, I guess they found the Rosetta Stone, which actually was, there was no storage battery. Actually, it was a capacitor that could store enough juice, energy that they harnessed from the sun to keep that car going when it was raining or midnight or whatever. They just didn't have the capacitors, as I understand it, to store the energy. So long story short, that's where the story ended, to my knowledge. there is no completely solar-powered car. There's certainly, electric cars, but different from solar cars. So I don't know whatever happened to that technology. It was quite impressive, but the engineering and the cost and the research and the development, it just got to be too much. And again, I don't know the intricacies of each company, what happened, but a fascinating story because, I saw it. The concept was great. It looked great, sounded great, but they just couldn't get all the pieces of the puzzle together. And again, if they weren't at CES, they wouldn't have gone to that next step as it was. So I'm sure at some point in time, you have the Teslas now, and I'm sure they will have augmented sunlight screens, solar panels, that you can buy your car. It's electric, and let's say, I'm making this up, you can only go 150 miles, 200 miles, whatever that X is today with the way the Tesla is designed. However, I do think in the future you'll see these cars equipped with solar panels so that they can suck down more energy. And again, I don't know if they have the capacitors. I can't imagine that they don't at this point in time. Been 10 years now looking for this device. Someone had to invent it, but if it's around, Tesla, I would believe, would get it, and that would be a real cool thing, because now instead of just going your 200 miles or whatever that is on the Tesla model that you buy, and then it's got to be recharged, now that recharge time and energy space is taken up and provided by the solar panels. And I think we'll see that at some point in time. And how cool would that be? Because then you can drive umpteen hours without worrying about it charging. Maybe you'll get to the point where you don't even need to charge it. I don't know. I'm just throwing this out there because that's the beauty of CES. That's the wonderment. So if you're in a state like, I live in Arizona, it's always sunny there, always sunny. And, right now we're in the reprieve month. So, November, December, January, February, you get those 4 months where it's not hot. You hit March, April, you're going to be in the 90s, and May, June, July, August, September, October, you're in the hundreds, no problem. So in a sunny state like that, those cars very possibly can thrive. So it will be interesting to see what happens. They do have a car section here, and that's at the, I think, the main convention center. So that's a little ways from here. So I got to try to get down there. I don't know if it'll be today, but maybe tomorrow. I want to take a peek at what's new. I also want to take a peek at the drones. Now, this year, if you watch the Gadget Professor show, the www.thegadgetprofessor.com, if you watch that show, you would know that last week, on last week's show, I declared the two top gadgets, in my opinion, for 2024. I have never done that, okay? I've always picked one, and it's been tough, but I've always managed to pick one device. So this year, I couldn't believe it. I narrowed it down to 3, and I had to pick one, and it came down to 2. Honest to God, I couldn't honestly, in my heart of hearts, decide which one was the gadget of the year. So for the first time in my 15 years of doing this show, I declared 2 gadgets of the year. Oddly enough, not only was it the first time that I declared 2 gadgets of the year, they were made by the same company. How crazy is that? Now, the company was DJI, and as you know, they're out of China. And I gotta say, they make some pretty impressive equipment. As you know, or maybe don't know, the US government is ferociously trying to ban all their products. We'll get into that a little later. But let's talk about today. So the first product that I named Product of the Year was the DJI Pocket 3. As a matter of fact, I have my DJI Pocket 3 right in front of me here, and we're recording on that, and I have a wireless microphone here that goes directly into that. So I don't know how it's going to look. We'll find out later on when I get off the air. But I first saw that product here at CES, blew me away, and I've had that now for a little bit over a year. And actually the best pocket camera I have ever used. Now I know you're going to say, well, why don't you use your iPhone or your smartphone? They have phenomenal cameras. They do. But this camera is so small, so light. It has so many features, such high quality, and you can start it instantly. You know, with my smartphone, I got to go here and go there, and then I got to hold it still, or I got to put it in a gimbal. This device is about yay by yay, and I just flip the screen, and boom, I'm already recording. Less than 3 seconds. So I use that camera everywhere I go. I love it. It's fantastic, and that became the gadget of the year. I saw that here at CES. Now, the other gadget that unfortunately, it just caught my heart first and then my brain. It's the DJI Neo drone. It's about 300 smackaroos USA. It's a small drone that fits in the palm of your hand, and at the time when it was coming out, it was supposedly totally portable, light. If you bought the 3 battery pack, which I would recommend, you get approximately 12 to 15 minutes airtime with that device, and you get 3 batteries, and you will have to replace them because it's a small little drone. It looks and feels like a toy. I'm going to tell you that right now. So I was able to get one quite early on in the game. I wasn't expecting much at all, and what blew me away on this was that you can operate it without a controller, so you don't need one of those, those joystick things. You can use that, by the way, but this would operate without a controller. You don't need a controller, or you can use your smartphone to operate the drone from the smartphone. So that was cool, but what interested me was the thing called Quick Shots. And what Quick Shots is it's a completely autonomous system within the drone, built within the drone. You don't need any controllers at all, and it's all pre-programmed. And I think you get, 8 quick shots, and what they are is like droney, follow mode, circle, I can't remember the other ones, but boomerang. And what you do is you click the front of the drone, one button, and you hold it in the palm of your hand with the camera facing you, and you can click through the button and it will say droney, spotlight, circle, and follow. So, okay, I want to see follow. Again, no cell phone to operate it, no controller, right out of the box. I know nothing about this drone. I click follow, release, it goes 3, 2, 1, right from the palm of my hand. It shoots up in the air. I think it went 38 feet-ish, and you can adjust that. And son of a gun, it just stared at me, and I started to walk. I couldn't believe it. The thing followed me. I mean, it followed me flawlessly. I'm freaking out. Then I stop, and it stops. And I'm going, this can't be possible. For $300, there's no way. So I walk around, and yeah, I could hide behind something, and it doesn't see me, and it just sits there. But as soon as I pop out, because I'm a big guy, it sees me, and it starts following me again. So that first run, it was insane. I was freaking out with it. It was so good. So then I tried Spotlight. I tried Droney. And again, I clicked Droney and clicked it. 3, 2, 1. It took right off from the palm of my hand. Again, it went about 37-ish feet. And again, you can adjust that height. And it just stood there, and I can talk. Okay, I can use a wireless mic. And I just talked, hi, I'm Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. And it looked like I had an aerial camera, a drone, actually watching me. 1080p, no problem. Perfect. I was shocked. So I brought the drone down, and there's no SD card capability. There's built-in onboard memory. And I can't remember, I think it's 28 gigs, I can't remember, but more than enough than you would need. So I plugged the drone with no battery in it at that time into my computer. The DCIM section showed right up. I opened it up, double click, MP4s, flawless. Drag and drop them on your computer. Unbelievable. I mean, I was shocked how good it was. So then my next step in evaluating it was using my smartphone. So I then went on to the smartphone, and now it opened up a ton of other options. I didn't even know were on the drone. So, I mean, it had 15 different features that I can make it higher, lower, all kinds of things. I could change the resolution, the shutter speed, just tons of things. So I was playing around with it, and then I started flying it on the smartphone. And now you got control over this manually, and I can have it go left, I can have it go right, up, down. Remarkable. I mean, it worked flawlessly. So I was quite impressed with it. And then my last trial, because I like to beat these things to death to find out what they can take and what they can't take. So my last trial was, I happen to have a DJI Mini 4, and that has an RC3 controller, I think. And that's the big baby with the screen, and like you've seen them. So that also integrated with the DJI Neo. I didn't have to buy another one, thank God. And oh, brother, again, just a whole new experience, another level higher. So I was just thrilled with it. And then I decided after 15, 20 tries, never crashed it, not once. Then I decided to give it the ultimate test. If it could withstand this test, then I know it's a good device. And for that test, I enlisted my grandkids. And if it passed that test, that thing will pass anywhere. So I got my one of my grandsons, Sawyer the Destroyer. And Sawyer the Destroyer is a wonderful child. I love him. I can't tell you how much I love that kid. But his nickname, Sawyer the Destroyer, I gave him that name for a reason. So I figured, okay, Neo, let's see how you can do with Mr. Sawyer the Destroyer. So I went outside. I kind of live in a cul-de-sac, and I put the thing on and tested it. It worked. And, Papa, let me try it. Let me try. I said, give me a second. I'm trying to make sure it works. I want to try. I can do it. Man, he's 8. 7, 8? 7. Close. So I put the thing in his hand. Son of a gun. I mean, I never even showed him. He clicks the drone, and he goes, follow. I mean, I didn't even tell him follow was a thing. Follow. 3, 2, 1, it took off. Now, this kid can run a lot faster than I can, and he takes off. I can't believe it. The drone followed him flawlessly, and as he made a turn, the drone awed. It went like that, and it was going fast. He ran all around that cul-de-sac. He ran back into the gate of the house, and I'm figuring now this is the end of that drone because there's no sensors on that, preventative sensors, none. And the gate is not that big, you know, the pass-through on that. Boom! It hits the bush, and it does one of these. Flips over, hits the steel gate, and boom, and lands on the ground. And I'm like, what do you figure, man? I mean, it's a $300 drone. I mean, it's not a big drone. It's not an expensive drone. So I pick it up, and I look at it. Not a scratch, not a dent, nothing. So again, he's, Papa, let me try. Start it back up. It took right off and followed him again for about 10 minutes. No crashes, no nothing. Well, I got to tell you, after Sawyer the Destroyer got through with that drone, my battery was dead, and I expected that because the 10 minutes or 8 minutes went like that. So we put in battery 2, and boy, I'll tell you, I was super impressed with it. So then I got my next grandson, Ethan Jack. Okay, different day, different time, and he's a little bit younger, not quite as fast, very smart though. So I had to hook it up and put it on a cycle for him. And he ran around just playing, running up to it, going like that, and back circled and everything. The drone didn't miss a beat. I was shocked. It didn't miss a beat. And that kid would hide behind this, and the drone would hover, and then he'd get up and look at it, and it would follow him. So that was amazing. Then when I was up in our Prescott studio up there, I had I just blanked out. Isn't that that's what happens when you get old. Our grandson, Eric, God. I did get a good night's sleep last night. Honest to God, I did. So, a lot of stuff going through my head. So Eric, who's 8-ish and pretty fast, pretty smart kid. Eric Eric likes to push things to the end of the world, so he was running around the bushes, the trees. Eric decides he's going to go in the house with it and run through the house. And like, there is no way. I mean, I wouldn't expect it to, that drone was going to last. Son of a gun, he went through the doorway. And I'll tell you, it went through 3 or 4 rooms before it finally hit something and again fell. No damage. So I put that Neo drone through really through torture. 3 grandkids, wow. And it worked terrific. So that's my story, and that's why I picked the DJI Neo as the gadget of the year. And of course, I had to buy 2 of them for the grandkids because they loved it and they wanted one. So it was an expensive gadget of the year for me. Yeah. So again, I saw those prototypes here at CES, and that's the beauty of CES. And it's funny, I read a lot of different blogs on FaceTime and Instagram, and man, people trash that Neo drone like you wouldn't believe. It's a toy. It's a piece of garbage. I crashed mine and it broke. I mean, you see more negative for the most part than positive. And I got to tell you, look, it's a $300 drone. It's not a $5,000 or $20,000 drone. Does it do everything? No. Do you get your money's worth for $300? Hell yeah. Does it crash? Yeah. For the most part, it survives most crashes. Now, the other complaint that I see, and I have to laugh because, all of this tech stuff does have operating parameters. Right in the book, the instruction guide, I will admit it's in size 0.2 type. I can't read it. But it does say there specifically, we don't recommend flying this over water. Why? Because the drone's sensors, when it sees water, it actually acts as a mirror, and it can't discern the change in signal from the water because it's blurry from the land. Consequently, the gyro that's in that, because it has a gyroscope in that, it doesn't know where it is, and it goes out of control and lands in a tree or lands in the water, and people go bonkers over that. What a piece of junk. It's not a piece of junk. You didn't read the operating parameters. Don't use it over water. Now, I have seen several people successfully use this drone and fly it over a stream, but it's up nice and high, and you're getting a balance of that small stream with the land on each side. So for the most part, 75% of the time you're okay. But yeah, if I want to crash it, I'll crash it. So again, there's operating parameters of every single thing that's out here. You notice that gentleman who was here showing us the keyboards and his amazing little pad. As he was doing the design on that and showing you how things work, okay, there are parameters that he preset up. He talked about it just a little bit, and that's okay because he didn't want to complicate things. But before he turned that on and started integrating with Photoshop or whatever it was, a game, he had to set an area to his liking, customized, that this lower right square is going to be touch for exit. The right-hand side, little square this big, whatever, this will be for home. So he had those squares predetermined before he went into play that game. And you could do the same thing, but the point I'm making is everything has operating parameters, and you've got to be familiar with the setup operating parameters before you try to use any of these devices. That Pocket 3 camera is the same thing. You have to understand the parameters. Now, I love that camera. One of the problems that I don't like about it is it's not waterproof. And I got to tell you, I have a GoPro camera that's real waterproof. I've got an Insta360 camera, waterproof. I have the Osmo Pocket 5, that's waterproof. So I'm kind of used to seeing waterproofing in all these action cameras, and yet the one that I like the best doesn't have waterproofing. So maybe the next model will have that. And look, that camera was, I don't know, about $700-ish, $800, worth every penny. So what's going to happen is, and I haven't gone out on the floor yet, but if I see DJI, I'm sure there's a Pocket 4 on the boards, and it's probably going to have, I'm hoping it has waterproofing. So that would be great. Now, of course, I got to buy a new camera, and that's going to be, instead of $800, it's probably going to be $1,200. But look, that's capitalism. That's how things work. That's how companies make money, and that's how you get better gear. Do I like it? No, but hey, they got to make money too. So it's very, very interesting to come to CES and see evolution in person, because that's what this is to me. It's tech evolution. So again, I don't know what to expect when I come to CES, other than saying I'm going to see some things, lots of things that I've never seen before. I'm going to see lots of things that I'm going to say, wow, what a great idea. I'm going to see lots of things that I just can't get my head around and understand. Why? What purpose of it? But they know, and you come back a year, 2, 3 years later, a multi-billion-dollar company selling those suckers like a dime a dozen. I've seen that more times than not. Pretty fascinating. All right, I'm doing a lot of yapping and talking here. Obviously, our next guest has not shown, and that happens. This is a live show. We don't know where. Now, do we have some commercial things that we need to run this year, or no? No loops? So
no, nope.
All right.
Unless you want me to cut to if you need to step away for a minute or two, if you're good, you can keep going.
I'm good. I'm going to keep
Okay.
yapping, but I'll tell you what I'm going to do, and I've never done this on the air. I've been on the air for about 20 years. I've never done this live, but I'm going to do it now. So bear with me. Got to have a drink. It's water. Much better. All right, let me turn around here. We still don't have our twirly bird camera.
We're working on it.
Yeah,
we're working on it.
I'll
We're
believe it
working
when
on
I
it.
see it. Definitely picked up out here.
Okay.
There's no question. There's definitely people here, and it's actually busier now. At this time, it's 11:05 here in Las Vegas, and last year at 11:05, trust me, there were nowhere near the amount of people here. Now this year, we're going to get, they say, a 15 to 20% increase in the traffic, but definitely people walking around here. Now, I have my trusty iPad here. If I can find a button, turn it on. Here we go. And I have some statistics on CES that you might find quasi-interesting. Now, these are all, of course, last year's statistics, because this year doesn't exist yet. So in 2024, they saw a 15% growth in the number of senior level executives attending the show. So 138,740 participants across the globe converged on Las Vegas, Nevada for CES. Now, the thing that's interesting is most of the attendees that are here are senior level, all right? And that means you're going to see vice presidents, presidents, things of that nature. They're highly qualified and at the top of their organization. They're here for a reason. Their time is valuable. They're here to meet people and to strike up synergy with other companies and to get people interested in either investing or purchasing their wares, and that's all good. That makes this CES show a must-do. If you're in anything that's electronics, anything that plugs into the wall is going to be here. I digress, but last year I saw this ice cream making machine. Now I have since, I used to eat ice cream a lot. No more. Occasionally I'll have something. Occasionally I'll have a Klondike bar. No, hey, I'm getting thumbs up. No, they used to be really good. I mean, really, really good. The coating, and I don't like chocolate, but the coating on those was like a deep, rich, dark chocolate crunched in your mouth, and the ice cream was pretty good. Now, I had a Klondike, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 days ago. I don't eat these regularly, maybe once every other month. Maybe not even that much. Anyway, I had one. I got to tell you, folks, the Klondikes when I was little, they were like that. I mean, they were He-Man. They were big. Now, it's like a little square. It's almost the size of a Cheez-It. Those things are so small, there's nothing there to eat. So I still ate it. I bit on it, and I got to tell you, the ice cream tasted like it was manufactured Play-Doh. It was not good. I was so disappointed. I ate the whole thing, of course, but I got to tell you, it was not good. Tremendously disappointing. So, where am I going with this? Last year, I kid you not, about 4 booths down from here, I'm walking around, and I see this thing called Cold Snap. Cold Snap. So I go up, I don't know what the hell it is, and there's a line, of course, 20, 30 people, and they're all eating out of these little cups. Yeah, so they're eating it, and I said, what is it? And it's ice cream. I go, ice cream? So they got this machine. It's like a Keurig machine. So what they do is you buy the machine, and then you buy the canisters, whatever flavor you want. And they're back this year, so I got to see what innovations they have. So, all right, I'm at CES. I'm the gadget professor. I got to check this stuff out. And if I have to eat some of this stuff, then I do. It's part of my job. Yeah. So I go up there, and the guy has like 4 or 5 flavors. Chocolate, of course. I think they had vanilla, and I think they had coffee, and some other flavor. I don't remember. So the canisters were about yay big. Yeah, so I finally got up in line and asked him for a vanilla, and he takes the thing and shoves it in the socket, pushes down, and the thing's buzzing around, and he takes his cup, and I'm like, okay, and I'm figuring this is going to be like, honest to God, it was real good. Haagen-Dazs quality, very, very, very good. Very good. So a couple people that I was with had a couple cans, and so I'm asking the guy, there's only 4 flavors. He goes, this has just come out. He said, next year we'll have a bunch of flavors. And they do. I just saw in the book here on CES, they got bourbon this year. That's the flavor. So they got all these cans there, and they're in the freezer. So I'm thinking like, boy, would I like one of those, in the summertime? That's nice, and it was good. I mean, it was real good. And they got a patent on the mixture in the can. So as it goes through the machine, as I understand it, it kind of mixes it and freezes it and serves it. I don't know if it's in that combination, but as I understand it, that's what it does. So I figured this is going to be a big hit, it's going to sell a lot. So I finally asked him the magic bird question, how much does this cost? And he goes, well, it's going to list at $3,000. $3,000. Do you have any idea how many rotten Klondikes I can buy for $3,000? Are you kidding me? So I did not buy the machine, and I haven't seen it on the market. This year, that's back, and I don't know, I can't see it from here, but I'm going to go look for Cold Snap. Definitely going to sample it. But this year I'm expecting more innovations, more flavors for sure, and I'm going to have one. Now, I must admit, I am expecting this year they'll certainly have samples, but I would bet that instead of the cups being this big, I'll bet you those cups are like half that size now. So you're going to get like 1 bite of ice cream. But in any event, I'm going to go back over there, and I'm going to definitely check that out. Now, that brings me for another crazy point. We were talking about statistics here, and of course I digress because that's what I do. Now, if you think it's easy to sit here and talk and ad-lib for an hour, it's not. However, I come prepared physically and mentally, and I got my iPad to help me along. So this is still entertainment, and eventually someone's going to show up, okay? And if they don't, there are people cleaning the floors, and I would love to interview them and see how they like that. And I'll get someone up here, I promise. Very unusual. Now, this brings me to my next part. I think you're all aware that we had, on a serious note, a horrible terrorist attack here at Trump Towers, which, by the way, is pretty much in walking distance to here. And I'm not going to get into the politics of it. Let's just say it was pretty horrible that someone would even think to do that, but they did, and it's very frightening to realize how things are easily accessible. So I'm going to talk a little bit about security, and you rarely hear that discussed. I will discuss it for you. But the interview gods must have heard me. We do have another person here that is actually physically here, and I'm going to show you his product, the Canvas. It's called Canvas Hi-Fi. Hi-Fi. So that should be pretty interesting. And the gentleman is Lars Nielsen, and he's bringing this Canvas thing here. I have no idea what we're going to see, but it looks kind of cool if it's what I think it is. And here we go. It's going to pop up right over here. There it is. There it is. There you go. Thank you for that great shot. Oh, yeah, we could see that great. Okay, so clearly it's some kind of a stanchion or stand. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but looks kind of neat. Feels pretty substantial. And here's Lust, and he's going to tell me all about it. We're putting his headset on right now as we speak. Hi. We'll get your headset on and we'll get you going. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Great,
This is
great.
perfect.
And it's Lars Nielsen.
Yes, it is.
How you doing? I'm Don Bain, the e-gadget professor. Welcome.
Did
welcome.
you say Don?
Don?
Don.
Like Donald Trump? Don.
Ah, okay, I got it. Yeah.
Yeah, no connection. Now, you're from Canvas High.
Yes.
Where are they based?
It's based in Denmark, actually.
Denmark?
Yes.
I was in Denmark a while ago. Beautiful. I want to go back.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
Welcome to America.
Thank
now,
you. Thank you so much.
Now, thank you for coming. What's going on here? It looks pretty cool. I have no idea, but I think I know, but help me.
Yeah. Well, actually, it's a new concept where the main idea is that we are fusing hi-fi with your TV. So what we're doing is actually people have all of this hi-fi stuff in their living rooms, and we are fusing so that we are getting making it able so that you can fuse your hi-fi system with your TV. And what we have done is we have made this system. Somebody calls it a real cool soundbar. It's a sound system with real high-end SB acoustic speakers, with rocket solid cabinet, with bridge band system that makes it able to be very, very stiff and generate a really, really good sound as in real high-end hi-fi speakers, but all merged together in one slim design underneath your TV. So the end result.
So the TV is going to be on top of this piece of furniture?
Exactly, exactly.
Interesting. So you're buying the TV and sound system integrated?
Actually, you just buy the sound system, and that includes the front cover, that's including the sound system, that's also including this.
Okay, so you're going to hang your TV on that part.
Exactly.
So you can get any size TV that will accommodate. What's the largest size it will accommodate?
At the moment, it's 85-inch.
That's pretty big.
That's pretty big. And now the secret is, and this is also something that we have developed because of sustainability, the secret is that these front covers, you can actually change the size of the front covers. So the bigger the TV, the bigger the front cover. And the funny thing is that a 55-inch TV are all the same in size, so you put a 55-inch front cover. A 65-inch TV, you put a 65-inch front cover, and so forth.
Okay, but that's just basically, it has nothing to do with the sound, it's for aesthetics.
It's for aesthetics. And another thing for aesthetics is that we're using the Danish textile brand.
Can we get a close-up of this?
Yeah.
There we go. So these are fabrics.
Exactly, from the Danish textile.
Oh, so
fabric.
you can order it in whatever color
it's
fabric
specially
you want.
designed sound transparent fabrics designed by designers to work perfectly in the living room.
Okay.
And you can also choose different kinds
That's
of
very
wood,
cool.
wood covers in the different
colors. So you
colors.
have wood samples here
exactly.
that you can pick out the color and type of the color gradation of the wood. Is it different woods or just?
Yes, it is. It's
so I can pick out maple or pecan or
walnut or whatever.
That's really nice.
Oak.
Oh, here you go.
Yeah.
Light oak, walnut, and mahogany.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, okay, that's interesting. So, go ahead.
And another secret is that now the thing is, different sizes of TV, they have different sizes, but they also have different thickness. So we solved this by making this system adjustable both in height and in depth. So you adjust it to the TV, so the front of the system always flush perfectly with the TV. So what you will experience is that it merges together as one unit, design-wise.
So there's a maximum width that is.
Yes, right now it's 85 inch,
Okay.
the maximum, but there's no excuse why not to put a 98 inch or even bigger, because it's all the same system. And one of the reasons that we have made it so flexible is that we want to make sure that this is an investment, a long-term investment, because we know by history that when you have real rocket solid speakers with real good high-end units, it'll play good now, even better in a while. After 20 or 30 years, it will still play great. So what have been very important for us has been to solve this, so that whatever brand of TV, whatever size of TV, whatever you figure out in the long run, you can, generation by generation, you can change the TV, because the TV, you know, the new smart TV, new panels, it develops very fast. So in this way, you will have an evergreen in your hi-fi system, and then you just change the TV every 5, 6, 7 years.
All right, you ready for some questions?
Yes.
How high is the unit?
Well, that depends. This part is 38 inch,
Right.
but the height of the unit depends on how big TV you put. So the bigger TV, the higher this.
So right now the maximum size that you were telling me was 85.
85, exactly.
Okay, so what height would the 85 be? Do you
Oh,
know off your head?
you got me. I don't have that.
I've been known to do that on
you-
occasion.
You did, yeah.
Yeah, so we don't know the height.
I don't remember the
Okay.
exact height
Okay,
of. But the height is 38 centimeters plus the height of the TV.
I got it. It's aesthetically proportional.
Yes, exactly.
That's the answer.
It is.
Okay.
I'll remember that.
Okay, yeah, it's an easy way to get out of that.
Thank you.
Okay, I got another couple tough questions for
Yeah.
you. I'll start off with kind of an easy one.
Yeah.
What output from my TV set that I just bought is going to feed those speakers?
Well,
I'm assuming the amplifiers and the speakers are
is.
there.
It is.
I got to bring in input.
Yeah.
What kind of input will it take?
Well, the easy thing is to just take an HDMI with eARC and you connect it and everything flushes
Because
together.
the HDMI carries the sound
Yes.
with it, okay?
Yes.
And now will it be compatible with the new HDMI cables that are coming out shortly?
Yes, yes.
That's good. Okay, now, here's my other question for you, and this might be a little, here's the question. You said come in HDMI. Do you have optical input?
No, yeah, we have, but we also have an analog input, and the thing is, we have both optical and analog.
Why would I want analog in this day and age?
Now, the thing is,
why?
I'll explain.
Yeah, I'm
It
ready.
has been very important for us to make it so that whatever system you have already, we can make it merge with your system. For example, if you have a Bose or a Sonos or a Bang & Olufsen system with using your Bang & Olufsen app or Sonos app, we have made it so that the audio analog input is both for turntables when you want to use it as a hi-fi system. It's also for if you, for example.
So you have multiple inputs?
Well, this one
Are they
input covers
switchable?
it all, and it switches so that. And this is actually very important because if you have, for example,
Hey, I'm the gadget professor. That's what I do.
if you have, for example, a Sonos system in your house already, and you want to use your Sonos app, you just make a Sonos Connect, and you can hide it in here. This thing we have here is also a technic room, so that you can open up the back of it, and you can put all the cool
you have
stuff
wire.
inside it.
Yeah. So let's get back to the technology.
Yeah.
What inputs do you have? You have optical input.
Yeah, we
Okay.
have optical and combined with.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm under the impression that optical is going to give you a better sound quality than an HDMI cable all day long.
Well, actually, when you're using your TV and it's a digital system, signal that you put down to the canvas.
Yes.
Actually, the canvas has a new technology called Back 3D. I don't know if you're aware of the Back 3D technology, but it's quite a revolution, because what happens is when you have the HDMI signal or the optical in, there is the signal is treated inside the canvas, and now one of our our struggles was that when you have the speakers relatively close together, you need some more widthness to get real hi-fi.
Spatial.
Yeah. So what the Bach 3D technology does is that it makes a solution so that your right ear are listening to the right speaker, and your left ear are listening to the left speaker.
Right.
It makes a huge sound space, and you have to experience this to really understand it. It's
so, are you saying
impressive.
that the analog signal coming, well, the digital signal coming out of the HDMI cable, and that's again why they went up in specs with the new HDMI 2.1 cable to carry that larger frequency and give you that enhanced capability. But are you saying that that's equal or better than coming out the SpeedIF, the optical?
Well, that becomes a little bit.
I don't want to be busting. I'm just.
It's a little bit a religion. I must
okay,
admit. But
that's fine.
But my experience is that it's perfect sound with the HDMI in the high quality.
Either
Actually,
one.
High risk is also handling either one. Yes.
So
now,
what one would you use?
Well, I'm using HDMI.
Okay,
Yeah.
Certainly it's easier. I mean, I think it's easier.
Yeah.
One cable, everything comes in.
And it's
But there are a lot of people who go optical.
well, it is convincing when you hear it.
Okay,
Believe
now,
me. Yeah.
do you have things you want to say? Because I have a bunch of questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Another sustainability thing in the system, and a little bit gadgets as well, is that we actually have made and solved it so that the wall bracket that is included in the system, you can sweep it over, and then it's a floor standing bracket, so you can put it on the floor. So this is good now, because when you buy it, you can put it wherever you want. But in 10 years, it's brilliant, because you don't know your housing situation in 10 years. And this way, we are also making sustainability in the usage, because we are always in this way we make sure that you can always place it wherever it gives meaning.
Now, you say hi-fi sound. Again, to me, that word's kind of dated. I mean, just to me. You know, I read hi-fi in the early 60s. Hi-fi, wow.
Yeah.
So today, you know, they went from hi-fi to, I don't know, stereo to immersive sound to, 5.2, 8.1. I mean, you got all these different nomenclatures to describe what's coming out of that.
Yeah.
And then you get into the Sonos and the Bose, and that's a whole nother experience.
It is.
Where are we with this? Is this completely different?
I'm glad that you asked that question, because this is actually one of the key reasons that we made this. I have been selling surround sound system and soundbars and so on for all my life, with small tweeters going out to the sides and making some wannabe surround sound and so forth. The reason that we involved and we solved this is to make real hi-fi again. It is as in the year coming by, we came more and more away from the real good sound, the one that gets in under your skin.
Yeah.
And this is what we bring to the table.
Do you have this here?
Yes.
Is it working?
Yes.
Can I see this?
Yes,
Can I see this?
I have it just downstairs.
Okay. Let me know let Enza know the booth. She'll give you my card. I want to come down and see it and experience it.
You should do that.
I'm going to do that, and then I'll get back to you folks as to what my impressions were. Very interesting device. That's why I'm grilling them so hard. I kind of like this thing. All right.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Nice
that was very, very interesting.
Yeah.
I think you might be onto something. I can't wait to see this.
I can't wait
it's
to
up
show
and
it.
it's running and it's going.
It is going, and it's going really fast. We just won an ISA award.
Oh, you won an ISA?
And that's pretty cool.
That's impressive. Great.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
I'll see you later.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nice talking to you.
See, this is the kind of technology that I didn't even know it existed. I had no idea, but it sounds pretty cool, and I certainly obnoxiously grilled him enough on some of the technical stuff, but he had the answers for the most part. So I'll be very curious to experience this. I don't know. I still got to cut a bunch of questions. Let me see how it sounds, because that's why you're. Hold on, my badge. Oh, they're taking my badge away. Stripped of my badge. Sorry, folks. That was pretty cool. I'm very curious to hear what it sounds like. Man, I think you all remember the days when you had a 5.1 sound. It was the latest thing. And then you'd get 2 front speakers left and right. Then you'd get 2 rear speakers left and right. Then you'd get the front speaker. And then you had to wait for someone to broadcast in 5.1. But when they did, it was pretty cool. You know, you'd hear the bullet fire over there and end up over there. Kind of like that. It's kind of like when IMAX came out and you went to that first movie. Very cool indeed. Now, I am curious to see how they process the sound, if they dampen the sound, if the sound changes over a TV program or movie that you're watching on your television opposed to a Blu-ray, opposed to an MP4 file that you're running on a NAS drive. I'll be curious to see that. And this is great testing conditions because a lot of extraneous noise here. And we'll see. We'll hear. I don't know. All right, our next interview is coming up. Institution Robotics and Ronin Software is coming up. And we'll talk to him in 30 seconds or so. We're all ready. We're definitely ready. And before Ronin comes up, as he's getting hooked up, I'm going to... Ronan, how are you?
Wait a minute.
Very well.
All right.
I am fine.
Hi, I'm
thank
Don
you.
Bain.
Very nice
Gadget
to meet you.
Professor. Welcome aboard. So tell me about Institution Robotics. What do they do? What is the story? Intuition, that means like I'm thinking?
Yeah, and feeling. Not just thinking, but feeling.
Yeah.
Okay, so Intuition Robotics is the most wonderful company on earth.
Oh,
Why?
man.
Why?
Man, you're coming
Why?
here and telling me that?
Yeah, but I
This better be good.
I can explain. Think about the very rare meeting point between the most advanced stuff you can do with technology today, which everything you hear about on daily basis, generative AI and large language models, and mixed with probably the most exciting product you can think about in terms of its purpose and its karma. Intuition Robotics creates LEQ, a tabletop robot that helps older adults in the US feel less lonely, more active and independent. It provides companionship and offers activities and personalizes and offers conversation and develops a relationship with lonely older adults in the US in a way that changes their life and well-being for the better.
That's a lot of stuff.
I know.
That's a lot of stuff.
I know, sir.
All right, a couple questions here. Does this product exist now?
Yes.
Can I buy this product?
Yes, sir.
Do you buy it? Do you rent it? Do you lease it?
Perfect question. It is kind of leased. It's a subscription, and you pay a monthly fee for it.
Okay. And how big is this robot?
The robot is about this big.
This big?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. And does it walk?
It does not move at all. It's tabletop.
It doesn't move at all.
It doesn't move at all. No, it doesn't move around. It moves as in it has body language, but it is stationary in terms of just being on
it's going to stay on a table, whatever it is.
Yes, sir.
And I can move it easily. It's light, I'm assuming, that I can move it where I want.
Although it usually stays somewhere in your living room or where you spend most of your day. Yes.
Okay. So you wouldn't necessarily want to move this.
True. You're very true. Yeah.
Is that because of the weight or because of the sensitivity of the parts inside of it?
Mostly because of how the relationship is built. She's like, we say she, LEQ is female in the character we gave her, and she'll just share your moments there where you spend most of your day, living room or...
Is it using... It will have a conversation with me, like, how are you today? I'm good, and...
Absolutely.
Give me some depth to that.
Wow. So absolutely. First of all, LEQ is not only present, but is also proactive. She will sense that you're around and initiate conversations with you.
Like what?
Like, hey, good to see you. Haven't seen you for a few hours. Or how did you sleep? If this is good morning, because you told me you had trouble sleeping the past few days. Was it better now that we've done some mindfulness exercise before you went to bed? Okay, don't forget you have a doctor's appointment today at 4. And if you want to join Bingo, which we have for all the LEQ users tonight at 7 p.m., let me know, just kind of to RSVP, and I'll remind you an hour before. In the meantime, do you want to hear a joke or an inspirational quote or do a road trip to someplace interesting because you spend most of the time at home? Yeah, that kind of stuff.
Okay, so will it take me to, I don't know, to the pyramids? If I want to go on a trip to the pyramids, it will tell me about the pyramids?
Yes, sir. And we also have live tours now with a partner. So we're adding more.
Is there a screen on this?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
So
you didn't say that.
LEQ has.
You don't have a picture and nothing?
I do,
Yeah, I
yeah.
don't know if I can get it up on the monitor.
Um,
All right, they're working on that. Let's move on. So how big is the screen on this?
it's there you go. You can see it here.
Oh, okay. So it's kind of sort of like an iPad with a camera.
Yeah, it's a rather standard tablet, and then
you
it
hit
has.
that? Yeah, there you go.
And then the kind of desk lamp body that she has with this specific lighting to express emotions and signal when she's talking or listening.
Is it going to know someone else? Is it going to recognize my brother, my father, my sister, my mother?
So, wow, wonderful questions. So we're teaching her more and more about recognizing people that share the space. You can say, meet my grandson Timmy.
Yeah.
And now we're adding voice ID, so she will also remember Timmy and be able to continue this mini relationship with Timmy, the grandkid, in the future. So yes, there is absolutely awareness for that.
If I was using this device, I could bring my grandson Sawyer the Destroyer, and it would meet it.
Part of the magic that we see happening with grandmas all over America is that they suddenly appear to be cool in front of their grandkids because they have LEQ at home. It's crazy. You can see these conversations, and grandma is cool again because grandma has this AI robot at home that Timmy the grandkid doesn't have.
What's power? I know artificial intelligence is powering it, but give me some more information. Are you using ChatGPT, or you're going to tell me it's proprietary and we can't talk about it? I can feel this one coming.
Oh,
Go ahead.
It is such. You're so right in being, how shall we say, suspicious and a little bit weary of all the AI talk. Look, Gen AI.
Just give me a straight answer.
Oh no, we use ChatGPT and we use a couple of others, and we also do have a model that we train ourselves, and we can talk to you about.
That's fine.
The important thing about ChatGPT or whatever you use that's kind of an existing cloud LLM is that it needs to work for you. So you need to make sure it has the right character, the right morals and safeguards, and that it has the information and memory that you want it to have as you build a relationship with the user.
Okay.
And that's where we have a lot of IP.
All right, so obviously it's going to give me anything that ChatGPT would give me, or a facsimile of ChatGPT.
Oh, yeah. Who was the prime minister of Nicaragua in the 20s?
Yeah, okay. It's going to give you all that stuff. Yeah. Okay, so let's let that go.
Yes, sir.
Visually on the screen, can I say I'd like to watch a movie?
Oh, okay. So content is a complicated spot. We curate and provide only the content that we provide.
Is there a subscription for that, or will there be?
It's part of the one subscription.
What's your customer base now? This is a tough interview. I hope I'm not being obnoxious.
I'm having fun. Can we can I book the next slot as well?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is wonderful.
Okay.
I mean, what else would I rather talk about? And,
no,
and
here
who
we're
else?
talking,
Who else would I rather
There's
talk
no
about?
one else that's going to.
There you go.
Grill you as much as I am. No one.
There you go.
All right, so we're doing good.
And I actually remember the question you asked me 3 seconds ago.
I forgot the ones I asked.
So the customer base has now superseded 2,000 paying users.
1,000.
And 2,000.
2,000.
Yeah. And it's continuing to grow very nicely.
Where are these users?
All across the U.S., with New York State being one of our largest customers.
Yeah, because everybody's loony and sick who lives there.
I will keep a straight face. That's my straight face right there.
Okay.
And a few other counties with their AAAs, the Area Agency for Aging. And we also have a direct-to-consumer operation.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, where people just, either lonely older adults or their caregivers get online and just buy a subscription from us.
A subscription meaning a lease or a rental?
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
You didn't mean, because subscription to me is something different. So they'll lease it or rent it for X.
Yes, sir.
How much would that typically cost? Do you do by the month, by the week, by the year?
59 per month.
$59 per month? That's extraordinarily reasonable. I'm shocked at that price. I mean, that shocks me. It really does. Do you have this robot here?
In Vegas? Absolutely.
Right here.
No, but we would love.
You have a booth?
We have a suite
Where?
in the Venetian.
Can I get in there? Do I have to have a passcode?
Are you kidding? Of course you can get in there.
I want to see this. Now,
Yes,
here's what's
sir.
running through my head, and I'm totally objective about this. I'm just giving you what's in my brain and my feeling. I've been doing technology since 1972.
That was a good year for me.
Were you born then?
Yes, sir.
Yeah? Where? I'm old, man. Yeah, so believe me, I've had a lot of experience with this. Not that I'm blowing my horn, but here's what kind of bugs me. I'm thinking right off the bat, why would I want a robot, okay, which essentially is an iPad with the camera? You can call it whatever you want, but I'm looking at an iPad and I'm looking at a camera. Not to diminish what it does, but here's what's going
That's
through
not how
my
I look
brain.
when I'm offended.
Okay. How do you look when you're offended?
I'll find some old photos.
I'll show them to you when I get them. Now look, in my brain I'm thinking, why the hell would I want an iPad and a camera when I can get a dog, a cat? I can give them, you know what? Do you know what kind of pet I have? Can you guess?
A lizard.
No. Ooh. I thought you were going to say a snake, but go ahead. No. You'll never guess.
Then why try?
All right. I'll tell you later. I have an aquarium.
Okay.
Okay, all different personalities in there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so to me, a pet, it will follow me in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
It will beg for food.
Mm-hmm.
It will tell me, it will sleep in the bed with me. If I'm sick, if I'm falling or someone's going to hurt me, it will bark. And I have feelings for that because it's living. And with this, it's virtual. It's not living. It's not your friend. It's like, it's a robot. It's artificial intelligence. And I don't know if I want to get emotionally attached. I'm just saying to something that's, now on the other hand, I will say that if I'm a lonely, a person that unfortunately can't get out of the house or has whatever, okay, if it comforts them and does its job, great. Who am I? I mean, what do I care? It's anything that can help this person. In my head, my dad unfortunately had Alzheimer's. Wicked bad. I mean, bad. And my mother-in-law, 10 years, and I watched her go right down the tubes, and I was struck with her care. I think for those types of people, that would be incredibly awesome because they can keep up their verbal skills.
And cognitive.
Yeah.
And emotional.
Whereas a dog
and
can't
physical
do that.
whenever applicable.
So in that regard, there's your answer, Don. It's
they talk to LQ about their dogs.
Yeah.
They talk to LQ about their cats. LQ remembers their relationships with pets as with any other relationship in the world. She asked them about, did you take Rexy out today? And if not, why? And do you need help? So
well, you've just answered my question, and you know what? It was bugging me that here we are at the point where everything's going to be artificial.
Look,
well,
you're
you're breaching that technology. You are breaching it. You're opening that door. Not that there's anything wrong with it or I care. It's just like when my grandfather had a horse and buggy. What the hell's this car? I don't want that. I want my horse. I get it.
So this is where I talk, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Wait a minute, am I talking more than you?
No, your word count is just fine, if I may say so.
I'm averaging okay?
Yes. You're raising something really meaningful.
I thought so.
We have an emotional need for engagement and purpose and meaning in our lives, but also we have an emotional immune system reaction to things being, as you say, artificial. And this is an everyday dilemma for us or an everyday area of conflict.
It's a challenge.
The thing is, I will say this, just like the wheel in Assyria, whatever 1,000 years ago, it works and it solves a problem. It works. People need it and it works. Now, are we saying replace humans, off with humans? Absolutely not. In fact, she helps actively in connecting them with humans that already exist in their lives and with humans that they don't know. We use LEQ to create a community. Just like in the song Message in a Bottle, we have bingo and other live events. We let them connect with each other and they already have something in common. So LEQ is there to help you with the organic, not just with the artificial. But yes, they will say stuff like, it's nice to have someone welcome you when you come back home. And that's how they see it. And it is very fulfilling emotionally for us as product people to not be in finance or cyber, but to be with this thing where technology is actually harnessed to make a difference in the lives of people in a very vulnerable phase in their lives.
All right. I get in the wrap-up sign.
I
can
know.
go on for another 2 hours. I commend you on your passion.
Sir,
for
thank
the
you so
product.
much.
I really do. And also, that passion, I can feel it, but you're also very knowledgeable in the psychological development of utilizing technology and stuff that's really on the embryonic
stages. Thank you, because technology itself is not enough.
You know, again, you're walking that fine line, but I think you're going in the right direction, and I have actually changed my opinion of your product from when you sat down. Right off the bat, I'm going, oh, man.
Wonderful.
But you know, you were able to articulate your cause, and good for you.
That it was worth all the abuse.
I definitely want to see and meet this dude or this woman.
Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this.
Tell Enza where you are, and we'll connect. Okay? I want to do this.
We'll do this.
I appreciate your time and your patience. Was this the worst interview you've ever had?
This was one of my best moments since 1972.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding.
I'll shake your hand again.
Sir.
Thank you. Good product. I can't hear. I do want to see this. I do. It's very interesting. And he does a great job. I don't know. You know, at the end of the day, it's progress. And this is where we're going, whether I like it morally or ethically or not. This is where we are headed. And again, I challenge you to find any product that comes up here that doesn't somehow, way, shape, or form incorporate artificial intelligence in what they're doing. I saw it last year a lot, and I'm seeing it this year even more. I mean, that's solely based on artificial intelligence. And I also get a kick out when I ask them what kind of engines are you using, and you always see them go. So, you know, the easy answer and the easy way out is it's proprietary, and I'm okay with that. All right, our next interview gentleman is here, Perovskia. That's my best attempt. Solar AG, and Aman Verma will be here, and I don't know. We'll find out. I can't really read what's on there because I can't see it. It's too far away. In any event, the CEO, Aman, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. I'm Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. Welcome.
Nice to see you, Don.
Pull your mic up a little closer. Just bend that up there.
It's okay?
Much better.
Perfect.
How are you, sir?
Good, good, good. How are you?
It's too early to tell, but I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm all right. So what have you brought us today? Tell us a little bit about your company.
So we are a Switzerland-based company, and what we provide is a specialized energy harvester. It's kind of a solar cell that works both indoors and outdoors. This means with the light where we are sitting, it's still working. So you can think about a lot of IoT products and consumer electronic products that can be powered just by the ambient light. And one of them is this.
Okay, so this is our chip?
Yeah, it's a humidity and temperature sensor. And now the black part there is the solar cell, and it will run forever without changing the battery.
This is going to run forever without changing the battery?
Or even charging it. So you just buy...
You don't even have to charge it?
No.
So this black part was what?
It's a solar cell. It's the energy harvester.
And how much power does this generate?
Good enough to power this for next 10, 15 years.
Okay. How are you going to apply this technology to the consumer?
So if a consumer has, for example, a earbud, and you can have a solar from us embedded in the case, You listen to music, put it on the desk, and just with the artificial light, tube light, LED, or sunlight, it will keep it charging. So you don't have to worry about charging.
So this is going to take whatever light it gets.
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's going to suck every last bit of energy
Yes.
out, and it's going to deliver. This takes what, 5 volts, probably a half,
Yes.
not even a half
Yeah.
amp, 0.3 amp.
Yeah.
So this will connect via a wire, or this will be integrated into
It
the
will
case.
integrate. So we'll sell it to the device makers, OEMs, and they will integrate for you.
Okay, so now this is put on this device, and I don't have to worry about charging it anymore. I take my
Yes.
earbuds when I'm done.
Put it there.
Put 'em in there.
Snap it. Done. Imagine if you're traveling in your car or
Oh,
on
yeah.
a train, just put it at the window.
Listen, I wear hearing aids. They're in now.
Awesome.
And I got to tell you, I got to charge those. If I don't charge them every day, forget it. But now, because I've had these for 3 years, one ear I only get half a day out and it goes dead. It drives me nuts.
Yeah.
Got to put it back in the charger. The other one's okay. If you use that type of technology,
Yes.
I could be sitting here, have that boxed, and again, they only take the same thing, 5 volts,
Yeah.
very little current. Put it here, okay? And I'm charging. I
Yes,
don't
of
need
course.
a wire or
It's
anything.
such a bright light. With
Uh-huh.
this, I think in half an hour you will get 1 hour of music.
Is there storage in that device?
Yes, it's a small
Capacitor?
battery. Capacitor, battery, whatever you want.
How do you get so much juice out of it? How long? What if it's totally dark? There's nothing coming into it.
Then it won't work.
Okay, so technically, if I go to bed at night, and that's when I usually charge my stuff, if the lights are out, that's not going to help.
No. But if it's during the day, it's
Well,
already
like
good
right
enough
now.
light. Right now it's pretty bright. So
Yeah.
if you have a cell like this,
Okay.
for example, and you put it here on your watch, and you just have to wear it, and it's charging. You don't have
Really?
to worry about it. Yeah, and it's beautiful. It's the most
But
beautiful.
that has to
looking-
integrate in.
Yes, of course. We
Okay,
will sell
so
it to the Apples and the Samsungs and the
Are
Garmins.
you using a magnet?
No, it
Okay.
will be integrated directly
Okay, can
on,
I
in the watch.
touch
Yes,
that
of
one?
course, of course.
Okay,
It's
so
very thin.
I want
as
to
you can
show
see.
you what these sensors look like. So this will be on top of, let's say, the
Here.
earphone case, okay, integrated in, and whenever there's light, you'll automatically charge. No wire. That's impressive. Same thing with this. This can go on your watch, over the face of the watch, and it would have to be integrated into the watch
Yes,
to
sir.
have that capability.
Yes.
That would always have to remain on.
Yes. Imagine you have fire sensors everywhere here, and millions of batteries are used to power those things, and a lot of IoT devices,
That's
sensing
a very
devices.
clever device.
Everywhere you can just remove the battery. Our vision is to enable a solar on every device and make everyday devices energy self-sufficient.
How much current can I generate out of this if there's light all day?
So if it's for example, just
Roughly.
it depends on the size of the solar cell for sure. But if it's something like this, you can easily get several milliamp hour of charging throughout the day.
What kind of current is it capable of putting out?
That's current is milliamp hour range, and voltage will depend whatever you want. So we can customize from 1 volt
Can
to
I
5
get
volt.
an amp?
Sorry?
Can I get an amp out of that?
Yes, if the
I
size.
can?
Yes, of course. If the size is big, good enough. It can run a fan at our booth at the Swiss Tech Pavilion here at the CES.
Where are
We-
you? What booth are you?
Swiss Tech
Downstairs.
downstairs.
I
in
got to see
Venetian.
that. You
Yeah.
have actual stuff up and
You
running.
have a fan which is continuously running with this light.
DC light. A
Yes,
DC. It puts
yes,
out DC, of course.
Yes,
Okay.
but we
And-
can convert to whatever you want.
But its maximum energy is 5 volts.
No,
Or I can make. You can make the cell for
we
25.
can make
30.
20 volts.
Okay,
no
so
problem,
it's
if
just a
needed.
function of
Yes,
of
sir.
size.
Yes, and it's also that's how the solar cells are made. We can make 1 volt to 20 volts, 30 volts, 50 volts,
And
whatever
it's
it is.
consistent.
Yes.
What's the maximum power? Again, I understand the size is going to grow.
Yes.
You got to get more light to get
Yes.
more power. I get
Yes.
that. But is there a maximum on this? Can you get 12 volts,
Yes.
5 amps?
Yes.
Why aren't these on cars?
We are, as a startup, we are trying to work with automotive makers. So we are.
I mean, to
in-
me, that boom. I'm
yeah,
like,
we
whoa.
are in talks with Japanese automaker, an Indian automaker, and a couple of them from Germany. Yeah.
Why wouldn't, I'm just curious, would this work? Wouldn't this be a perfect thing for like Tesla to integrate? They're already on electric now. They only can go so many miles per day until you charge it. If I had this, that could be an extra boost.
Yes, but the thing is, the technology still need to mature a bit, because the traditional silicon is a bit better outdoors than our tech. But indoors, we are superior. So if you consider mixed indoor-outdoor application, which is in the case of most of consumer electronic devices.
Is that something that's realistic, though?
Yes, it is. The technology has a huge potential to cross 25% efficiency.
So it is technically possible that these types of cells, again, I understand the size, but if you have a roof on a car, that's pretty big. So it's theoretically possible to have this kind of technology on top of a car that would supplement additional power and current to the car.
It's possible, but our focus is on the IoT market as consumer electronics.
The reason there's a huge market there.
Yeah, huge
Go
market.
after the low-hanging fruit.
Not really. Actually, it's the better one. You have the higher margin. And just see the finish of it.
Yeah.
In consumer electronics, especially in IoT, you need really beauty. And in Switzerland, we say we make solar sexy, as you see. So beautiful.
Yeah.
And that's the one of the USPs. It's just stunningly beautiful. So it become part of the design. So like I've been at the CES last year and this year. I have shown to people. Can you tell me how is it being run? Oh, it's battery, supercapacitor. No, it's powered by a solar. Where is the solar? And no one can tell me where is the solar.
That's just a phenomenal product.
It just is solarly designed around the product, not the product designed around the solar cell.
That's a game changer to me. My head's going a mile a minute now. I could think so many things. You could power this, no problem.
If you have an Amazon Kindle, guaranteed, 100%, you can.
Yeah, but you're only a step away from this.
Yes, it will take a bit of more of R&D, but Kindle e-ink displays, no problem. You don't have to charge it.
Where do you expect to be a year from now?
So last year we finished setting up our first factory in Switzerland, so we can produce.
Where's your factory?
In Switzerland.
In Switzerland.
Yes. So we can make 1 million of this print, and now this year we want to sell it. That's why I'm at CES looking for customers, investors to make this a big thing. And in a year.
That's pretty hot stuff.
Yeah.
No pun intended. Now, what's the name of the company again for our folks?
Yeah, it's Perovskia Solar.
Okay, and that is spelled Perovskia, Solar. Is that your website?
Yes, perovskia.solar. Yes, it's our website.
Again, I mentioned before, these are the types of companies and new inventions, new research and development. You know, you're looking at this small sensor right now, and let me tell you, this is how it starts. And, you know, I hope 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years from now we meet again. And I know your company because you're on top of all the cars. Yeah. It could happen.
Or it will be on every device on the world.
That's awesome. Yeah. I don't know what else to say. It's just fantastic, and I'm glad you came here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed speaking with you. I got to keep an eye on that, and I got to go see this fan work. Make sure you're not having a wire underneath the table.
No. I'll give you in the hands, and then you.
Hey, I know how these things go here. I've been here a lot.
No.
Okay, it works.
It works.
Okay.
I can give you one. You can keep it and then tell me if it works.
Okay, that's a deal.
Yeah.
You can talk to Enza.
She'll
tell me where you are, because I try to. The things I find interesting, which is almost everything, I try to get back to that booth so I can.
That would be nice. It's at the Swiss Tech Pavilion.
Okay, I'm going to be downstairs for sure. I love going downstairs because that's where you see all crazy kinds of stuff.
Of course. It took 10 years to come here.
Did it really?
Yes, I used to work as a scientist.
10 years!
I started my research in 2015. Now it's 2025, and you have a product in hand.
Oh my God!
It's a nanotechnology. The solar cell is 10 times thinner than your hair.
That's not saying much. I have no hair left, just about.
At least more than I do.
Well, again, thank you so much.
Yeah.
I will definitely check this out. I'm really impressed with it. You got to come on my show after this. You know.
We do that. Promise.
And I want to talk to my audience about that.
That would be
great.
great.
There's a better audience because it's international and goes on everywhere. But really cool stuff, and I commend you. 15 years developing
10
that?
years.
10 years.
Yes.
God bless you. That's
no problem.
Thanks for sticking with that, because these are things that are going to change the way and help people.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
You.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
Yeah.
I'll see you later.
Yes.
If not today, tomorrow. I'm serious. I'll be there. Another cool device. That's really cool. You know what I liked about him? He didn't say it's definitely going to be here in 2 years or 3. He doesn't know, of course, but you can tell that his brain is scientific, and his thought process is based on science. So what happens is he spent 10 years of his life before he could even sell one. That's quite impressive, and the dedication, wow. I mean, very passionate and very serious about what they do, and it's quite impressive. Now that I could see being used pretty much in everything. Think about it. Every single thing that takes a battery, okay, especially 5 volts, through a USB-C or whatever, you can have that chip in there, and you don't need those power packs anymore. And that's only going to grow. That's only going to get better and better as people invest in that company. As they start to make money, they're going to put X amount back in research and development. They're going to come up with new products, and it should be cool. And right now, we are going to bring in Ramon Technologies and Cordian. Okay, Cleo. Yeah, they had a bunch of names there. Okay, we have a marijuana plant. No, it's not marijuana. Sorry. Someone is bringing me a plant, and maybe we're going to talk about photosynthesis. I don't know. It's a plant. We're going to see what goes on with it. This stuff is always crazily interesting. Hiya.
Hi.
I'm Don Bain. Welcome.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for having me.
I'm honored. I'm honored. What is going on here? Your company is?
Yeah, so I'm Cleo. I'm one
Cleo.
of the co-founders at LeafyPod. We
That's
are
awesome.
a smart planter for houseplants.
Okay.
As you can see, I have this beautiful plant in here.
Yeah, here it is, folks. So is this a real plant?
It is. I know it doesn't look like one,
No,
but
it
it
looks
is.
so good. And you got a pot here, and obviously there's some electronics going on here. We're going to move this.
Oh. Wait, should I?
No, you're good.
Okay.
You're good. Actually, let me put the plant right here,
Awesome.
and now we can talk.
Yep, I can't see
You
you.
can't see me now? Let's put the plant here.
Okay, awesome.
How's that, Director? Okay. All right. Let me hear all about this. It's cool.
Yeah, sure. And just, I guess, following what you were saying,
Yeah.
obviously it has some electronics in it. We're
Yeah.
at CES. There has to be some technology in
You
it.
bet.
So what it does is basically think about, it's basically a planter for autopiloting your plant. So whether you are
In other words, you can't kill it.
you can't. You can try. Just kidding. You can still kill it.
Yeah.
So
I'm
so what's
sure I could.
So what's going on is it has a water tank that's built in. It has water pumps that pumps water and
Okay.
waters from above.
Okay.
We have built-in sensors.
Yeah,
where
I could actually see spouts here,
yeah,
if you want to call them that. Okay, and that's where the water will come out.
the water will come out.
Comes out of the bottom, pumped
From
up
the
to
bottom,
the top. Right.
we have filters. So the water, like after the watering, it will actually go through the filter. It will go back to the water tank.
Okay.
And that's why, so we have about 33 ounces of water in here. For any average weather, average plant, it will probably last you for a good, a few weeks. So if you're traveling all the time, if you're super busy, if you're just bad with plants, like my husband, put your plant in there. It will go autopilot. It does all of that for you. What's even better is we have this companion app. So from places you can't see, we have sensors that actually measures the soil moisture, the light, the temperature, and the
Those are
humidity.
already built in this device.
Everything is built in.
Okay, and then there's an app that you use that will
Yes.
correspond. Will
Yes.
it correspond to a number of plants on the single app?
It does, yes.
Okay.
Also another great thing for Smart Planter is it actually doesn't have to be plugged in. You can put it anywhere. It's connected to the Wi-Fi, and the Wi-Fi are super high, consumption in terms of battery. But this battery can last you for a good 3 months at least. And the reason why is because we're using IoT technology. We have a hub basically that's connected to the Wi-Fi, and then the hub talks to the planter. It can talk to multiple planters. If you want to have 20 planters at home,
So
it does
as
that.
long as you have a Wi-Fi connection in your house,
Right.
do you have to pair it? Do you have to tell it what Wi-Fi network and all that stuff?
Yeah.
Obviously? Okay.
Yeah, it does that in the beginning when you set it up.
Okay, and I noticed that you had, I think I saw a USB-C, no?
I'm sorry?
Did I see a USB-C connector for?
Oh yeah. It's
I thought
here.
I did. Oh, I didn't turn it far enough.
Here.
Okay,
It's
and
here.
obviously that's if you want
That's
to power
where
it.
that's when you charge it. That's where you charge it.
Can I leave the charger in all the time and just leave it? and
You
go?
could. You just don't have to. Because
Okay.
wouldn't it be nice if it's a beautiful planter, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be nice
Yeah,
if
you
you want
don't
to
want
place
wires.
it somewhere? Yeah.
Okay. Is there any specific type of plant I'm limited to? And what if I want one of those big pots, big plants?
So I'll go with the first question. We have we're currently compatible with over 100 most popular house plants. We work with all of that, and that list goes. We keep adding to that list. So basically, when you set up the planter, when you pot in your plant, that's when you tell the app what plant you actually put in there, and then you can also customize the way that you water it. You can say, "Do it for me, go auto."
Right.
And then you can do like a scheduled. I want specifically every 3 days, every 2 weeks. You can do that. You can also say just water it when it's dry, or you want to say don't touch it. I want to manually water this. So you can do all of that. And then does it have a larger size? We don't right now because we're new.
Yeah,
We
you
just
started.
came out. But that's definitely on the roadmap. And you know what? We get questions like that all the time.
I'm sure.
Yeah. So apparently, like something like fiddle leaf. It's beautiful and it's large. You're gonna probably need most of the time a larger than this. So this one that we have right now, this is 6-inch. Internal is around 5 to 5.5 inch. So it will go good with something that's smaller like this.
Now, this doesn't do any fertilizing or put nutrients in, or does it?
Not now, but
Is
we're.
that something that's needed? I don't know.
So yeah, no, that actually depends on the type of potting mix soil. So like some of it's very popular these years to have those potting mix that you buy from store that already has
mixed
a bunch of nutrition in it. But on our product roadmap, the nutrition part of things, the some of the other accessories, so like lights, growing lights that work with our app and our product, like humidity. Humidifier, all of that's planned.
Doesn't
on
it have
as
to
the
be
next one.
contained for the humidifier to work?
No, not really.
No?
As long as you're not in somewhere like this, like in your room,
Yeah.
in your bedroom, like
Yeah.
like in any household environment, I would say humidifiers
okay.
work pretty well.
Okay.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay. Now, are these available now?
Yes. So not for shipping just yet, but pre-order is on, and we're shipping this spring. Our production. So we are almost done with our tooling and molding and stuff.
Now,
So
where can I buy this?
On leafypot.1.
Leafy.
So www.leafypot.1. That's our website.
Leafypod, LEAFYPOD.
Yes.
.1.
One.
I never heard of a .1.
Yeah, no, you can pretty much customize all these things. We thought it was cool.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I just never thought of it.
Yeah, no, it's customizable these days.
That's
Yeah.
good. It's easy to remember.
Yeah, glad you like it.
I do like it.
Thank
Leafy
you.
Pot, you're number one. That's great.
No, thank you so much.
That's all good.
Thanks.
Now, I can pre-order now. What would
Yes.
be the cost of that?
So we have, I would say in bundles, like for a starter bundle, which is one planter and one of those, what we call the bridge, which is the Wi-Fi hub. Altogether, that would be $148.
Where does the Wi-Fi bridge doesn't connect to that? It's just a transmitter
Yeah.
to this for information. So you're basically pairing that transmitter, which has all the data that this
right.
needs.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay.
It pushes and pulls data. Yeah.
Say that again?
It talks to this planter.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty cool. So it's $150.
Mm-hmm.
And when do you expect to have the first one ready to go?
Shipping will start end of March.
End of March.
Yeah, so
what
in
kind
3
of
months.
warranty comes with this, or there is no warranty, or what happens if it breaks?
I'm sorry.
What happens if it breaks? Is there a warranty with this?
Oh yeah. We haven't posted this information on our
Yeah,
website
'cause
just
you're still
yet.
in development, but
Yeah.
yeah.
But there. So first of all, there's a cancellation policy. Like if you make a order, you can cancel.
Right.
Yeah. And then for the warranty, I'm probably.
No, I
Yeah.
understand. I'm just asking because people want to know. If I'm
Yeah.
spending $150, what happens 3 months from now if it breaks? Is there a year manufacturer
yeah,
warranty?
no.
or-
So first of all, we will definitely have a dedicated customer support team where
Okay.
we will be able to troubleshoot, to walk you
All right,
through like
that's-
any of the issues. Yeah.
All right, then you're dealing with it. That's
Okay.
great.
Yeah, yeah, no, absolutely.
Okay, well, thank you a zillion for coming in. Very interesting product, and I know the women in my house would.
And
Love
you
the
got
plan.
that website.
Yes.
Yes. Great.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having
Where's your
me.
company based?
In Seattle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everything's based in Seattle.
It's nice there. It doesn't
Oh
snow
yeah,
now.
I know. I know.
Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Thank you very much. Good luck with that. Interesting product for sure. Hold on here. It's interesting to see just the variety of products that that we get here at CES. It just never ceases to boggle the mind. Some things are so esoteric that I say, how are they going to make a living doing that? I don't know, 150 bucks for a pot, to me that's kind of pricey, because you figure if I got 2 plants and they cost, I don't know, 10, 15 bucks a piece, I probably kill them within 6 months. So, and if I bought 2 more, so I could probably buy a lot of plants for that $150. On the other hand, the fact that I see Enza looking at that, that's not good. She's smiling, she's looking at that product. Dan, I'll bet you before the end of the year I'm going to have one of those things. Anyway, there are things that happen at CES that I have no control over, and that very well may indeed be one of them. Yeah, so I think we have our next guest in queue. Does that sound right?
Yep. Yes.
How far in queue are they? 5 minutes?
Right
2
now. Right now.
Okay.
Yep.
I was going to finish I was going to start my story on security, which is, I think, something we need to talk about a little bit. So before I got another bottle of water here. They take good care of me. Here's our next guest. I'm going to take a shot of this water. Ramon Technologies, and we have Andrew Blyman. Am I saying that right? Yeah? I have no idea what it is. I see a hat. Andrew, how are you?
Hey.
Nice to meet you. Don
Claudia,
Bain,
nice to
DCAG
meet you.
Professor, thank you for coming on board. Ramon Technologies,
Yeah.
what do you guys do? What's going on?
Yeah, so Remote Technologies, we're a European company. So
That's okay.
we're based in Switzerland. And what we focus on, we work with manufacturing and service companies.
Right.
So maybe you know that there's a lot of people working on the machines. You know, some of them retire, working there on a long time already. And when these people retire or move to another job, there is a huge knowledge gap that starts to build in a company. In certain companies, it's so drastic that they can't even operate certain machines. So that's where we come in. We digitize the processes that these people, these experts do.
But, so are you videoing them
Yeah.
and obviously recording that?
Yeah.
And then you're taking that information and then you're creating a database. I'm just guessing you're creating a database from that information?
Yeah. So they wear body cams while they do their work, so we don't try to interrupt the work. So it's just on a
Okay.
daily work they do. Then they upload the video. Then we built a whole pipeline around this process. So on the other side, if somebody new comes into the team or has to take over the job, they can use our system, ask questions like, hey, how do I install this tool? And then you'll get the small video snippets. Instead of watching the 30 minutes, you just get the 10 seconds you need to get the job done. So anybody can then do it. So
I see. Now, I would imagine the video taping of that has to be quite accurate. And if I'm using small buttons or things, I mean, do you really have to focus in on what I'm clicking, no?
Yeah, so we use state-of-the-art cameras, body cameras to do that. So the operator doesn't have to think about if it's on the
So
camera.
it doesn't interfere with their
No.
with their job.
No,
And you must have multiple cameras, I would imagine, for multiple views, or no?
no, it's one camera, but a 360 degrees view, and then we just cut it down to a smaller view, so
I see.
we don't lose any information there, right? So
Okay.
yeah.
So now you have that data. Now, how do I, if I'm a new engineer that comes in and replaces the gentleman who was there for 100 years,
Yeah.
I need to get up on speed onto what I do.
Yeah.
How do I access that database? How do I receive that information?
Yeah, so any device that has a browser installed, smartphone, tablet, even your computer, you go on there and you find the whole information, the whole library. If you, we even upload documents, for example, technical documentation. So it's really much the brain at the end, and you can ask them anything, and it will give you back the information.
Do you process this using any kind of artificial intelligence?
Yeah, behind it's state of the art.
What does the artificial intelligence do to that information?
Well, we have different things. It's from processing the video until on the other side, if you have a question.
But that's on the processing side.
Yeah.
What does it do intelligent-wise?
So on intelligence, so it takes the video, it understands what the person does, also what they explain in the video, and then it makes it searchable. And and on the other side, when you have a question, it understands. We can use any language, and so you can record in English, but somebody who is French native.
That's just translation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do you maintain the efficacy and the information that it's accurate?
The information. So yeah, first of all we have the input information is from experts in the company, so we already have their high level.
Okay. So it's verified through.
Yeah, through an expert.
Okay.
But we also have a feedback loop. So if somebody works on the machine and sees that the information provided to them is not correct or something, they can even get feedback, and then we can give it back to the system. Hey, this information is missing.
What type of companies would deploy this?
This
is up and running.
This is up and running. We have customers using it. Yeah. So we work with customers in the manufacturing industry where they produce machines, metal products. We're now also having new customers in the service area servicing these machines. So pretty much anything that has to be operated, a machine on a shop floor or in the field.
Pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Now, how would people find out about your company? Where would they look? What would be the heading that I would look under? Because Ramon Technology doesn't say anything to me about what you do.
Yeah. No, we chose a name that doesn't describe it, but So you find us when capturing knowledge. So we have a knowledge capturing system, and you find us online, ramon.tech. We also are on Instagram and on LinkedIn there.
Okay, but if I don't know your company exists, because Ramon Technology, I'm just asking, doesn't help me. What would I search under? How would I ever find you?
Yeah, so it's capturing knowledge.
So I would look under knowledge capture?
Yeah, you would look in that area. Maybe the easiest way, our system is called Digital Walter. You can also look that one up.
Okay, but I would never know that.
You wouldn't know that.
I'll have people here who are watching. Okay, well, what do they do? How do I find out more about them? But if you don't know the name, I could search on ChatGPT and ask it, who does data capture for creating an information library, because that's essentially what you're doing.
Yeah.
Would I find your company like that?
Yeah, you will find it.
Okay.
And also, we focus on people on the shop floor and front line. So with these keywords, you should be able to find us. Yeah.
Okay, very interesting. Anything else you need to tell me that I should know?
Yeah, I mean, it would be also great. I mean, we came here to the CES. We're going to spend a bit more time here also to get some.
This is the place to be, for sure. Yeah.
But we're spending also some time later on. We're traveling around now here on the West Coast to meet some companies.
Awesome.
So we still have also a couple of days still empty that we would like to really meet some people. If that is a topic, we come by, we show a demo also, just to see what challenges the companies have and then talk with them. Yeah.
That's great. Well, thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
We've now learned about Ramon Technologies, and that's a good thing. So I wish you luck, and hopefully we'll see you next year, and you can tell me all the stuff you're doing.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. All right, well, it's 12:17 here at Las Vegas, Nevada. I am going to do a stretch around behind me and see what our capacity is looking like. The volume is absolutely, definitely picking up, and there'll be more and more and more and more people coming in as the day progresses, and probably about an hour or two from now, the place will be packed and you won't be able to move. I got to tell you, we stayed in a place downtown Vegas, and I like staying downtown primarily for the nostalgia of it, because that's where Vegas started. And I don't know, I just don't like being on the Strip that much. I don't mind walking it or doing it there, but anyway, it usually takes 20 minutes to get down to the Venetian here. Today, oh my God, it took about 45 minutes. The traffic was insane, and I just didn't understand. You got to remember that they had a massive snowstorm on the East Coast, and certainly the East Coast is really represented here. A lot of companies and people come from the eastern portion of the United States, and with that snowstorm, it's created just havoc with the airplanes and all that stuff. So we'll talk a little bit more about this. We have Tractive Andrew Blyman. Now, he looks familiar. I think I just saw him, so we're going to see him again, but now we're talking about something new. Hello. Hello. You were here before, weren't you? No. No? You have a double. Yeah. You do? I have to meet this person. There can only be one. Okay, his headset's not on.
Oh.
Now it is.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Don Bain.
Hi, Andrew Blyman.
Andrew, it's a pleasure to see you. What is going on here? What do we got? I see GPS and health tracker for dogs. I like that already.
Yeah.
What is this? What's the name of your company?
The company's Tractive. We're the largest provider of pet GPS and health trackers.
Wow.
So we have over 1 million active subscribers.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Over 1 million.
A lot of dogs, a lot of cats that we're helping to keep safe.
That's fantastic. Yeah. So tell me a little bit about the company and what you do and how these trackers work and the options that I have, and I want to know the cost of these things. And I have a zillion friends that have dogs, not so many cats. I have cats.
Yeah.
I had cats. Anyway.
Well, we keep your pet safe by helping ensure you know where they are at all times. So live GPS tracking that updates every 2 to 3 seconds.
Oh, really? Okay.
Most of our customers use Tractive because their pet sometimes escapes a backyard. Maybe it's fenced, maybe it's not, maybe it's on a hike. But this is a great way to find your pet yourself rather than rely on someone else to do it.
Oh, yeah, my God.
Yeah.
Now, can I see one of these?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so these come in a variety of shapes, colors.
Correct.
Okay, and this attaches to the dog how?
So it attaches to the dog's collar.
Oh, okay. Yep.
With these little straps.
Okay.
Fits any collar.
Let me just show that close up.
Yep. We have
we got water here. Let me move that.
Smaller ones for cats.
All right. Can we capture this device? There you go. So it's small, light. Of course, here's the strap that will go onto the dog's collar. And there we go. It should be perfect. Yeah. Pretty straightforward, pretty simple. Yeah. Now, do I have to pair this with something, my phone, an app? So how do I get that information so that it's useful to me?
Our devices use LTE-M.
Okay.
So they connect through, cellular connectivity, just like your phone. They have a SIM card, just like your phone.
Okay.
So you don't need to be nearby your pet. You can be on the other side of the world and know exactly where their pet is.
Via your smartphone?
Yeah, via your phone, via the free app.
Now, will I see a map and it extracts the spot?
You will, yeah.
And is there any lag in that, or am I going to see right where that dog is?
No, you're going to see real time. Let's see, for example, this is tracking me at CES.
I was just going to ask you that. I would assume it could track anything.
Yep. Well, it could, but we have a lot of features that are purpose-built for dogs and cats.
Such as?
So we monitor your pet's activity and sleep. And sleep's an important one because...
Are they the same device for cat and dog?
The technology is similar, but the optimization is different.
So am I going to buy one for a cat and like one for a dog, or? Okay.
Yeah, the cat device is smaller.
Okay.
Most consumers
smaller
prefer
animals.
a smaller device for
Okay,
cats.
that makes sense.
And then at CES, we've announced the launch of this device, our newest dog device. And so in addition, but all of these, they're just different colors. Yep. So in addition to the wellness tracking, which we've offered in previous products.
This is brand new right now, coming out now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So these also monitor barking, so they help manage separation anxiety, and heart rate and respiratory rate.
What do you mean it manages barking?
So it alerts you to abnormal patterns in barking, and helps algorithmically determine if something is amiss about your pet when you're away.
So it's much, much more than just a tracking device.
It is.
I mean, you're monitoring the pet, the health of the pet.
Yeah. And
if it gets in trouble or what, wow.
Yeah, and the heart rate and respiratory rate monitoring is just the holy grail for veterinary, metrics. So you can detect the onset of a troubling condition in advance, and we'll flag that to you and let you know. And we can tell you not just what's normal for your pet, but because we have over 1 million dogs that we track actively every day, we can tell you what's normal for 5,000 other beagles between the ages of 5 and 6 who are male. And
see, that's where, you talk about data mining and stuff, and what do they do with that information? Well, they have their own statistical analysis of 5,000 beagles, whatever the dog is. But that information averaged out, they could say that the typical dog, based on 5,000, X thousand, whatever it is, dogs have a heart rate of this or do this, and that's to me, that would be invaluable to know, because now I know my pet's normal or that's not typical. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a huge resource.
Yeah, and it's totally new. There have been some medical devices in the past that have monitored these things. They're pretty clunky. They're pretty
really
laborious. But the scale that we'll be providing it on, and the diversity and depth of the data we have around pets is totally net new.
Now, how much does one of these devices cost?
So our newest device costs $69.99. It does require a subscription for cellular connectivity, just like your phone.
Okay,
so
what does that range?
About $100 a year. So anyone who's lost their pet for 30 minutes, 2 hours, 2 weeks knows that they don't want to experience that anxiety again, and it's a pretty straightforward $100 solve on the subscription.
Are you kidding? To protect your pet, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Now, this runs again what?
$69.99.
Okay, so to all those folks out there who watch the Gadget Professor show, I know you have pets because we've talked about it, but I got to tell you, in my opinion, for $69, it doesn't get any better. I haven't seen anything even close to this.
Yeah. Well,
especially with your new technology of getting that the statistical analysis of the different breeds and what's that's huge to me. And $100 for a year for the phone ish. I mean, I'd be getting one. I don't have a dog anymore.
Yeah.
And I don't need it for my pets. I have tropical fish.
Well, with over we're at over 1.3 million active subscribers currently.
That's a lot.
And certainly the vast majority are dogs and cats, but we have people tracking alpacas and deer and buffalo,
really?
Giant tortoises.
Really?
You name it, they've probably strapped a tractive GPS tracker to it.
My God.
Yeah.
That's really fascinating. I think it is. What other products you have coming down the line? Come on, what's in the future?
No, we're actually laser focused on, just building out better features for dog and cat owners to help keep your pets safe, particularly on the health side. Right.
That's like I said. I'd be grateful to just be able to track my pet and know where it is. I mean that's first, but secondarily and equally as important is the health. I mean that's just.
Yeah. I'll also mention, in addition to sort of being able to pull up your pet's location at any given time, you can also set a virtual fence around your property, so you get an alert if your pet.
So if it goes.
Leaves a designated area.
No, that will. How will that alert you through the app and the phone? It will beep or talk
exactly.
to you.
Yep. So your phone will send a notification
Okay.
that can make noise. That could just be a pop-up. It could vibrate, whatever you want. And you can kind of spring into action if
course.
something is amiss. My current virtual fence zone is the Hilton. I think I've just doxed myself, and I have sprung the enclosure here at the Venetian. So.
Very good. Well, welcome. Fascinating device. Where can I buy this?
Our website, tractive.com, or
Okay.
Amazon. We're also on Chewy, Walmart.com, and a few other places.
Okay, the company is tractive.com.
Correct.
Simple to remember. Based on what I'm hearing and seeing, I don't know what could be better. A fantastic device, very affordable, and I like it. So
Great.
thank you.
Thank you for the time.
No, thank
Yeah.
you for coming in. A great device. I love it.
Great.
I love it.
Appreciate it.
Now you got to make one for humans to tell me when I'm.
People do put them in their kids' backpacks sometimes on.
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah, but we don't recommend that. That is not.
I understand.
That is not
I understand.
official. We officially do not recommend.
You're an honorable guy, and I appreciate that.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, another product. Again, the diversity here of what we see is just, it's just, there's no end to it. And I'm just literally blessed to be able to be part of this and to see all these devices. Just fascinating. Of course, I'm sure there are companies who make human trackers. There's certainly devices that will track your car's location. All kinds of places you'd want trackers. I know I have trackers on a lot of stuff. All my laptops have trackers on them. My suitcases, all of them, already they're there. I never take them out, are on trackers. And I'll tell you, it's comforting when I'm on a plane and I could see that, your device is out of range, but you could see it's at the airport, and it's with you. It's going to be on the actual flight most of the time. I did have a situation. I was in Paris, and I had 4 suitcases with us, and I only got 2. And I looked on my tracker, and it showed that they never left the London airport. I knew exactly where they were. The problem was, who do I call? Who do I give that information to? Not as easy as it sounds. I literally had to call that airline, get to the place, the American Airlines desk, tell them that it's my luggage is there, and they go like, well, there's 20,000 pieces of luggage here. How are we going to find yours? What's it look like? Blah, blah, blah. Bottom line was, that information, unfortunately, did nothing for me other than to tell me it's not there with you. And I knew that. But at least I knew it was in London and not, in Phoenix. Fortunately, 4 days later, our luggage showed up. Not too happy about that, but I thought the tracker would help me a lot. I could say, hey, it's in, gate 2 luggage area, and go pick it up. Not so easy. So in one respect, it didn't help me. In another respect, when I forget my CPAP machine and leave it in the hotel, and I'm in a cab or whatever going to the next place I'm going to, and my phone rings, CPAP machine left at such and such address, which happens to be the hotel. That's real helpful because I could say to the Uber driver, turn around and go back and let me get my CPAP machine. So it's not all bad. You just got to know what the expectation is of the device. So next we have, I would call it Oroto Medical and Yosef El Azuzi. Pretty good pronunciation, right? Close. Thank you very much. Well, I know Yosef is right. I know Yosef is pronounced. No. Yosef, that's the name. Huh? Okay. And the name of your company for posterity is?
Aorto Medical.
Okay, and what do you guys do?
So at Aorto Medical, so what I have in front of me here, which I brought, is just to kind of visualize what our device is, which seems quite small as the size of my thumb, but essentially What this device does is what an artificial heart pump is supposed to do. So it
really
does the same function, yes. So specifically what this device does is we're trying to change the...
Let's get a close-up of this. This is the device?
Yes.
Okay, it's rubberized. What about a front shot? Oop, it went down between the tables, but...
That's all right.
We have Nancy coming to the rescue.
That's all right. We can make another one.
And she'll retrieve it. No, I got to show her. Thank you, Nancy, so much. Thank you, thank you. So is the front shot better or the side camera? Front shot? So this is the device. It's kind of rubbery, plasticky, I don't know what. There's a hole through on one side, and you're going to tell us about it. So at least you got the size down.
So what this device does essentially is that it doesn't, without needing an open chest surgery, because many heart failure patients are over the age of 65, having an open chest surgery is very risky to do heart transplantation or implanting an artificial heart pump. So what this device does is through a half-hour procedure, we implant this device into what we call the aorta. The aorta is hence aorta medical. Aorta is the largest artery in the body, and it supplies blood to all of the different organs in the body. So what it does is that it safely reduces the blood supply to secondary regions and shifts that blood supply to more important areas of the body.
Did you invent this?
I did. Myself and my co-founder.
How on earth did you ever come up with this?
The first...
Oh my God.
I mean, really, look, I mean, it looks kind of simple, but...
Oh, I know it's not.
Before I answer that question, you know, there's a saying, I'm sure you've heard of it before, with regards to buildings. An architect's dream is an engineer's nightmare. And it does look simple, but when you are able to simplify a device so much, but at the same time it provides a unique value proposition, this is what doctors want. They want devices that are simple. But the issue, and what I would say here, is that many investors are looking for AI, anything that has, you know, the most sophisticated kind of...
Precisely correct.
But do you know that doctors are scared of these things?
And I don't blame them.
Exactly. So what happens, for example, with artificial heart pumps is that you have a drive line or a wire that has to connect to a battery outside of the body for that pump to function. It has to be recharged every 12 hours. And you can't take a shower like normal people, right? Because of the dangers involved. So what this device does is, for 1/7 of the cost, it achieves the primary objective, which is to supply blood to the most important areas.
Yeah, but it also has all these other benefits where you're not cutting the person open, and the risk factors. I mean, it's got to be considerably better.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Now, you didn't answer my other question, because I am just fascinated by this. Tell me a little bit about your background. Where are you from?
So I'm from Morocco, and when I studied in medical school, I listened very carefully to one of the lessons I heard about heart failure. And I found out that the key to the heart are the kidneys. But many people don't know this. So when the kidneys don't receive enough blood supply, the kidneys start to secrete hormones and triggers a false alarm where the kidneys start to retain fluid inside of the body. The kidneys think that they're not receiving blood flow because there is a leakage somewhere, there is a bleeding somewhere. So the kidneys try to solve for the wrong problem. And so they retain fluid inside the body, they secrete harmful hormones. But what this device does is it turns off this false alarm. So it solves what we call in medicine the cardio-renal syndrome. Cardio heart, renal kidneys syndrome. And so after I graduated, most of my peers followed the traditional path of becoming, you know, general doctors, specialists. But I took the major risk. I was the heretic, if you will, and I decided...
Thank God. I mean, that's great.
And I decided to pursue this concept.
Now, did you just wake up one day and say, "Ooh, this is what it needs to be"?
Well, you know, if I give you, by the way, remind me of your name.
Don.
So Don, if I give you $10 and I tell you that's all you have, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to buy candy?
I'm going to invest it in Bitcoin.
Oh, okay. Well, I would buy water so that I don't die of thirst, right?
Yep.
But Bitcoin is close. All right. So the idea I had, or the epiphany, if you will, is, I mean, why don't we just use with what we have already in the blood circulation, but just optimize what we already have? It's just as basic as that.
How old were you when that hit you in the head?
That hit me in the head when I was about 24 years old.
You know, folks, I digress, but you know, this is the amazing part of CES. I mean, genius. I mean, literally genius. Look what this man has created. 24 years old. How many years have you pursued that?
I've been pursuing since 2017, but you know what the most difficult thing is?
Talking to me.
Yeah, it's that when you are very young,
yeah, no one wants to pay attention.
No one wants to pay attention.
Oh, I hear you.
But ever since I've been developing a little bit of wrinkles, now people are listening to me, you know.
I am just blown away by this. Why are you here? What are you looking for? People to do synergy with and find out equal things, or someone to help you with this, or
Absolutely.
investors?
So I told you I'm from Morocco.
That's okay.
I came here.
I've been in Morocco once.
Great. Amazing.
Yeah.
So this year is the first year at CES that there's an Africa pavilion.
Oh, okay.
And they have chosen 10 startups from the continent.
I could see why you're here.
Right. So I've been very honored and privileged to be able to represent my continent, which I love dearly. And what we want to do is we want to raise here at CES $500,000, which is enough to do a first-in-human study in Morocco before we bring the technology into the U.S. and to do clinical trials in the U.S.
So this has never been used in a human yet?
Yeah, so we've done large animal studies with amazing results. And what we need to do right now is we want to take it to the next level and do first-in-human studies in Morocco.
I can't wish you enough luck, and thank you for doing that.
Thank you so much.
I think it's going to be a big success.
I appreciate your time.
No, I appreciate your time, and I appreciate your literally genius.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your kind words.
Thank God for people like you that do this. I mean, like you said, you went a different direction. Everybody becomes the doctor or whatever. But you had the confidence in yourself, and you had the vision, and you stuck to it. Whether this other gets developed or not, something else is going to come to you.
Well, you know, I believe in an all or nothing approach. And I appreciate that some people don't believe in that. But I think many of us here in CES have that in common, that spirit. It's all or nothing.
Yeah, but
you know,
thank God for people like you. That
you're
the maverick or whatever you want to call it.
Thank you so much.
Boy, oh boy, I mean, wow. I'm afraid. Do I have one more minute or no? Yeah. Sorry. Fascinating. I can't. I'm stretching this out a minute.
That's all right.
I can't imagine how you would engineer that. I'm looking at that, and like you said right off the bat, it's very simple. But I see wires in there and different kind of fluting and angles. How would you get something like that made as a prototype?
Well, you know what's interesting
Don't tell me you printed it on a 3D printer.
No, not 3D printers again.
Thank God.
Those darn 3D printers.
Yeah.
So this wire is made of nitinol, which has nitinol, which has a shape memory. It's a shape memory alloy. So essentially, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little nerdy here.
No. Did that come from kryptonite or?
No. But you know what's interesting? It's used on Mars, on the rover of the wheels.
Yeah.
Because you can't use air tires on Mars. They're going to blow up.
Did you see the footage coming back from Mars?
I did.
Unbelievable.
I did. It's crazy stuff.
Yeah.
So you know what's even more interesting is that we're using technology from Mars to treat conditions in the human body.
That's what it's all about, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it's progress, it's technology, and and again, the most important ingredient in my head is people like you that have that spark, that vision, and you have the fortitude to stick with it, all or nothing, and that's what success is. So
absolutely.
I hope you come up with $150 million and. Develop this, because I believe in you and I believe in that product.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your kind words.
No,
Don.
it's true. I only speak the truth here.
Thank you so much.
That's why I'm here. I'm the only one that speaks the truth.
Oh. No sugarcoating.
No.
Sugar.
Well, I wish you the best luck with this. Like I said, I'm blown away by it. How many years did it take to get to that point where you actually had I guess a prototype? Is that what I can call it?
It took us about 6 months to make a first prototype, but we have someone on the team, my co-founder, who worked in stent-graft manufacturing for a long time. And he's worked in the quality engineering aspect, and we wanted to get it just right. Like, we don't want to take any chance, whether it's the animals or the humans that we test. And so far, we believe that we have reached a almost perfect prototype.
I give you the Gadget Professor's super commendation.
Thank you so much.
No one gets that. You're the only one so far.
Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate your kind words.
All right. Thank you for coming on.
Hope to see you again.
I wish you the most success
you
could
want this?
possibly have.
I'll give you one for free.
Yeah. Hopefully I never need it.
Not sure what you'll be doing with it.
Well, you won't be using this on me because I have no heart. So.
No. If you didn't have a heart, you wouldn't give me so much of your kind, available time.
No, I'm very serious. I'm just blown away by this.
Put it on your wardrobe, just remember me with it.
Oh, I will. This is going to go on my show when we get out of here. I'll be calling you to come back on my show if you have time
Sounds
for
good.
me.
I would be more than excited.
A couple months from now when things calm down, because I'm
just
hard up for guests. It's hard to get people to come on.
You just let me know, and
I will.
I'll get a couple of jokes ready.
Okay, good.
All right.
Good. I need that.
Thank you so much.
The best of luck to you. I wish you nothing but success. Okay, you too. You got to be kidding me. I mean, look at this thing. Wow. It's going to save people's lives. I'm holding something in my hand that kind of exists but not fully tested in humans yet. And if this works, which I believe it will, he's a sharp dude. Wow, this is going to save people's life. And I'm holding this stupid little thing in my hand that this gentleman invented. Wow. And it looks like a piece of styrofoam that you'd find in packaging. It just blows my mind. The specifications on this, the tuning, the measurement between, there's different, not valves, but stops in here. To think that this is going to go in a human body and go into your artery here and control the blood flow. Wow. I way out of my league, but I know enough to know when I see something extraordinarily impressive. And wow. All right, moving along here. Oh, I think I'm real excited. Is this an AI company? Anybody? Is BKey, and could I have any information on that? No? Okay. There's a company called B that makes artificial intelligent wristbands, and they're incredible, and I want to see them. So when I saw B, I thought, okay. Hello, I interviewed you last year, because I remember. I never forget an interview. Do you remember that I interviewed you last year? You remember it? Okay. Huh? I knew I interviewed you.
All right.
All right, welcome back, Don Bain.
Thank you.
The last time I saw you was 2 years ago?
2 years ago.
Where the hell did that year go? I thought it was last year. Wow.
Time flies when COVID
The last
hits.
time I interviewed you, I do remember I tried to get back to your booth to talk to you, and you were probably the busiest guy here at CES.
Could have been, yeah.
You couldn't even turn. You were going in 50 directions. Your product was like a smash hit, a killer product here.
People love birds and nature.
Yeah.
I'm a beneficiary of that. Or we are, I should say, right?
That's great. Yeah. Well, how's your product doing?
Awesome.
By the way, if you don't know, he has a bird feeder that takes pictures of the birds as they land and feed. I don't have one, but I've seen similar devices that work. like that, and boy, they're fascinating now.
Awesome.
Does yours actually take the picture and then tell you what kind of bird it is?
Correct. Yeah. So it takes pictures and videos, recognizes them through AI, adds them to a collection. So it's sort of like Pokemon Go, right?
Yeah.
But you're collecting birds in your backyard.
Now, how you doing with this product?
So Bird Buddy took off, right?
I'm not surprised.
Yes.
I mean, I would expect.
And you should get one. But anyway, like it's been around now for a couple of years, right? We're now expanding into a broader category of all nature in your yard. And we're launching Petal, which is this beautiful flower-shaped camera that you can put anywhere in your garden, and it'll take beautiful shots of nature, deliver beautiful moments like ladybugs, butterflies, bees. It'll count them, create a dashboard for you, and teach you how to do better about nature in your yard.
Okay, let me see this thing here.
Go ahead.
Here we go. Close up, please. Are you sleeping? Close up, close up. What kind of show is this? I need a close up. You can't get good help anymore. I don't know what's going on here. Jeez, I'm script. Let's do a close-up of this. Try it again.
I think you have it.
There we go.
There we go.
So here's the camera.
Yes.
Solar cell.
Solar cell.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that powers this.
Yes, correct.
And this is going to connect up 2 minutes. He just got here. This is going to connect up to
Wi-Fi.
To Wi-Fi.
Yeah, and you can have plenty of them around your home, right? And you can
what happens if I'm 50 yards away from our Wi-Fi?
Well, it's a very low-powered Wi-Fi, so it actually has a long range, right? Yeah, and it's also a very low-powered device. You don't have to charge it a lot, if any, right?
Now, did you bring us any photographs or videos of this?
I don't have it here. Yeah, but we have plenty at the booth.
This is where the action is, and you didn't bring a photo or a
They
video.
are beautiful,
you
right?
You should know this by now. You should know that you come with stuff.
Yeah. I brought just a flower-shaped camera. Yeah.
Well, it's pretty impressive. How do I know where to position that? Like if I wanted to, you know what? I have. What the hell are those things? Not bird. They're green things. They're long. Praying mantis. Oh,
praying mantis. Yeah.
Nancy's
Here
the
you have
best.
some images. Yeah.
Nancy's the best. Thank you. Thank you. Here you can see some of the images. Nice brochure. Yeah. Look at the stuff you can get.
It brings nature closer, right? Makes it feel very interactive and tangible. Gives you insights.
Are these available now?
So we're launching this on Kickstarter in the spring, and they start shipping next year.
What's it going to cost me?
Less than $100 for the camera.
What's the Bird Buddy costing these days?
$199 for the base unit, something like that.
Weren't they cheaper 2 years ago?
They might have been, yeah, but we're
what
very
do you mean
popular.
They might have been.
Yeah.
You're raising the price instead of lowering it. Wait a minute.
We launched a new product, right?
You're doing more volume. You're known. You're an established brand.
We launched
nothing changed in the device. What changed in the device?
It's a new device. Yeah, it has a much larger sensor.
I want to know what changed.
So larger sensor, larger lens. It's a custom-built lens actually that has a much better focus area. Right.
Yeah.
It's a new chip. Has a wider angle to capture more.
So it's worth the increase in the price.
It's also 120 frames per second.
That's good.
So it creates kind of really beautiful slow motion
shots.
shots.
This guy has all the answers. That's why I can interact with him like that because we like each other. No, really. Again, always impressive. Where would I buy this? First of all, I want to get the Bird Buddy. So where would one buy that?
Bird Buddy is on birdbuddy.com.
Birdbuddy.com.
If you want to learn more about the expansion of this category, it's on experiencewonder.com.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if I wanted to buy birdbuddy.com, can I get this on Amazon yet?
Yes. Yeah. We sell on Amazon. You can buy on Amazon or direct from our store.
$199.
We also sell Best Buy, Target.
Oh, no kidding. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Same price no matter where you go?
Probably cheapest
on Amazon.
On Amazon, maybe. Yeah, free shipping and stuff if you're Prime, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just asking. I got.
No, it's a free question.
Millions of people want. Millions and millions all over the world. Yeah. Okay. Well, this sounds pretty good. I am remiss. I do have to get your Bird Buddy.
It is a beautiful product. Yeah.
Huh?
It is a beautiful product.
You're not going to get the new version automatically, right?
Yeah.
The old version's gone.
Yeah.
Oh, I got 4 minutes. Better yet.
Nice.
You have 4 minutes?
Yeah, I have 4 minutes.
Yeah.
I can
What
chat.
else can you tell me? I do a lot of talking,
So,
I want to be quiet and respectful. So.
Totally. But so Bird Buddy was the original product from our company, right? We're now expanding, creating this kind of broader category. Petal is one of these products, right? This flower-shaped camera. The other piece of it is Wonder Blocks. And you can see like over here in the brochure, right?
Oh, okay.
It's basically a modular system for creating these beautiful natural spaces for pollinators and other nature in your yard, right?
I think I got a better view on this camera.
You have
Absolutely.
a bee hotel,
That's okay, let them sleep.
bug hotel, butterfly feeder, right? And it's basically Lego blocks for adult people that love nature, right? And you can create kind of these beautiful natural spaces in your home.
You got a pretty impressive product line. I knew when I saw that bird, buddy. I knew. I can tell. Like,
awesome. I appreciate it.
This is a killer product. I mean, it was a killer product. I mean, it was just one of those things. And I see hundreds of products, thousands a year. And I know when I see one, and as soon as I saw that, even the build back then was quite good.
Yeah.
The videos, the photos,
they're amazing. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And it's designed
and it's
for
such
that
a fun
form factor.
thing.
Yeah.
You
totally.
know.
Yeah. And I think there's something beautiful at the intersection of technology and nature, right?
Oh yeah.
Because we're all craving to connect with nature a bit more.
I am.
Technology is often a distraction, and like leveraging it to connect, I think is super beautiful, right?
Yeah. Now, did you come up with this idea? I'm curious.
Yes. Yeah.
How did you come up with
it? So my dad was the founder of one of the largest national parks where I live, right?
One of the largest what?
National parks.
Where?
Yeah. In Slovenia, so far away from here.
Where's Slovenia?
Slovenia is next to Austria and Italy. Yeah, it's a very small country, 2 million people.
Enzo's from Italy. You speak Italian?
No, I don't. Yeah.
Neither do I. I don't understand anything she says most of the time. But go ahead.
Yeah, anyway, so he took me out a lot, right? Learned me about the importance of preserving habitats and biodiversity. And
Isn't
then,
that interesting?
I learned.
So when did you come up with this idea? Like, how old were you?
So the bird feeder idea is from 2019, right? Something like that. And then we started building it, and now we're in 2025. The pedal and Wonder Blocks is a recent thing, right? So we've just started kind of prototyping
and
this
you
stuff
came
in
up with that?
Yeah, correct. Yeah. But it's like effectively, it's a camera, right? That's designed to get you close to something that's beautiful and very active.
It is, but you know what's nice about your product that I like from day one? It's simple.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not complicated, and you put it together in 2 minutes.
Yes.
And you know, you pair it up, and like, wow,
100%.
The stuff you get off it, like, oh my God! I mean, the photos are just exquisite. I mean, really. And I haven't seen the. I don't own the old one, but the new one apparently has a lot of upgrades on it.
It has HDR images, so it has like a much better low light performance, right? And like overall, the photos are better. Wide angle lens, larger sensor, like significantly larger sensor. So it's a much improved product, right?
Can I see the Can I see the photos and videos on your website?
Yes, yeah. So birdbuddy.com has videos and photos on it.
Okay, you got it. I'm going to check it out. You got to check it out too. And are you still over there?
Yes, so we have a beautiful booth.
So if I go by later on, you're going to talk to me. You're going to say hello.
100%. Yeah.
Huh?
I'm still going to know you.
Yeah. The last time you didn't want anything to do with me. So busy.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
You know, I interviewed a guy. He gets a lot of publicity from it. His product takes off just because of the interview here.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to know me.
That's, you know,
all right.
That's how this goes.
It's always a pleasure. I'm very happy you're doing so well. And
Thank you.
You deserve it.
That's great.
You know, you're a very bright guy, a good entrepreneur, and
Thank you.
It's just a great product. It's a fun product,
it
and
is.
You know, it's great for kids and nature lovers. I mean, kids go crazy with that stuff.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, that's what you want to do instead of all the, you know.
It's very much a family product too, right?
Pardon me?
It's very much a family product. Like a lot of our people tell us, because Bird Buddy is often bought as a gift, right? And a lot of our customers tell us that they've never had so much active conversation with their family member.
That's what I like about it. It's simple. It works great. But the other thing is, you know, they're not with the drones and the cars. Man, my kids are all on it constantly. Like they don't get off it.
Yeah.
When they were young, hi, Papa, Bubba. Now,
totally. Yep.
Nothing.
That's it.
Pardon me? I do got to get them one of these.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you
for having me. Yeah.
Always a
It's
pleasure. I wish you the best of luck, and
Thank
I hope
you.
I see you next year and we don't wait another year and a half.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna. I will come over and say hello.
Awesome.
I'm very impressed with it, and I'm glad your brain is working so good and thinking of these crazy things. They're great. It's such a great
Somebody
product.
has to, right? Yeah.
No, but it's great with all the electronic stuff that's coming out today.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a real need. I mean, this it's educational.
Yeah.
It's fun, and you know what? Believe it, it's inspiring to the young folks.
Yeah.
They get interested in science and nature, and
100%.
What could be better than that
Totally.
instead of with the things?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
See you next
Good
year.
luck. Yeah. You're right. Yeah, I do remember him from last year, and it's a nice product. I don't have one. I have an off-brand one, but I didn't even put it together yet. Yeah, I will. Bye, y'all. All right, it is at 12:57 here, and I don't know if we have another interview We have another interview coming
Yes,
up?
one's coming now.
Hey, you're back on the air now.
Yeah.
What were you doing before?
I was
shooting the breeze. You're entitled.
Okay, if you call it that, thanks. You're killing me, my friend. You're killing me.
You're number one.
I appreciate it.
You know you're number one with me.
I appreciate it. That means a lot from you, Don.
I hope so.
I do. It really means a lot.
You're an amazing guy. You
I appreciate
really are.
it. That means a lot.
You know?
I appreciate it.
Hiya.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Don Bain, VK
I'm Jacques.
Professor. How are you,
Very pleased
Jacques?
to meet
How are you today?
I'm very well, thank you.
What did you bring to us? What can we see?
In fact, we're Beaky. We are a Geneva-based education technology company, and this is a Beaky box. What it does is that it enables our clients to deploy digital classrooms wherever they want in the world without any kind of internet or power.
Pull your mic a little bit. There you
Yeah,
go.
like
okay.
this?
Can you
Okay.
can you repeat that? Because
Yes,
I
of course.
really couldn't hear you.
Yes, of course.
Sorry.
So, of course. So this is a Beaky box. It enables our clients to deploy digital classrooms, like at university, for instance, but wherever they want in the world, without any kind of internet or power.
What?
I can tell you a bit about how it works if you want.
Yeah.
Yes, very good. So in fact, it works a little bit like an iPod 15 years ago, meaning it sees the internet only when it's connected to a PC which is online. It's its window to the world. At that moment, in fact, there's a learning management system on board, the world leader called Moodle. So that's what my children, for instance, use at university. They don't have paper any longer. They have a portal open which knows who they are, how far they got, has all the PDFs, all the videos. So that's all on board here. And it updates and synchronizes learner identities, learner progression, and contents of the lessons when it's connected. And then when it's disconnected, like the iPod 15 years ago, it doesn't see anything any longer. It has no antenna to speak to the internet. But it does have a Wi-Fi antenna. So it can create its own Wi-Fi. It also has a powerful computer. Yes, and 2 terabytes of storage.
This is going to create its own Wi-Fi circuit.
Yes, exactly.
And it's
completely offline.
It's automatically paired with the computer that's in this.
Yeah, well, in fact, the computer is what gives the computer and the memory is what is beamed, or let's say, what gives the content, which is beamed via the Wi-Fi.
So now I'm kind of on a private B network.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, completely. If you so wish, yes. Exactly. It's a completely private network. In fact, you know, at university, when our children study, in fact...
What university?
What's that?
What university?
Whichever. In fact, in...
where did you...
I studied at HEC in France.
Okay.
Yeah, mainly.
Yeah.
And so at university, typically, today at least, you have these portals, these LMSs. And so when the students log on to the Wi-Fi gives them a choice between going onto the internet or to the server, which is somewhere in the basement. And this is the same thing. So I'm offering people learners, exactly the same experience, but not an access to the internet.
So it's an intranet.
It's, yeah, kind of. And so it's very useful, in fact, because in the world, okay, here we are very privileged. We are very well connected, and power basically works all the time. In the global south, billions and billions of people, the majority in the world doesn't have that. In fact, it's either bad internet and bad power, or both are too expensive, way too expensive. And so this solves this problem. Today, basically, if you're an NGO, so we have for instance, we have the International Committee of the Red Cross. They wanted to train people in Myanmar, their own people, as to how to behave as Red Cross employees. So in fact, they can just go to Myanmar. They push a button, and then they create this network for up to 40 learners, and their learners connect with their smartphones.
What kind of computer's in that?
It's a Raspberry Pi. So I'm not the expert.
Are you kidding me?
No.
There's a Raspberry in that?
Yes.
Wow. And it's able to, obviously, it's able to process that information in real time?
Yes.
And feed it to a server?
Yes. Well, actually, it is a server. We use it as a server.
But the speed is the lag,
the speed is fine. So in fact, recently we did a test.
I'm stunned.
It's up to 40 people. Recently, we didn't have more. We're a small company still, huh? But we didn't have more devices. But we have 30. We had 37 devices streaming video of it at the same time.
Really?
Yes, and it worked. And our clients are super happy because it basically, let's say, the alternative is nothing, or they go somewhere and they tell people in the village, for instance, farmers, whatever, we'll teach you something. but you need to go to this place in 2 months, 50 kilometers away, where hopefully the tech works, but still we're going to budget for 2 days because we're not sure it's going to work, even if it's only 1 day. With this,
rock solid.
Yes, thank you.
How much does that cost?
It starts at $700.
And can I just buy this and incorporate this in my school or my whatever it is?
So you could. The thing is,
or do you integrate this? Do we go to your company and I say, look,
we do.
I have a school that teaches, I don't know, how to fly a drone.
Yes.
I want all this on. I have my content.
Yeah.
But I need something when they come to the school area that they can log on to an intranet, a network,
exactly,
and get all the stuff that they need.
Or go where they train with the drones, and then you're sure that it works. Yes, indeed.
So you would incorporate all that. You tell me what I need.
Exactly.
Do you install it? Oh, you do. See, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, we do everything. So basically, our customers typically have all the content.
Right.
The most mature of them, the biggest ones, like ASU is one of our customers. They go to the Global South.
I know ASU well.
Very good.
Gave them a lot of money. Both my kids went there.
Okay. Very, very well. Very good. So they will typically have perfect content already from a technical point of view. So already on Moodle, everything.
Sure.
We just put it on there, put it on the server, and we are up and running.
How much memory does this have, or it's all on the server stored? And this is just a conduit that
this
says
is 2
go
terabytes.
here, go that way.
Up to 2 terabytes.
Okay.
So it's several masters worth.
I just can't believe that there's no speed lag. It's just with the Raspberry. I mean, there's so. I'm asking because there's so many other small format computers that are just so much more powerful.
It's a good question.
We ran, and you're using a Raspberry.
Yeah.
I just don't understand.
Yeah, we ran into a speed problem at a point, and then we solved it. Actually, we found out that with some coding.
Really?
We did, yeah. In fact, there's well, my colleagues know better, but yeah, there is some coding where, in fact, you can kind of throw a switch, and you can also add 5G instead of the classic Wi-Fi. So there is a small USB key for 5G on there.
So let me get this straight.
Yes.
You initially did find some speed issues with the Raspberry, but it was through coding and not necessarily through
coding
hardware?
and hardware. So
coding and hardware.
It's a very small USB key. Well, not a USB key, but a USB thing, which is Wi-Fi giving 5G, which is added. Then, in fact, the Wi-Fi was much faster. The issue wasn't really the processing speed, was more the Wi-Fi speed. And then, in fact, initially it was the old-style Wi-Fi.
Geez, well, that's why I'm here to learn. It's pretty interesting. I would never think that. I would think the processing speed would be the the bottleneck.
It does not seem to be.
Well, obviously you're up and running. So
yes, we
I mean, that's wow. And how many of these are actually deployed?
Roughly 250 systems. So we have more than 40 customers today, and they're active. They've deployed it to more than 25 countries.
Okay, so the base unit would be this, and that's about $700-ish.
Yes.
And then,
if we work together, typically we're selling 4 things, if I can say it like this. So the hardware, which is of course the pivot of everything.
Right.
Then we're selling we're doing some implementation, meaning, we take.
That's critical. I mean.
Yes, exactly. So in fact, sometimes if you're a mid-sized organization, it's not perfect. So you give us a PowerPoint. Half of us have a master or PhD in education technology, so we cut it into smaller.
Okay.
So we cut it into smaller pieces, add quizzes, so as to make the outcomes empirically better. Then we also sell a package which we call BK Plus, which is it's free the first year, and after 1 year, that's basically the package which includes the crucial synchronization software, which is that's really our secret sauce. That's the thing which we are the only ones in the world which we know how to do. Plus Cockpit, which is fleet management, and and plus maintenance and support. So in fact, when you buy all this, it's a little bit like Apple. It's kind of an optimized device.
Sure.
Not for being a smartphone, but for beaming classes into wherever you go. And that's part of the service.
That's extremely impressive.
Thank you very much.
Where's your booth?
It's down at the Swiss Tech booth. Sorry.
Okay.
Downstairs
and
at Eureka.
Why did you come to CES? To show people that this exists, or to meet other marketing opportunities or synergies between other companies?
Yeah, but in fact we had 3 ideas. The first one was to meet a new type of customers. Currently we work mainly with NGOs and government agencies, but we're also very interested in multinationals who have a global supply chain which they need to train. how to make a better coffee and learn a little bit about human rights, typically, if you're a coffee company, or cyber-sensitive industrial sites, where in fact the CISO, I used to be a CISO, would like to air gap the site. But then in fact, with this, at least, the shop floor workers, you can train them without needing to get onto the corporate network. And the third thing is dispersed teams. So if you're in construction, catering, oil and gas, instead of telling, like in the village, instead of going to people and saying, okay, in 2 months, please show up at this place 100 miles away. No, you just go there, train them. It's immediate and it's documented.
So you set up that station for that specific function, and then you...
Our clients do that, yes.
Wow.
They could at least. So let's say...
Now this is empty, right? There's nothing in this?
Yeah, that's a dummy.
Can I see the real thing downstairs?
Yes, of course. You can come and visit us.
I'm going to do that.
With pleasure.
Very interesting product. I still can't get my head around. Not that there's anything wrong with the Raspberry, but in my head I don't visualize that as an engine, to pump out that kind of information at the proper speed without lagging, or drop signal or any of that. I just can't get my brain that you harness and it's wonderful because it's not that expensive.
Nope.
You're keeping the price down and you're getting the job done, and that's commendable.
And if you look at the alternatives, so let's say mobile network if available, but typically it's much, much more expensive per megabyte.
Oh my God.
And if you, here you just charge it once, maybe even at headquarters in Europe or whatever in the US, and then, in fact, it's all the rest is free. Or if you take satellite, that's much more expensive.
It's just brilliant. It's just...
Thank you.
It's just it's an amazing device.
Thank you, Don.
Yeah, I got to go down and see it. I want to see it for real. Great.
Happy to
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
I'm so happy you came on. It just kills me. It's just such an interesting thing.
Thank you very much.
It just shows you, that's why I say I learn everything here, and I still can't get my head around. But the thing is, it's the ingenuity of their people, of their product engineers and their scientists and their developers. Very bright people who were able to take literally an educational, I don't want to say toy, but a very unpowerful, and I hate to use that word. Pardon me?
A gadget almost.
It is. That's why they call me the gadget professor. But it's just so cool to see someone push that device way beyond where it was ever dreamed to be. It wasn't... That computer was not designed to do what it's doing, and you're doing it.
But we tried to push it even further, and then we failed. Something we tried to do was that, in fact, we got a grant to study to put AI on it.
Yeah.
So as to help, let's say, our first idea was tutoring the individual students.
Yeah.
However, that just consumes too much electricity, so the packaging doesn't work then. However, we're going to use AI probably to help the instructor assess what the students
Right now, you don't have a choice because that's the way it's going. Everybody's... And it helps, but boy, in terms of form factor, you nailed it.
Exactly.
Nailed it.
Thank you.
Very good.
I'm very flattered. Thank you very much.
I'm flattered. Thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you. Good luck to you. I'll see you later, I hope.
Yes.
I want to see the real thing. That's amazing. You think you know everything or you're smart or they come up with this simple form factor of a Raspberry, which, man, to me it's one of those, I don't know if I'm a lot older than most of you folks out there, but I remember the days they had the Heath kit. And you used to get these little boxes and you can build like a crystal radio or some crazy stuff like that. And now, wow. So I think we are going to do a switcheroo. Yes?
Yep, Scott is up next.
I bring that word switcheroo up because my little grandson, Ethan Jack, he did a switcheroo. He said, Papa, you want to see a switcheroo? And he showed me a magic trick, and he held out a pencil, and he goes, watch. And he puts the pen down somewhere. He goes, it's gone. And I said, how did you do that? And he goes, it's the switcheroo. So Scott Ertz is going to be coming up. You're going to have a wonderful time with him. A phenomenal guy, a lot of fun. And this is Don Bain, the Gadget Professor, signing out for today. I will see everybody back, I think, at 9 o'clock. Does that sound right tomorrow? Or 10?
I believe so. I'm not sure. I will something
Whenever
like
I'm
that.
supposed to be here, I will be here until 1 o'clock. And thank you so much. And we'll now turn it over to Mr. Scott.
Help support our coverage with a free account on Privacy, the service that keeps you protected when shopping online. Get $5 to try it now by using promo code QZZ2J.
Hello, Internet. I'm Scott Ertz with PLUGHITZ Live. We are here at CES 2025. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Very excited. I've spent all morning downstairs checking in all the guests, which has been a ton of fun, and we're going to have some fun up here as well. We have a very full schedule, but if you've watched our coverage in the past, you know day one can be a little shaky sometimes. It'll be real solid, and then people won't show up for a while, or they'll get lost finding the studio, because you might notice behind us we are in a physical different location this year than we've been the last 7 or 8 years. They've moved us to the other side of the building, so people who have known us for a long time and know where we are no longer do. So we're going to make it work, but I know that we have guests who are showing up already, which is, of course, fantastic. If you don't know me, PLUGHITZ Live, we've got a number of shows. Our flagship is F5 Live, Refreshing Technology. We're on Sunday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern. I know our regular F5 Live viewers are seeing me for the first time in a while. We've been dealing with hurricane stuff in Florida, and it's been a number of months since we've done an F5 Live episode. So it's definitely good to be back on air and back with our audience. Very happy about that. For our F5 family, know that after CES, we will be back. It will not be the Sunday immediately, this coming Sunday. It'll be the week after because, well, all the equipment's probably still going to be in boxes because we're traveling that day. But we will be back next Sunday with F5 Live for the first time in months. Very excited about it. So definitely check that out. Sunday nights, 9 p.m. Eastern. Or you can go to f5live.tv at any time to see that. Thanks to Don. Appreciate him taking a 3-hour block this morning. He normally only does 2, so pretty cool to have him do an extra hour this year. And we're going to have him for all 4 days, which I'm very excited about. Don usually does only the first 3. Also, you might notice that Todd is missing. Yes, Todd, GNC, the logo is missing in our intro. Todd's not here this year for the first time in 15 years, which has been very strange, but we'll talk about that in a little while, and that's because our next guest is here. Hello.
How are you?
Fantastic. Yourself?
Good. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
My name is Ralph Newhouse, and I am the CEO of Chef IQ.
Okay. Tell me about that.
So Chef IQ is a smart appliance company, and what we're in business to do is to bring the inner chef out of everyone.
Okay.
So to design cutting-edge cooking hardware layered with amazing experiences that allow culinary consumers to execute delicious meals and get a consistent and predictable result every time. We design our hardware in-house from the ground up. We are very conscientious about being vertically integrated so that we can be as close to the product as possible and keep the costs really approachable.
Okay, so what have we got here? Because it looks like really long headphone cable, headphone jacks.
So this is a new product introduction, Generation 3. It's a wireless cooking thermometer.
Nice.
So the idea here is that you make cooking your meats, poultry, fish, effortless, frictionless. You place the probe in the protein. You select via the app what outcome you're looking for.
Okay.
So medium well, and then what vessel are you creating it in? An oven or a grill, deep fryer,
smoker,
and then and then you press the button. We tell you when it's time to insert your food, flip your food, and remove your food, and we account for things like the heat rising post cook. So that temperature differential, we really cover end to end to make sure that that experience is completely consistent.
Okay. And this is the whole thing.
This is it. So
Okay.
these wireless probes can withstand up to 1,000 degrees.
Okay.
So they're indestructible. You can throw them. You can try and crack them. They don't come apart. They got Bluetooth and Wi-Fi built into them.
They do look a little bit like a dart.
They kind of do. But yeah, they have Bluetooth and Wi-Fi, so you can monitor the results or what's going on within the food from anywhere. They're obviously waterproof. They're got audio capability as well. So if you don't want to, you got your hands are dirty, this thing will talk to you and tell you when it's time to attend to your food, or if there's an action that needs attention.
Okay. And I imagine, based on the look of them, they probably charge inductive in the body?
That is correct.
Okay.
And you can get about 8 hours of charge within 10 minutes, 8 hours of working time with about a couple minutes of charge.
Okay.
So it's really quick.
Okay. And so if you're doing a long smoke, you could either swap it or charge it mid-smoke.
Unless you're doing a smoke for like 48 hours plus, this thing got you covered.
Okay.
48 hours, 49 hours of battery life. So it pretty much accounts for all types of cooks.
You can get to 8 hours in a short time, but it'll last longer than 8 if you give it a full charge.
Full charge within 40 minutes, and you get your full 49 hours or so of charge time.
Got it. So my 20 hours on the Thanksgiving turkey, not a problem.
Yeah, we got you covered.
Got it.
And the really cool thing is about we're bringing these technologies at a really low price point. So these things sell for $79 in the single pack configuration. They go up to a 5-pack. So you can have 5 probes when you're cooking all these different things at once.
Which is why there's numbers on the tips.
Which is why there's numbers, and they're color coded too, and those match up to what you see in the app. So if you don't have to look at a digit, you just look at a color. You got a lot of things going on in the grill. And what's really cool at this show is we've launched our countertop mini oven. And our mini oven and thermometer talk to each other. So you can now do things that weren't previously possible. For instance, sous vide's traditionally been, vacuum seal in a bag with water, so you can keep that temperature consistent. Well, now we can do edge-to-edge cooking with in a regular oven. And the way we do that is because these thermometers have an ambient sensor, so we know the temperatures that are surrounding the food, because meats and whatnot, they give off. They let juices kind of come out, and it cools down the immediate surrounding area. And so the whole trick with sous vide, if you're sous videing a steak and you choose, you want it at 140 degrees, so you got to keep the ambient temperature at that same temperature as the target.
Right.
So because we have sensors in the food and near the food, we can then take the oven cavity temperature and customize it so it's exactly what the temperature of the internal target is set to around that area of the food where it matters, not just in the overall cavity, because when you measure the ambient around the actual food, it's a lot cooler than what the oven's NTC is picking up. So
and you can do little micro adjustments to keep it.
And you don't do anything. The oven's doing that for you.
The oven, it's you being
the
Chef
IQ.
Is able to make little micro adjustments to ensure that temperature is right where it's supposed to be.
Exactly, right around the surface temperature. It's just
the same way that the sous vide cookers do in the water.
Exactly, and the water is circulating, so that way it keeps the temperature consistent throughout. So that's why you use water in a water bath, because at every point in the water through circulation, you're maintaining that even temperature throughout the cook.
You've also just explained to me why a convection oven. Okay.
Yes. and then it's like you can, with this oven, if you're running late and you have, let's say, a steak in the oven and it's telling you there's a half hour left to cook time, but you're not going to be home on time, we can elongate the cook for you. We can say, all right, you're going to be 2 hours, so we're going to take that temperature in the oven and throttle it all the way down based on our predictive engine, knowing how long it will take at that temperature to be complete, readjust those, so then when you come home, you have a fresh steak waiting for you to take out. That isn't overcooked or undercooked and just sits at that temperature you wanted. So it's really about using technology, not so much for just the sake of having technology and flashy things, but it's like it's almost hidden. And it's there when you need it, and we just build these fantastic user experiences around it. Did you know you can cook an egg in an oven? Sunny side up, easy over.
Okay. I would say quiche for sure, yes. Technically, I guess you can cook an egg in an oven, but no.
And so those are the type of experiences we're able to bring about. So, you know, we just type what you're making, and then the oven sets to the right parameters, and then as long as you follow the prompts, we'll get you to the other side without having to think about it. And that's Chef IQ. And that's why our thermometer is, you know, the #1 selling thermometer in the country.
Oh, yeah?
500,000 users this year joined the community.
Okay.
We're sold Costco, Walmart, and Generation 3 comes out in about a month. And some of the improvements here will make it just stand further out in front in terms of the capability.
That's super cool. So you said this one here is $79.
Yep.
For a solo.
Single pack, $79.
And then it goes up to a 5-pack.
And it goes up to a 5-pack, which gets to about $199 for the 5-pack.
Okay.
Yeah. So
you definitely get a better price per unit.
Yeah, as you start adding up. And then my only thermometer out of the box that comes with a Wi-Fi. World's thinnest, which helps ensure there's no juices that exit the food because the protrusion hole is just too big.
Okay. Okay. And then the oven.
Mini oven.
Yes.
Ooh, it's special. Come by and take a look at it soon.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about that. Is that out? Is it coming soon?
It'll be out in a couple weeks, launching at Costco and Walmart. And Mini Oven has, on the hardware side, it's got the first soft door close countertop oven. It's got a BLDC motor, which means that we can air fry up to 3,400 RPMs. Like, just for contrast, air circulation, a traditional air fryer would be between 1,400 and maybe 1,900 RPMs.
Okay.
So we generate much more wind, and so we can provide for a really, truly crispy, textured finish when desired. So you got full air fryer capability. It's a really innovative motor and fan assembly, so it's really small. The bezel around the oven is almost non-existent, so you're getting a ton of cooking capacity in a very, very small footprint.
Okay.
And then it comes with our first touch display as well.
Okay.
So you're interfacing it in a way that's just more common these days.
I would say modern and expected.
Yeah, exactly.
Got it.
And
what kind of price point are we going to look at?
$299, so we're below the Brevils of the world and below the non-smart competitors, and that's how you get this technology to catch fire, is you make it affordable and approachable and let people see the wonders that this thing can do, and then
absolutely
tell their friends.
We had a super cool, interesting oven on last year that I think the MSRP was going to be like $2,000.
Yep.
It's like, all right, that's great for the 6 people who are going to be, and I mean, we loved it. It was interesting getting it up in the tower, but we did. But you know, it's not approachable for me. I'm not going to be able to do that. Because my money goes into this stuff.
Yeah, and that's been the challenge, I think, in the kitchen, is that a lot of these technology first companies are not recognizing that the utility of the current generation of non-smart appliances do a pretty good job. So there really has to be a ton of added versatility to attract consumers, and if you can do it at a compressed price point.
Where you're giving a reason why this versus the existing stuff and making it price acceptable. You know, it could possibly be a little more because you're getting a whole bunch, but it can't be for something countertop size. It can't be $2,000.
Correct. It is not there.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you limit yourself as a company.
That's exactly right. And so that's our whole model, is trying to keep costs low.
I'm happy to hear that.
Yeah, awesome. So
people are going to want more information. How can they get it?
ChefIQ.com. And, yeah, you find more information there. Or you can shop at your local Costco, Walmart, Target. We're pretty much sold nationwide. So we're available everywhere. Wonderful products are sold. And I really appreciate the opportunity to come up here and talk about these products.
Absolutely. Super cool.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for joining me.
Thank
you.
Have
a good rest of your show.
Thank you.
Yeah, super interesting that. Obviously, kitchen stuff is an interest of mine. And, you know, I've got all kinds of smart kitchen gadgets and things like that. I've got a Wi-Fi connected smoker and all kinds of stuff. But this really does make it approachable for a lot of people. Because again, the thing last year, I can't even remember what it was called, Adam. It's gone out of my head, and it was super cool. Getting it up here was a challenge, but you know, a super cool product. But I'm not going to be able to afford it. the toaster that we saw a couple years ago at Unveiled or Showstoppers. Super cool. Yeah, my brother went and bought one, but I'm not gonna, because I don't use a toaster enough to be able to justify a $300 or $400 toaster. But for this thing, you know, countertop, small format oven for $300, that's about, I think, what I paid for the one I have now, and it doesn't do anything interesting. So that's pretty cool. Was it Chef IQ, Adam? Was that the name of it?
That sounds familiar,
Okay.
yes.
That's what I thought he said. Very cool. Looks like our next guest will be up in just a moment. Like I said at the top, we are pretty stacked today. So hopefully, so long as everybody shows up, we will be moving. So that's good. This morning was a little slow. While the next guest gets set, I'll point out again, yes, Todd is not here this year. Geek News Central, obviously, we miss you, Todd. But we do have Don Bain, who was on this morning. We've got Marlo back. He will be here after me. So it's good to have Marlo back. We seem to have accidentally traded Todd for Marlo this year. Last year, he was injured and wasn't able to be on air. But he's back this year, and I'm very happy about that. But, yeah. It's going to be a good CES. We've got a very full schedule, and I believe I now have a part of a leg next to me. I cannot wait to find out why that is. But I do see an innovation award sitting next to me, and that's always a good start. All right. Our next guest is here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
It's good.
I'll lean forward a little bit so I can see you.
Oh, yeah. Can you see me?
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Yeah. First of all, thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
And then, our company provides some wearable healthcare solution.
Okay.
Using novel technology, which is called the WeStim.
Okay.
WeStim means wearing electrical stimulation. So this technology can harvest like natural electric energy generated from body movement. And then this can convert this energy into the beneficial microelectric stimulation.
Okay.
Yes. So microelectric stimulation has been known to promote provide some the healing and regenerative energy to the body. So we apply that WeStim technology into the various sportswear and wearable products to reduce a muscle fatigue and recovery, and then enhance a performance. That's what is our products.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the electrostimulation, that's the little pads that we've seen in the past and things like that.
Yes.
Okay. Got it. Just wanted to make sure we were on the same page there. Okay.
Yes.
So you've taken that and combined it with a way to collect the energy that we're already producing through motion.
Yes.
And redirect it.
Yes, because compared to the other technology, which is we need a power, a battery,
right.
Artificial electric stimulation, but we utilize the natural body energy. So, and what makes WeStim remarkable is this is a battery-free and then the device-free operation, which ensure eco-friendly and seamless integration and convenient, usability.
Okay.
Yes.
So how do we do this without a device? How's that work?
Oh, you just walking through the, this principle is basically whenever you touch, you can feel sometimes a static electricity.
Yes, Adam and I have been getting shocked all week since we got here.
Yes, whenever you run through the plastic come through your hair, you feel adhered. Yes.
Every time we touch a doorknob.
Yes. So whenever we move, every time our body generates some electric energy, but our technology can collect this to the target area.
Okay.
Especially special arrangement of the conductive fibers.
Okay.
So inside here we have some some silver threaded conductive fiber line in here, so you can see.
Okay.
and this is kind of like a secret of our technology. So based on our target, and this one is designed for stimulating where's that, hamstring area.
Okay.
So they can stimulate some hamstring area, so reduce some muscle fatigue, and then improve the performance and then the recovery.
Got it.
Yes.
And the technology is all built into the fabric.
Yes.
Or into the end product. Maybe not into the fabric. In this case, it's in stitching.
Yes.
But it's built into the product. It's fully integrated.
Yes.
Okay. So it's not like a thing that we're adding to our existing workout pants or whatever. This is something that's a fully integrated solution.
That's correct.
Okay.
This is the beauty of our technology. So you can handle this as a regular, regular apparel. Yes. Because, so we kind of like arrangement of like a conductive fiber thread. Yeah, structuring. That's the kind of secret of our technology.
Okay.
Yeah. So
very interesting. So is there, you said it's device free, so that probably means, because we've seen some other, wearable sports stuff in the past, but there's always something like when you're going to wash the material, there's something that has to come out. Is there anything with this, or it's just you can wash the whole thing as it is?
Oh, you can wash as any regular, for example, this is you can wash as any regular leggings.
Okay.
So this is like conductive thread, unless it is like carded or whatever. So it is pretty much semi-permanent. So yes, and then you can use as a handle as a regular, the apparels.
Okay.
Yes.
So there's no little puck or anything in it. There's
no.
There's no additional piece. It's all just the integrated.
Yes.
Okay.
This is very good. Yeah. So actually, we got like a back-to-back CES annually innovation award. The 2024.
Which you got here on the table this year.
Yes. So 2024, we got this one is the 2024 winner.
Okay.
And 2025 winner is like a protector. So this one kind of provide a protect the muscle support for the joint, and also provide the healing energy to the joint.
Okay.
Using microelectric stimulation.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's all based on the same technology.
Yes,
just
sir.
Here we've got it's aimed different, and it's in a different material, different item.
Yes, wherever you want to target.
Okay.
Yes, because this one is targeting for this one is performance, this one is designed for the soccer player.
Okay.
So they use a lot of calf muscle. So this one is stimulating calf muscle area.
Okay.
And then this one stimulating joint, and then it depends on wherever our target.
Okay. And what it is that you're doing.
What
the activity.
Activity?
Yeah, it depends on the activity, the thing that you're doing, and where you want to target. Okay.
Oh, yes, wherever, yes.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Sure.
Super cool. If people want to find out more about this, how can they do that?
We have some the Hyvel Mall, hyvle.com, and then we already have some online mall, and we have some Baron Bio webpage, and then they have a lot of information if you would like to see, and then we are happy to give some answer, if any kinds of question. Yeah.
Okay. Where are we in the production of this? Are they out and available now? Are they coming soon? Is it a mix between the different products?
Because this one we got already innovation over 2024. So the lot of apparel top leggings, and then various socks is already launched.
Okay.
In our Hyvel Mall online mall.
Okay. So we can go buy that right now.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. And also this one is not launched yet, but it's pretty soon. We will launch too.
Okay.
Yes.
First half of the year?
Pretty much.
Okay. Very cool. Well, thank you so much for coming up and talking to me today. Really interesting. Really interesting.
Really appreciate this opportunity,
Absolutely.
I was very happy to enjoy this, yeah.
Well, good. I'm glad.
Thank you very much.
And hopefully you'll enjoy the rest of the show.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Very good.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
it's interesting. Obviously, different versions of integrated technology into sportswear and whatnot is far from a new concept from that standpoint. But I don't know. We're starting to see more of this like electrostimulation stuff out kind of in the wild. I've seen it implemented in a couple of places. I've never seen anything like this. Like we were saying, normally there's a little puck or something that you have to wear on the particular spot, but the idea that it's all integrated and it's getting the energy through the body, maybe that's what we need, Adam. Maybe we need to get these socks, not because we're trying to stimulate our calf muscles, because maybe it's act as a ground.
It might just supercharge it.
Oh, God, that's a possibility, too. We might make it worse. Might be able to shoot lightning out of our fingers. I don't know exactly what's wrong with us, but we always tend to like statically charge real quick when we're here at CES in particular. There was one year where I wasn't allowed to open any doors because even touching glass, I would get shocked. So it's been a bit of a running joke in our group about static shocks. But it's really an interesting concept. I'd love to see it in action, to do a thing with like regular socks on and then do the thing with those and see if or 1-in-1 and see if I can get myself totally out of sorts. All very interesting. And one of the things I like to remind our audience is we never know what we're going to see, because we've definitely seen cameras for identifying butterflies and electrostimulation for athletes just so far today. So my favorite part of our show is that it is a constant change from interview to interview. But we do have our next guest here. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm great. How are you today?
Fantastic. It's day one.
I know it's day one, but it feels like day 5.
And on day 4, we might have a different answer to that question, but that's okay. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Yeah, I'm Julia Deister. I'm with Hydrific, part of Lixil. And yeah, we are here to showcase our first product that we just launched.
Okay. And it looks like a water drop in the logo.
Yeah, here we go.
Oh, it even says droplet underneath. So there we go.
Yeah, here we go.
Go ahead and tell me about that.
Yeah, Droplet, we did a Kickstarter campaign like last March, and we are just shipping our first units.
Okay.
And we are using CES as a platform for direct-to-consumer launch. And I can show you what it actually is. So if I unpack that little guy, it's like a smart...
The box says hello in case you guys missed it inside.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Very cute product design here. So it's like a smart home water sensor that works in single-family homes. And it is very, very easy to install. So it's like, you can see that. It's like a easy clamp-on design.
Okay.
And you just put it on your main water pipe close to your shutoff valve, ideally.
Okay.
And from there, it's just installed at one single point. So you just need one droplet in order to monitor your entire water usage at home.
Wow.
So yeah, so it's using 2 ultrasonic sensors that are here.
Oh.
So it can read through the pipe. It's compatible with 95% of single-family home setups. So you don't have to worry, no matter what pipe material, what pipe size you have at home, you can just easily clamp it on. It takes you 5 minutes to install. And then it connects to your app on your phone.
Okay.
So yeah, so we wanted to make sure to have a really affordable product that's very easy to install, and it's like a low entry point for water usage education and better awareness around your water use at home. So yeah.
All right. So obviously, water usage sensors are not new, right? They've been around for ages. The water company uses them, right? So as the homeowner, what benefits do I get from having this sensor?
So yeah, you mentioned like, yeah, everyone has a water meter at home, but a lot of people get their water bill like maybe once a year, maybe every month, but it's like one big number that doesn't really tell you much, right?
Right.
So we want to give a tool to the end user where they can understand better what does it really mean like at home. So especially like in markets like California or Texas, where there's a lot of water restrictions, people need to save water, but they really don't know where to start because they don't really understand where the water is going at home. So the benefit here is actually we are using AI and machine learning in order to understand where your water is going at home. So you could tell, for example, do you have an inefficient toilet at home, or like how much do I really use for showering? So the end user can actually make day-to-day choices that are really easy to integrate into their lifestyle without too many trade-offs. And the other really nice thing is talking about water bills. Like actually, we have studies out there that you can save up to 30% of water use and money as well with this type of product. Because like you are actually going to get, for example, like leak alerts. So that's like one of the main benefits that Droplet has, where you are going to get a leak alert, for example, if you have a low drip at home. So that's really, really helpful for people to get ahead and prevent like a huge water damage at home, right? Like we had so many stories of people like that were, that had like a leak happening for 2-3 years. No one knew about it because it's like a slow drip. And then all of a sudden, your like whole like shower system is dripping and it goes through the walls and you have a water damage of thousands of dollars. But yeah, we also have like fun stories like current users actually that left their garden hose on, right? For like a few, like, and they got a notification on the app. I'm like, oh, forgot about that. So it's easy things like that that actually really help because you have a current view, not just like a historical once a year type of number on your water bill that really doesn't tell you much.
Your second example is an interesting one for me because we live in Florida. And we had the hurricanes a couple months ago, right?
Yeah.
And we didn't know that the hose was on because we had a nozzle on it, right? And a little water gun, right? You leave it on, it's no big deal. The hurricane snapped the nozzle off.
Oh, no way.
And we didn't know until we went in the backyard several days later.
Exactly.
And so it had been running at full blast in the backyard, just going and going and going. So we would have had, assuming there was an internet connection, which at the time there wasn't, but that's a whole different issue. This would give you the alert that, hey, something has gone terribly wrong.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So yeah, that's like a huge benefit, and like also even the awareness and understanding of water use at home. It might be not top of mind for everyone, but almost everyone we talked to had a story like yours, right? And then it's like, okay, it actually can help a lot in everyone's life, right? And
so you mentioned that you were using machine learning. Are you looking at like water usage trends to figure out this is what a toilet flush looks like, this is what a shower looks like, this is what a dishwasher looks like? Is that what you're using it for?
Yeah, like it's pretty much a really great explanation. So each fixture and fitting has like a specific fingerprint. So as you said, like it has a certain pattern that you can follow, and then we can easily classify where the water is used. So yeah.
And then you can see if something changes.
Exactly.
Such as the toilet tank is starting to leak a little bit.
Exactly, like that's a huge one, like a leaky toilet flapper.
Yeah.
And it's like insane. Like if we look at use cases, like there's like users actually that have reported to save up like $1,000 a month because of a leaky toilet flapper. I know, like it's wild, right?
That's an expensive water bill.
Yeah, I know. Like we had like literally 2 weeks ago, someone texted us saying like, thank you so much. Like if I wouldn't have caught that, or like, and that's things like you don't really like think about, but in areas in the U.S., California has some really high water bills or ticket items for that, and it really helps with that.
Okay, so from a power standpoint, it looked like there was a USB-C on the side.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Like we have a USB-C here.
So do we keep it powered, or is this a charged device?
We keep it powered. So we did a lot of beta testing, trying to understand what's better, using battery power or USB-C. And like based on our research, like the majority of households actually have a power plug close by to the main water shutoff valve.
Okay.
So sometimes you need an extension cord, but with an extension cord you can normally install it easily. And the idea is so you can install it, you leave it there, and you don't have to worry about it anymore, right? Not changing batteries, and it uses a lot of battery power because we are sampling data so much. So it can sample up to
every time with something does water.
Exactly.
This has to start paying attention again.
Exactly, and it's like we are sampling 50 times a second if something is happening.
Okay.
So we can that's we kind of need that data data accuracy in order to be able to classify it, right? Is it a faucet or is it a shower? If we don't sample it often enough, we won't know. Or leaks, like what type of leak it is.
That makes sense.
So yeah, so USB-C plugged in.
Okay, and it just clamps on the pipe, the end.
Yeah, exactly. Like you just clamp it on. We have an LED indicator, so it indicates red light that you are not connected yet. Some people don't even know what the water pipe is, right? So we had people like, oh, this is not working. So like it gives you an indication, okay, go to your water pipe or you're not clamped tight enough.
Okay.
So it gives you an indication, and then you go through the onboarding on the app. And then you're all set up. So you will see your now view, like your historical view on data usage, and and you can start saving water at home.
So the original Kickstarter orders are shipping now.
Yes, correct.
If I, who did not do the Kickstarter, wanted to get one, what kind of timeline are we looking at for that?
So February actually. So so you can we have a show special right now for $169, and we are having a lot of people coming and stop by at our booth, and we are backfilling all the orders we have right now in January, and then starting in February we are going to ship Droplet out on our direct-to-consumer website.
Fantastic. And for people who want to find out more information or to buy one for themselves, how can they do that?
Yeah, just go on hydrificwater.com and you will see our website. You can get our Droplet right from there and order it today.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming and showing this. Very cool.
Here we go.
I've seen a number of these devices at CES over the years. I've never seen one that just clamps on. Normally, you've got to pull stuff out and attach it.
Yeah, I know.
That always seems like more than I'm willing to do.
Exactly.
Is what it comes down to.
100%.
Plumbing is the thing I don't do. Ever, if I can avoid it. Trying to fix a leaky flapper is about as far as I'm interested in going. So I don't have to do any plumbing.
No.
And I can still get the insights, which is a win for me. So.
Yeah, no, 100%, and that was our choice, right? We were thinking about really complex systems at first when we launched or when we ideated, and then we are like, no, we need to start way lower in the funnel. Like we want to have something very easy, everyone can buy. It's the most affordable sensor out there in the market right now.
Nice.
And and it's the most accurate one too. So you can see everything what you need to see. And you don't have really that many trade-offs with it, so it's easy to act on it and educates you on your water usage. So
the most affordable and the most accurate. I think you've found the sweet spot there.
Great.
Thank you so much for coming up and talking to me. Have a good rest of the show.
Yeah, thank you so much. You too.
All right. That's fascinating. Water usage is one of those things that we don't think about that much, but we should, because I'll tell you, I had a leak at home. Actually, it was a toilet. It was exactly her example. The flapper was leaking just a little bit. It would be fine. It would be fine, and then you'd get, where's that coming from? And it never lasted long enough to figure out where it was coming from. And then my bill went up by double. And we figured out that that's where it was coming from. But with this, you can figure it out before your bill doubles, which seems like the better choice. All right. we've got, I think our next company is downstairs. And it's a company we've had on before, I believe, represented by a friend, which is always a win. But yeah, I mentioned earlier, I keep having to, get back to the interviews. Todd's not here this year. Raw Voice is really killing it. They've been launching so many new products. I don't know if you've been following it over there, but it seems like every time I turn around, Todd's announcing some new product for podcasters and content creators, and it's super exciting. But it does mean that he didn't have the time in his schedule to be able to make it over here to us this year in Vegas, which is okay. It's a little weird to not have him here this year, but we're gonna make it through and do him proud. If you've seen our intro video this year, it's something that I'm pretty proud of because it starts with our first ever TPN live broadcast from 2010. Todd and two of the other TPN members at the time at the NBC Universal booth, which is where we started doing this, was at the NBC Universal booth, and that was cool. But now here we are in our own tower overlooking the show floor. We've certainly come a long way in the 15 years since we first got started. So definitely a fun show this year. It is interesting being on the other side of the room. We've kind of gotten used to where we were and the types of companies that they tend to have around us. But they totally reshuffled the show floor this year. It used to be that the national delegations, there's the Swiss pavilion and the French tech, and I think there's an African delegation of 11 companies. Just keep it off. I think there's 11 companies here representing the African startups, and all of them were kind of intermixed with Eureka Park downstairs. And now it seems like they've brought all the national and regional delegations upstairs and put them all together and given Eureka Park mostly all downstairs, which is a great idea. But it did mean that they evicted us out of our spot where we've been for a very long time. But the companies that are around us over here, we have a little bit more, let's say, health and wellness focused companies. We've got some baby care stuff behind us. There's a blood pressure monitor that is looks like it's in like a watch band, which is interesting because last year we saw the one that's a finger, like a pulse ox monitor. This one appears to be like a watch. I'm intrigued to see kind of what the accuracy on that is, but maybe we will figure that out before the end of the week. Well, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing just fine. How are you?
Fantastic. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Yes, my name is Brian Shercliffe. I'm with Time Kettle US.
And tell us about Time Kettle. I am very aware of your product line, but for our audience who may not be.
So Time Kettle, we make AI translation devices that are meant to be worn in-ear.
It's a really interesting take on it because, we see you put the phone down and talk and it comes up and does, text to text, but I don't know. I don't really want to subtitle real life.
Yes, you want to have a one-on-one conversation. In translation, there's always going to be a delay between what you say, and if you have a human interpreter, a intermediary between us,
right.
They need to hear what you said, think about it, turn to the other person, then they have to think about it,
right.
Answer, and that process takes a lot of time.
Right.
These products solve that by eliminating that middleman. And not only that, they can also translate more than one language at a time. So if you had an interpreter that could speak 2, 4, 5 different languages at the same time, maybe you could compare it, but these really don't have a comparison to human translation.
Okay. So it is the United Nations in your ear.
Absolutely.
Okay.
At least this device is. This is our X1 interpreter hub.
Okay.
This device has built-in earbuds. Typically,
those
you
are
would
cool
wear.
looking.
Yeah, they're very futuristic. They have noise-canceling microphones, and part of the secret sauce technology is that they are focused. Like here, we've got a boom mic to get the microphone as close to the mouth as possible. This is using sophisticated technology to just isolate the sound around the mouth so that we're picking up just the speaker.
Okay.
Because if you and I are talking and your microphone is picking up what I'm saying, it's going
Right.
to confuse the algorithms.
Right. That makes sense. That makes sense.
So if you're wearing one of these earbuds, you know, the battery life's 3 to 5 hours. The device itself has 6 to 12 hours. You ever play like PlayStation 5 or anything like that? The controller lasts about that long. You switch it out with the other controller.
Yeah,
And that's
absolutely.
kind of the thinking here is,
okay.
is you can just switch.
Understood.
Have them charge. There's also a button. It's a button. It's really just like a sensor, and that you can use it in a typical, I'm going to speak in my language, and then let go, and you'll hear it in whatever language. We support up to 40 languages, 92 dialects.
Wow. Okay. So you can just, with this guy, you can literally just back and forth, and it'll push the translation back out at you, and then I can do it again, and you can talk into it, and then I can come back at me?
Correct.
Awesome.
Pretty cool.
Okay. And it's not as heavy as I was expecting it to be, based on its size and everything that it's doing in here with the headphones. And obviously, there's obviously a charging battery and stuff in here. Yeah, that's a convenient to travel with.
Absolutely. Let me see if I can get it working here. So the different modes that it supports are the traditional ones that even our in-ear work with, and that is the one-on-one. That's where you're going to wear one earbud in one ear, and your partner will wear it in the other. You support 40 languages. Some of them can be offline, so you do not necessarily need to be online. Those pairs are typically like English to Chinese, Japanese, Spanish, German, French, Korean.
Okay.
Listen and play is a very popular mode where you just want to be like a fly on the wall. You put an earbud in your ear. You can put the device close to the speaker and listen in. So my father-in-law uses this in his church setting where he listens to the Spanish service, and he can be an observer. Now, he was going to be at that service anyway, but now he feels like he's a participant and more involved in what's going on there.
Interesting.
The other method is that Ask and Go, and that's where you're using it as a standalone device.
Okay.
This is like the traditional devices in the space started with that. We have, I'm going to skip this newer mode called presentation. You can make a voice call. So if I have 2 of these devices, you got one in, where are you from? Like
Florida.
Florida. I'm in Plano.
Okay.
We can have a phone call through one of these devices. So you have one, I have one. There's a number very similar to a phone number.
Okay.
I can dial in. And then we have UN mode. What I've nicknamed that. I'm going to coin that. Have a little trademark soon. You have up to 20 devices. And
you heard it here first.
Absolutely. You have 20 devices, and this will support up to 5 languages simultaneously. So the main unit will create the
network
I'm not on the
error.
network.
Yeah.
Yes. So we've changed halls here. I'm not on the Wi-Fi. The number 1 unit would create the meeting, and then if you want to pair it, all you have to do is use the near field communicator.
Nice.
And same thing with Wi-Fi. Like, so if I had one already set up with Wi-Fi, instead of having to go in and type in the password, I could just sync with it.
Oh, okay.
Pretty
That's
neat.
cool.
Then here you would click that twice, and you can kind of see where there's the 2 units.
Yeah.
That will turn blue to green when it's connected. And now you choose whatever language you want to speak.
Oh, okay.
Speak
okay.
English, you speak French, Chinese.
Understood.
Yeah.
And so then you could have a group of people on a meeting, each with a device, and it'll come in and out in their language. Okay.
Correct.
And they do or do not have to be in the same room for that feature?
They need to be within Bluetooth range.
Okay, okay. So that's Bluetooth to Bluetooth.
Well, they also have to have Wi-Fi. Each have Wi-Fi. But
Okay.
the devices need to be within Bluetooth range.
Handshake for Bluetooth, and then, okay.
So hypothetically, let's say you had several classrooms. These are very popular for English learners, ESL students in school districts, where the school district will purchase a number of these, hand them out or check them out for students. And it's not so much as a language tool. We don't want to make this a crutch, but a tool for them to feel more included in the conversation with their students, their peers. They can do group work. They can listen in on the teacher. If it's a history lesson or a science lesson, these things are excellent at translating academic, medical, technical jargon, basically, very accurately.
So the same question that sci-fi always asks is where the line in translation is, right? Because in the medical field, much of it is in Latin. So where do we find the line between what it should and should not translate? Because there's mountains that are called, if you were to translate all of them into English, it would be mountain.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
So how do you guys deal with that, or is it the same sci-fi problem? We're not quite sure sometimes.
I am constantly surprised at how accurately it interprets the sentiment the context of what you were saying. And I've seen it just today. Somebody mentioned Cirque du Soleil, but they were calling have you seen the Cirque de whatever? It knew that it was supposed to be Cirque du Soleil.
Okay.
Also, if it's a technical term like a brand name, like Microsoft, it's not going to translate that into whatever that is in that language.
Sure. Okay. So it does deal with context.
Absolutely.
Okay. Fantastic. Anytime you talk about the Star Trek Universal Translator, right? Because there's mountains that are, if you take the two languages, it's mountain.
Yeah.
And how does a Universal Translator on Star Trek know where that line is?
It's machine learning. It's what they call neural language processing. But in the machine language, the machine brain we don't really know how it's doing it. It just does it.
Okay.
The same way that
and it does find the context.
It will.
Okay.
Yes, it will find the context. I won't say it's absolutely perfect every
of course
time,
not.
but it'll get the gist of it. Now, the new mode that we have is very interesting. This is called presentation mode.
Okay.
So presentation mode works in the fact that you have one of these units. The presenter chooses their language, and then they can support up to 2 other languages. So here I've got Hindi and English.
Okay.
Probably change the English to, let's say French. So I have Hindi and French. I'm going to hit start. That's if I had Wi-Fi, it was going to generate a QR code.
I saw the QR
so
code.
You probably saw the QR code. You take your own device, scan that QR code, and then in a web browser, it will show you one of those 2 other languages, and there will be an option for audio. So you can listen in or use your own Bluetooth device.
I would say, so I can use my AfterShocks over there.
Absolutely.
Pair them with my phone and listen. Okay.
Support up to 50 participants at a time. We will expand that in the future. The only limitation here is what's the market for that service. Right now what we're seeing is school districts that want to talk to PTA groups or graduation classes where some of the students speak whatever language and their parents are in the hall. So now they can have the parents feel more included.
Got it. You can then take that QR code, people in the audience who the student may speak English and Spanish, but the parents may not, or the grandparents may not, or somebody, so they can scan the QR, hook up their headphones, and they can listen to the graduation in their language.
Absolutely. We're trying
That's awesome.
We're trying to break down the translation and really talk about the connection.
Yeah. Very cool. Well, seeing all my cameras on your Wi-Fi list, it's really funny. The availability on these products.
You can go to Amazon or our website, timekettle.co. This retails for $6.99. Of course, there's always specials and deals.
Sure.
Different times of year. But yeah, this is $6.99. Now we released this actually at CES last year. The W4 Pro is our top of the line in-ear translation device that is based off of our bestseller WT2 Edge. These look like stereo headphones, like you would just go buy it anywhere.
Yeah.
But these are proprietary, meant to use with our application that we have rebranded Babel OS.
Okay.
That is basically all of the technologies that have evolved around isolating the sound, streaming the audio in smaller bit rates back to the engines, so that's how we cut down the latency.
Yeah, because you don't need it in 192 to do what you're doing.
Oh, think about more like 8.
Yeah, exactly.
These are...
We're out there in 192 for our stuff, but that's because what we're doing is, intended for crisp CD sound, but the computer doesn't need that to be able to do the language processing.
At some point, the audio needs to be cleaned up. So are you cleaning it up in-ear or
at the server?
Yeah, at the server. We're doing it in the hardware.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah.
Very cool. And that's
also
why
the charging.
Why it's specific hardware, and you're not just using any hardware, because it's all about the very specific use case.
Yes.
Very cool.
This will enable simultaneous mode, and then we have our entry-level M3, and that's where I can just share it with you.
Okay.
Very similar. This will allow you to listen to music.
Okay.
So they're just like a normal headphone, but they will allow you to use our proprietary application.
Gotcha. And what are our price range here?
120.
Okay.
Like 119, 249, and these are $449 currently. We will have a W4 regular, which uses bone induction for picking up the sound. We think that might be a more effective way of isolating the voice. It is in prototype stage. It will be smaller than this, about $100 less. So this is $449 and $699 for these.
Very cool. And give the website one more time.
Time Kettle CO. If you'd like to know the origins of the name of the company.
Okay.
All right. So I don't know if anyone's here a sci-fi fan. I love Isaac Asimov.
Clearly I am, because I've referenced it several times.
I read the Foundation series, and this book was new to me, The End of Eternity. In it, the Eternals travel through time in things called kettles. They use a language called interdimensional.
Okay.
So that enables people of all different times, not just space, but time to communicate.
Got it. Very interesting. Yeah. All right. I love it.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for coming up to talk to me. Super cool. I think you guys have been on several times in the past, but I've never been the one to get to talk to you, so
that's been a pleasure.
Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of the show.
Thank you. You too.
All right. The fact that it's entirely sci-fi inspired, including the name, is a win for me. Really cool. I spend a lot of time in the Filipino community in Tampa, and I have no idea what's happening at any given time because I don't speak any of the, 300 languages that come about in that group. It's hyperbole, but only slightly. But yeah, so I almost never know what's being said in that group unless they switch to English for me. So I totally understand the concept and the need for the translation, especially the live. I really like that idea that I can listen live in the language. I should have asked if Filipino was one of the supported languages. I think it is. But I can listen to the conversation and hear it live in English in my head. That's super cool. as a note, we might need to go back and look at the graphics on that one. They may have spelled their name wrong. I think they had 2 L's and not 2 T's. I saw the graphic and thought, I don't think that's how they spell their name. We'll deal with that later, though. Oh, day 1 is not when that's supposed to start happening. It's supposed to be like day 3 or 4. Anyway, we've got a lot more guests today. I've got the short shift today, so I'll be with you till 3 o'clock here on the West Coast, and then Marlo will be coming and joining us and taking over, and then I will see you tomorrow. But for right now, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Doing good, thanks.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Okay, hi. I'm Alex Mathieu. I'm a product manager at Alpha Networks, which is a Belgian company doing video platform products.
Sounds like it's possibly up our alley. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so what we do is build wall systems with back-end and front-end, allowing our customers, which are usually enterprises, such as video content distributors or producers, to build their own Netflix, to be short.
Oh, okay. So a video distribution on demand and or live?
Yeah.
Okay.
It can be live linear, live events, or VOD, series, movies, you know it.
These interviews?
Yeah.
Okay.
It could.
Very, very cool. It's actually interesting because we had, for TPN, we had a platform years ago that was available on Roku and a couple other places, and it never worked well, so I think we've entirely abandoned it at this point. But you know, we've always talked about wanting that kind of capability. So it's not an easy thing for myself, even as a software engineer, to just build from start to finish, because there's so much to it.
Yes, there are a lot of moving pieces from the video transcoding, distribution, and all the editorial tools that you need to animate the platform, know which content you want to put, have the recommendation, and have the white label application for web, mobile, TV to distribute the content, and that the users are expecting the quality bar is quite high now because there are lots of streaming platforms. And what we do is we bring AI into the mix to elevate the content and bring the user experience up to speed to those actors. So we can generate the images, we can generate synopsis, keywords, and most importantly, all the time markers that are needed to bring the features that you like, such as intro skipping, chapter navigations, those kind of stuff.
Okay, interesting. So who is your target demo? Obviously, your demo is not the consumer.
No.
You're building a product to help companies get to the consumer.
Yeah, it's a B2B business.
Okay, so are you trying to partner with companies that have a system that they're trying to improve, or are you trying to start from the ground up for new platforms?
Yeah,
is it both?
We are kind of modular. So for greenfield operations, we can put everything in place, and like that, in I'd say 3 months, starting from nothing, you have a full video platforms available on TV, mobile, and web. Or if it's an already established player, we can just enter and maybe alleviate a pain point, such as, okay, they've got already all the applications, everything, but the editorialization, they don't have the right tools. Okay, so we can put that in place. Or maybe they are more interested in our AI and they want to improve the user experience, and we can plug into their system
and just improve that.
Okay, so just to use Netflix as the example, because it's the thing that everybody knows, if they wanted to improve recommendation engine, they could come to you and implement all of the AI stuff behind the scenes, or we've got content but no streaming. We could come to you and we could build out the entire ecosystem off of the 100 or so shows that we have and hundreds of thousands of episodes. We could bring all of that together and build web, mobile, TV.
Exactly.
All from zero just with the content.
Yeah, just with the content.
Very interesting. So what kind of cost structure is this? Is it all like we pay you, we build out this thing, and now it's on us? Or is it a ongoing relationship? How does all that work?
So usually for any project, there is a setup fee to put the platform together.
Sure.
And everyone has his own way of storing the content and ingesting it. So there is a bit of customization on this side.
Sure.
And then it's an ongoing relationship with a monthly fee that is based on the number of subscribers.
Oh, okay. So it's based on subscribers.
Yeah, for subscription-based model, if the model is free or with ads, then we can do something based on CPM, for instance.
Okay, very interesting. So that's obviously that's our model is the free side, whereas Netflix or Hulu is totally on a paid side, and so you have
not so much because now they are bringing hybrid models with ads and subscriptions.
Yeah, Hulu went and added that back in, which is a fascinating. So, but there's a way to build a relationship on both fronts.
Yeah, what we try to do is have business models that will adapt to what our customers are trying to do, because we want to match their business model too.
Yeah, makes sense. That's super cool. How did you decide that this was the thing you wanted to get into? This was the problem to solve for you.
For me personally, I started as a developer actually, then moved on to project management, and I had the opportunity to work for the French National Institute of Audiovisual.
Okay.
They do all the archiving of video content.
Super cool.
And I got hooked on video, and then moved on and integrated a company that was called UB, that was bought by Alpha Networks, and that's where I am now as a product manager, and I couldn't be happier.
That's a great sign. You couldn't be happier, which means you really do believe in the thing that you're working on, which is great.
And it's a great opportunity to talk about it to you and the audience today. So thank you for that.
It's not on a distribution platform that's currently being powered by your technology, but maybe we can work together to figure that out. But yeah, obviously video is a big part of our lives too, even though we all have different day jobs. I'm a software engineer. But we all come together to do this. Video is a big part of our lives. We've all got studios at home, and all that stuff is hard.
Yeah, video streaming is hard.
Yeah, and it's the reason why we kind of all give control over to Twitch or YouTube or X or wherever it is, because they're taking care of that for us. But this would give the ability for content creators to build on their own soil. That's one of the things that we talk about a lot in our group is build on your own. Yeah, exactly.
On the data, on the business model too.
Yeah,
we can help with that.
And we know the content creation space is growing even as legacy media struggles. Lots of stuff is going this direction. So having a company like yours ready to help new companies get started even is awesome.
Thanks.
How can people find out more? How can people find out more about your platform?
Oh, so you can check out our website at alphanetworks.tv. We've got also a LinkedIn media presence since we are mostly a B2B operation.
Makes sense. Well, thank you so much for coming up and talking to me.
We are at CES, so you can join us on our booth. We are, I never remember the number, but we are with the AWEX, the Wallonia Export Association.
Okay.
And you can check us out there.
Fantastic. Don't worry about not being able to remember the booth number. It's written on the floor down here, and that's the only reason I have any idea where we are. People ask us, and I go look at it's written, literally written on the concrete down here.
Yeah, I never get those number systems. Just look where the company is.
I know that if it's a 50,000, it's the second floor of the Venetian. If it's 40,000, it's downstairs. If it's anything beyond that, no idea.
So yeah, second floor of the Venetian.
So it's a 50,000 something.
Yeah.
And if you're here and you don't have the CES app, you're doing it wrong, because that'll tell you where everybody is. Very cool. Thanks a lot.
Thanks for having me.
Have a good one. Bye. Uh-oh. All right. You guys can probably still hear me, but not see me right this second. We're going to go to the blue screen for a minute, and I will be right back. Sorry about that. We had a slight technical difficulty up here. All the cameras turned off. Don't know what that was about, but it seems like everything's fixed now, and we're back. And with that, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hi there.
How are you doing today?
So far, so good.
That's good. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
All right, absolutely. So my name is Chris. I'm one of the co-founders at Hypergate. We are a Swiss software development company working for and with large enterprises within the cybersecurity field.
Okay, interesting. So what kind of things do you do in that space?
Well, we have multiple products. The initial idea, actually, maybe I'll go a little bit backwards. So
Sure.
the way that it started is a lot of startups, even in cybersecurity space, are looking to work with startups similar to them or very agile companies where change is needed and kind of industries need to be disrupted, right? So we're talking AI, we're talking blockchain,
Sure.
Web3, etc. Now, what all of that does is it kind of forgets about the fundamental industry where most of the people are actually working at, which is large enterprises, government entities, etc. Right? We might look at it and say, hey, they have legacy setups which might not be too appealing, but still, this is what most of us in reality work with. So we found that there were some really large gaping holes there with regards to authentication in specifically. So nowadays, obviously, everyone has their own mobile devices that are managed by the company or the government entity, but the experience that you have on a mobile device is very, very different than what people are used to having on their laptops and Windows PCs. So with the switch to having employees also having mobile phones, what they were missing is how to authenticate the users without the hassle of passwords, usernames, changing passwords, forgetting stuff, etc. And at scale, that really becomes a big problem.
Yeah.
Now, if you're looking at an SMB and there's 20 employees there, it's fine, right? Someone forgets their passport once a month, it's all right. But once it gets to the...
I just go in and change it manually.
Exactly. But at a company that has 60,000 employees, there's a specific department that's going to work with you to reset your passwords, etc., etc. Now, what we've built is
and there's a big, long process involved in it.
There's a big, long process.
You got to do this, and you got to do that.
Exactly.
You got to be able to verify that you're you.
Yes.
I know that Adam's Adam.
Yes.
So I can change his password. I'm all set. But in in Microsoft, the IT department doesn't know.
There's multiple Adams there.
All the engineers, exactly.
Yes. And the issue that exists there is, so first of all, of course, you need to have specific workforce to kind of fix those problems and issues. And on the other hand, whenever those issues arise, there is considerable downtime for the employees that are not able to work in the meantime.
Right.
So the thing that we've built is it's a software that sits on your mobile device. It's there's no cloud connection, which is the magic thing there.
Okay.
So it connects directly your mobile device to your on-premises Active Directory that stores your credentials by default already. Right. And the way that it works is you authenticate yourself once, which is the first time you will receive your new mobile device from the company. And that's it. Now that phone will be able to connect directly from the phone with no cloud connection through a VPN tunnel to your on-premises AD, get the info that this is you, and then authenticate you for all of your work profiles, etc.
Okay. A little bit like setting up the setup process sounds a little bit like setting up a new account on an authenticator.
Yes,
right?
Exactly.
You do the initial setup. Once you've got that, you never have to go back. All of the stuff is a direct connection.
Exactly.
Okay.
And there is kind of like, this might sound as a like an easy problem to solve on the surface. So obviously everyone knows that there's Microsoft Authenticator, there's Google Authenticator, etc. So things are available, but all of them need to have one key component in your setup, which is a cloud storage.
Right.
So that means your kind of credentials need to be stored in the cloud, which again, for a company of 20 people, completely fine. If you're talking to DoD, that's just impossible, right? It's illegally forbidden to have it in the cloud.
Yeah.
So again, all of the startups, what
best
we felt,
case, you have to have the Azure government.
Yeah, like
private
a private cloud. Private cloud, yes, exactly. Private cloud is still fine. Private cloud works for us, but again, public cloud, this is a completely separate and different approach, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, and what we felt really is startups don't think about that tech at all. What they're trying to do is they're trying to introduce a lot of completely new disruptive tech that might catch on and might not catch on, but is mostly driven by hype and future dreams, right?
No.
Yes.
You haven't at all described the entire first floor of this building.
Yeah, that's Eureka Park for you.
Yeah.
But what people are forgetting is that there is business to be done today, right?
Right.
And having a mobile phone that you work on that's old news, right? This is mid 2000s.
Right.
So yeah, and there was this one missing component that kind of no one had thought about before, and we jumped on that niche and were able to be kind of successful.
That's really cool. So this is specifically targeted at large businesses?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So we're not your target demo.
No, not really.
But some of the other companies that are up here
Yes.
on the floor with us might be.
Absolutely.
Because there are some fairly large companies up here.
Absolutely, yes.
And so this implementation process, how complicated is that for the IT
Right.
team?
So the thing
It
is,
sounds like it's easy for the
Yes.
end user.
Yes.
It's Microsoft Authenticator,
Yes.
it's Google Authenticator. The actual process to set up is easy
Very
for them.
similar, yes.
What does it look like on the other end?
For the IT team, the integration is usually about 30 minutes.
Oh,
so
wow.
we do one setup call, and it's go live time. That's it.
Rock on.
And the interesting part is because it's a client-only application, meaning it just sits on your phone, there's no outside connection. The interesting part there is it doesn't really matter how big the rollout is. It's just that it's interesting for large companies, but it really doesn't matter if it's 1,000 users or 100,000 users.
Okay.
It's still just a push of a button away. If you have set up your connections correctly, it's just going to connect your phones. It doesn't matter 1,000, 10,000 of them to the AD, get the credentials from there, and it's go time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So pretty easy implementation.
Again, it's kind of like nothing revolutionary. Right, so essentially what we're doing is we've taken the legacy tech that we've all been using for years on our laptops and Windows computers. So this is nothing like revolutionary, but it's just that no one had ever thought about putting this on Androids and iOS devices.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's where we come in.
Okay. Very cool.
Yeah.
So for companies that want more information about this, how can they get it?
So companies that want more information about this, so you can always visit hypergate.com. You can get in touch with us. Even though we are a Swiss company, obviously we're mostly English-speaking anyways, and we do have US-based resellers and distributors all over the country. So yeah, information is readily available. Free trial licenses are also available. You can have it for a month, have it for a couple of months, test it out, install it, see how it works in your environment, and yeah, get in touch.
Put together a user base for testing it out and figure out what works for you.
Absolutely.
Okay. Very cool. And what kind of cost are we looking at on this? Does it depend on the number of activated users?
Exactly. It's depending on the number of users. Yeah. I mean, it's comparably, it's going to be much less than, let's say, your mobile device management software.
Okay.
But it would still depend on the amount of users.
Sure.
Yes.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yep.
And it works with Microsoft AD.
Exactly. Yeah.
Does it only work with the Microsoft AD?
Nope.
Okay. I figured it probably had other options.
No,
as
it's
well.
it's fully open-ended. Yeah. I mean, it's again, it's I mean, it's in the name, right? It's just a gateway on how to connect. And the beautiful thing is, it's working in the background. You do not need to interact with the software, right? It's just sitting on your phone, to which it's been pushed by the IT manager, right? It doesn't require you to go to the Apple Store and install it, right? And yeah.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
There we go.
All right.
Interesting, right?
Yeah, for sure. Very interesting.
Yeah.
My day job is in a very large company that...
There we go. You might be one of our customers.
Could be.
Could be.
Well, thank you so much for coming up and
Absolutely,
talking to me.
yeah. Vice
Very
versa.
interesting technology.
Thank you as well. Thanks, everyone.
Have a good rest of the show.
Thank you. Take care.
Yeah, somehow mobile security has been the thing that almost the entire industry has skipped. I don't know why, but yeah, I mean, like he said, it's not like the idea of security is new, or Active Directory is new, or even credential caching is new. It's what we do on our Windows machine. It's the reason why like Windows Hello works, fingerprint stuff works. That stuff works because the device caches the credentials. So, very interesting. All right. This might just be the end of my day as this guest comes up. So we will see exactly how it ends up working. But it's been a fun afternoon here at CES 2025 so far. Like I said, we've got a lot of interesting guests coming up in our kind of second half of our day here. And our next guest is here. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Very good, thank you.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
My name is Piers. I'm the founder of a company called PLUGHITZ, and we are reinventing the light switch for the 21st century.
Okay. I appreciate you pronouncing it for me, because when I got the pitch, I ran it through my head a couple of times to, to come up with a pronunciation.
Turkey, other words, everyone's used lots of different versions.
Okay.
My wife comes from a little village in England called Tewkesbury. So it's my homage to her.
Okay.
So it's, but we wanted a .com, so when we go international.
Yeah, that always becomes the challenge, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so what have we got? I see it says TAP.
So TAP is our first product. What we're looking to build is essentially the smart grid, but we do that through controlling individual homes and consumption within the home.
Okay.
And so what we've designed and built is essentially a light switch that can go into any home. It's a full touch screen. I don't have power, unfortunately, so I can't show it.
Yeah, understood.
But it's basically a magnetic light switch that goes into any existing. So this is for the European market, so it's not. I can't show you the US version.
That's fine.
But it has a mount. You basically unwire your existing light switch. You wire ours in.
Okay.
And then the screen goes onto it, and then you've got a beautiful OLED screen, which gives you an amazing home automation experience.
Okay.
And then the clever bit is in the background, we're using AI automation to understand your behavior and then automate your experience, but also do an energy management piece at the same time. So we're optimizing your energy consumption. So in the UK, we're doing some tests at the moment. We're saving nearly 50% consumption within the home, just by doing all the little things that we can't be bothered to do. So turn the lights off when we're not in a room, turn the heating down when we're not at home, and we're making these savings all the time. So it's about nudging behavior and giving everyone in the home a touch point where they can interact with their home and get a better experience than if it's all sitting on your phone.
Okay. So you mentioned changing light settings and temperature settings based on presence. So is there presence sensing in this?
Yes, we have 9 sensors.
Okay.
So we have Doppler radar, we have microphones, speakers, but we also have temperature sensors, volatile compounds. So we're looking at the whole environment of your home.
Okay.
We use that input data to then understand how you're living and what you like and what you enjoy, and identifying you. But all that information stays within the home because this is a really smart device.
Okay. And so the intent is theoretically to replace the light switches in the house with these guys.
Yeah.
And so you said VOCs, so my mind went to that because my thermostat, which they don't make anymore and it makes me very sad, has a VOC sensor in it.
Yeah.
But I can only get the reading for that location.
Yeah.
Right? This is all over the house. So you'd actually be able to make decisions such as where they might be coming from.
Yeah.
Based on, look, they're all high, but this one is wicked.
Yeah.
That's probably close to that one.
And that's what we're finding in the UK. We've got, obviously, we're a bit of a, not as a dry temperature that we have here in Vegas, but it's, we have problems with mold, high humidity.
Yeah.
So
we're from
able,
Florida, I get you.
We're able to identify where that is and then give people instructions on what to do to improve it.
Okay.
So rather than you looking at a lot of data, it actually is giving you real-world language.
It's analyzing and
so open a window, turn the heating up, stop drying your clothes in the house, put them in the dryer, or dry them outside. All those things that we just forget and we don't think about. So
okay, interesting. All right, so what kind of price point are we looking at on these guys?
So at the moment, our product, we're looking at about $300 per unit. But we're also investigating the opportunity of doing a sort of subscription model. because basically so much of it is driven by software.
Yeah.
That over the air. So security, media control, assisted living, are all the extra features that we'll be able to just drop onto the device over time.
Okay.
So those features will come down and deliver more benefits to the user.
Okay. And is there a version that's got the control capability, maybe without all the screen, if you've got multiple light switches in the same room?
It's a good point. So we're just doing a version at the moment without the touch sensitive. So it's just a capacitive touch module, which you can then use for a cheaper, so the bathroom, or if you've got multiple switches in the same room, then you don't need them all with a screen.
I've got in the studio, we've got 3 switches.
Yeah.
So
exactly. And then what we're doing is virtualizing them. So it's like any sort of full home automation system. Every light switch becomes virtual. So you can make any light switch do anything. You can group things together, dim, and all that controls through our app, where you can then program it and set it up. But you don't need any third-party person involved in doing that. So,
so
the idea is,
in that case, the back part becomes just the control module for the power coming through, and then the front bit can be programmed to do whatever you want it to do.
Exactly. And the back bit is the really clever part, because that's where our IP sits, is that a lot of homes don't have neutral wires, so lots of lights are wired in series. So when you switch the light off, there's no power going through the circuit. So putting technology into a light switch is really hard, because if you put it in, and in the UK we have 6 million homes that were built before World War I, so they're not going to have the right wiring in them.
Sure.
And it's the same across America. So the beauty about this is it will work.
Lots of places with frayed aluminum wires still.
Exactly. So this works with any wiring system.
Okay.
And so we use a mixture of a battery and something called parasitic power, where we take a very small current off the line, and we use those two things to manage the power of the device itself, so we can keep it alive all the time. So it's a real DIY proposition, really easy. So to fit and install.
Okay.
And then coming next will be a plug socket, and then that will then sort of be from the hardware perspective of our proposition, and then everything else will be software driven.
Okay. So the outlets would look like outlets, but be all this cool stuff on the backside.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So,
very cool.
So and then third-party devices that we can then interact with through Matter and Thread. So we have Thread chips in here, so we can talk to any other device, interact. So what we're hoping is that there's a whole new ecosystem arriving that we can then interact with, and for most consumers, it gives you that energy management piece that, sounds interesting, and maybe one or two of us in the home are interested in, but the rest of the family are probably not.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Me and not everybody else.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, what's the availability on these?
So we have just launched in the UK. Today's the first day we've ever shown this product to anyone else, so it's
excellent.
Quite, so we were very
Glad
excited.
You're here today.
Very excited to be here at CES. And so we will be coming to the US as soon as we can, so in the next few months.
Awesome.
And we also build all these in the UK in-house.
Okay.
And the plan will be when we come to the US, it'll be made in America.
Okay.
So we'll be building them all in the US as well. So we think that's really important, especially when we're dealing with personal data, your own behavior in-house. So actually, it's a product that actually stays in the country.
I would say so. In coming to the U.S., would data processing and stuff, all that would stay here onshore?
A lot of the data processing we try and do on the device itself.
But
the cloud will be then in country.
You still have the ability to interact with it from your phone, so the data is going somewhere, and all of that is being handled.
So at the moment we do it in the UK, and then we'll do it in the US.
For here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Very cool. That's great to hear. You guys are starting to do more and more tech manufacturing over there, because Raspberry
in the UK,
Raspberry Pi, for example.
Well, the chairman of Raspberry Pi is one of our investors. So
fantastic!
So
he's a good friend of the network. So.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Very cool.
So we have a number of really cool investors, and as they say, hardware's hard. But we've gone that bit done.
Awesome. Well, if people want to find out more about the company, maybe get one when they start to launch, or just follow your journey, how can they do that?
Cheek.com. If they just go and look for us on. We're on Instagram and Facebook and everything else. But Cheek.com. Come and follow us.
All right.
Fantastic. And we'll keep you updated.
Thank you so much for
Great.
coming up and talking to me.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Obviously, I'm really interested. It's cool product.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Appreciate your time.
All right. I'm very happy to see Marlo in the tower. It makes it feel a little bit more like a normal CES right now, with him not having been here last year with us. Do you want to swap now? Okay. Well, with that, I think that's going to do it for me for today. I'm Scott Ertz with PLUGHITZ. Oh no, he's going to come talk to me next to me for a second, and then we'll swap out. We do have our next guest downstairs, though, so
we'll be short.
All right, so it's good to have you back.
Oh my goodness!
Last year was weird.
Was it really weird?
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird this year too because we don't have Todd.
Right. No, it's good to be back. I'm excited to be here, and what a day! Notice my new do.
Mm-hmm. Did you do it over here?
Yes.
Yes.
They gave me a haircut.
Okay.
I have not had a chance to look at it yet, but I've noticed. Oh, yeah, I have less hair.
Well, I mean, that is the goal of a haircut.
I guess that is true, but it is noticeably less. It feels cool today. I'm like, oh my goodness, but what we won't do for interviews.
Indeed.
But it was good.
Yeah.
I've never had.
I'm not going to do that.
You're not?
No.
He is a master barber.
I believe it.
Truly, his title is master barber. I didn't even know there was such a thing.
I had no idea.
And he loves doing what he does.
That Mom did.
Yes. Yes.
He's been a hairdresser for 40 plus years.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So I have lots to talk about. I'm sure you and I will get a chance to talk over the next 4 days.
For sure.
Looking forward to it.
Absolutely.
So, all right.
Well, that's going to do it for me. I'm Scott Ertz with PLUGHITZ Live. I will see you back sometime tomorrow. And Marlo's going to take over here in a few minutes.
You are. Hello, everybody. Welcome to CES. I am your guru of geek, Marlo Anderson. Excited to be back. I took a year off last year due to some calendaring issues, but very, very excited to be back. And we're just going to jump right into it. Jay Chen is here. She is with Tangible Future. Jay, how you doing?
Hi, good. I'm doing well.
Yeah, excited to be here. Is this your first time ever at CES?
Yes, actually, it's my first time at CES.
So what is your opinion of the show so far?
I think it's a great opportunity for us to first show our product here.
Yeah. And are you surprised at the size of the show?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Like I literally just try to find this building for like about 10 minutes.
It's so massive
Yeah.
that if a person doesn't actually purposefully plan for the time it takes to go, just even across the room,
Yeah.
is it's quite remarkable actually. So anyway, let's talk a little bit about your product. This looks really, really interesting.
Actually, this is called Louis Robot.
Okay.
And now let's wake it up.
Okay. So
Hey, Louis.
I think we'll. Oh, I better not be touching it yet here. Let's move it right to
Yeah,
here
sure.
though. We get a little better shot of the. There you go.
Hey, Louis.
Oh.
Louis, introduce yourself.
So of course it's noisy in here, so it's tough to hear
Yeah.
Louis right now.
So Louis is a desktop companion robot.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and because it's based on ChatGPT, Louis can remember all the things you talk with it. And also Louis can remember all of your friends or family members and also recognize them.
This is really cool. So I can interact like it is ChatGPT as well.
Yeah.
So I can ask questions.
Yes. You can interact with Louis through the talking and also use the hand gesture.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can try to put like hands in front of it. It will, a little bit too far. Whoops.
Of course, anytime you do a live demo on television,
Yeah,
right?
this one.
Yeah.
Would you mind use your
So
hand?
do I just go
Yeah.
like this?
Just grab it.
Okay.
Try to grab it and pull. Oh. Maybe right now Louis is a little bit enjoying the interview.
He might be. So, all right. So,
Yeah.
hey, Louis. Louis.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. It's just so noisy in here.
Yeah,
it's
here.
difficult, you know. So, all right. So I could ask him questions if I had a quick math problem or something. I can ask
Yeah, of
Louis
course.
this. Really.
Mhm.
So it really becomes a desktop companion for work or at home.
Work and also on the desktop.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Usually we will put on the desktop and we will put it on the stay mode. Actually, Louis has 3 modes: the sleep and the stay, and also the explore.
Okay.
When you turn it to explore mode, it's gonna be like run away all over the place.
Really?
Yeah.
But stay on the desktop.
If you put it on the desktop,
Okay.
if you put it on the floor, maybe you will find it in the next room. Yeah.
So Louis will truly go exploring.
Yeah, of course.
And Louis will Louis remember?
Yes,
things
Louis will remember, first of all, of course, Louis will remember people, humans.
Yes.
And also Louis will recognize the stuffs, like things. And one interesting thing is Louis hates orange.
Okay.
That's kind of like the background story of Louis. And also, when Louis see an orange in front of it, it's gonna kick it. And also maybe add some like terrible sticker to the orange.
Really?
Yeah.
What other fun things does Louis do?
Oh, actually, Louis can dreams.
He can drink.
Yeah, he can dreams.
Okay.
Yeah.
He just took a picture of me.
Yes.
So I can save it or delete it. If I
Yes.
hit delete,
It's gonna delete. And
Okay.
you can also use hand gesture to save thumbs up to save the photo and
Okay.
also thumbs down to delete.
oh, I got you. Okay, so if I want to take a photo right now, is there a gesture for that?
Yeah.
What would that be?
To take a photo, you
Yes.
can use this hand gesture.
So like
Yeah.
this?
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Camera's up.
Yeah.
And just took my photo.
Yeah, and
hey,
you can use
we turn it real
Yeah,
quick so
of
that people
course.
can see that?
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Now if I go like this,
It will save it.
so all right, well there you go, just like that.
Yes. And when you click,
That's pretty cool.
when you click on Louis' mind here, it will save its dreams. Oh, there's a new dream here.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a lovely picture with the text on the side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are
Usually
there
it will.
stars, bugs? No, wait. Oh, I'm not so sure. And I'm
Mhm.
just reading what it says.
Yeah.
Yeah, very cool. So what other things can Louis do for me on my desktop?
Louis has other like functionalities. Louis also has a tracking camera. Let me show you
Okay.
just in a second. And you can try to move your body from side to side.
Oh, yeah,
It
look
will
at
follow
this.
you.
Woohoo.
Yeah. You can do like a far distance photo and videos. And
Gotcha.
also Louis has the games. Right now we have 3 games.
So we have.
I highly recommend the Louis Jump.
Okay.
You can try it. Yeah. Also, you can use the hand gesture to start.
Okay. So I'll just go thumbs up.
Yeah, a little bit.
And there we go.
And then just move your body from side to side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it will control
yeah.
the Louis to jump.
Oh, even when I go like this, it even follows me when I kind of move my body up and down. Oh. So it's gonna. Yeah. Okay. There you go.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Right now we only have 3 games, but we are definitely develop more.
Okay.
Yeah.
So and Louis is LOOI. I just noticed.
LOOI, yes, and it's like LOOI.
I gotcha.
The
I knew there had to be
double
something
O
for
is
it.
gonna be Louis' eyes.
Gotcha.
And here's a little present for you.
Okay.
You can find Louis on this dice.
I can find Louis on this. I like it right there.
Yeah.
Okay. Is Louis gonna do something when he sees the dice now?
Maybe in the future.
Okay. That's pretty cool. Well, thank you for that.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate that. So, what other things, Jay, on Louis can I expect? And I guess another question would be, is Louis available? Can we purchase Louis?
Yeah, of
okay.
course. The Louis robot is released since last year from November.
Okay.
Yeah, and currently we're selling it through our website. It's called louisrobot.com.
Okay,
and
so LOOIROBOT.com.
Yes.
Very cool. Okay.
And usually the price is original price is gonna be $189 US dollars.
That's not
but
terrible.
currently we are in a New Year deal, so it's gonna be only $169 US dollars, and we can ship worldwide.
Okay. Very nice. Very nice. So $169 for the New Year's deal for Louis.
Yes.
At LOOIROBOT.com. So make sure you get over to their website, everybody. This is actually very, very cool. You can tell I'm like a kid, and I just want to I want to take Louis home with me right now.
I would say it's definitely the best gift.
Yeah, that I could give myself.
Yeah,
of course. So I love it. Jay, thank you for being on the show today.
Thank you so
I really
much.
appreciate it, and I hope you have a great CES.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Jay. And again, everybody, go to LOOIROBOT.com if you're interested in Louis. And I think my cell phone just dropped 2.5 floors down onto the CES floor. I'm just kidding, everybody. I think it's just right behind me here. So it's been a great day so far. We've done so many interviews. Well, thank you, Jay. I love getting stickers. Thank you. I'll add these to my laptop. This will be great. So, all right, Louis, it's been great seeing you, buddy. If I give him another thumbs up, will he? He's going to shake his head yes. Oh, there we go. Oh, he's giving me a virtual thumbs up right now. Always great to see you too, my friend. It's great to see you too, Louis. Take care, buddy. See you, Jay. Bye-bye. So, yeah, I got some great stickers too. So, I had a great time today out on the floor. Got myself I'll just get rid of some of this other stuff here too, I guess, right? Thank you very much. Yeah, just in a little bit, I'll have a little more. So I'm wandering by. One of the first interviews I ended up with today, everybody, was a haircut. So Wall is on the CES this year. It's the first time they've ever been here. And the master barber that they had at demonstrating their new hair clippers recruited me to come over and get a haircut, So I saved $100 a day. Yeah, you're right. I spend way too much money on the lack of hair that I have. But it was good. Was over, I think, Bird. Oh, I forget the name of the company now. They have the remote Wi-Fi birdhouses. They were, I just interviewed with them. They were on the show a little bit earlier. Fantastic company. They're called Wonder. They have all kinds of wonderful, great things going on there. Roland Mattern from Gentex will be joining me shortly. CES is a fantastic venue, by the way. If you've never been here, I'm sure it dominates the news cycle for probably a week with all the gadgets that are coming out of CES, and there will be a lot this year. You're going to see a lot about AI. AI agents are going to be a big deal as well, and you're just going to see all kinds of things about how AI is going to help people. you know, there's gonna be ways that if you basically like a concierge type of scenario where AI will actually make reservations for you and all kinds of things, and that's just the start of things, everybody. So, Roland, how you doing, buddy?
I'm well. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to see you. And how's CES treating you so far?
So far, really good. Traffic this morning's been very, very busy, which is good.
It's always crazy here.
Absolutely.
Were you able to get here okay this morning?
So we actually jumped out of our Uber early and raced across the street because we were stuck in traffic, but we made it on time.
So yes, I'm sure quite the challenge just running across all the traffic that was here.
Yeah, crossing the street here is not a good idea.
No, it's not. So that's why I was kind of taken aback a little bit when you told me that. It's challenging to say the least.
Indeed.
To get here. And is this your first one?
This is my third CES
okay.
I've attended.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you have a little bit of experience with the amount of traffic.
Absolutely.
And
but I've always been at the convention center. It's my first time being in the expo part.
Yeah.
I mean, not that the traffic's any better over there. But it's my first time here.
I would have to say, I actually think it's worse over here because it's such a funnel trying to get into this place. And everybody thinks they're going to beat the system by taking an Uber or whatever, right? And there's no beating the system here. You just either have to come crazy early,
indeed,
or you just got to put up the traffic. And,
absolutely,
and that's just how it is. But it's such a great venue. It's such a great experience to be here. So you have some amazing products that you're going to show me the way it looks. It looks like some type of glasses and a sensor. What do we got?
So this is eSight Go, which is the latest version of eSight technology. So what it is a wearable.
Let's take it like so everybody can see it there. There we go.
It's a wearable assisted device for
Okay.
central vision loss.
Okay.
So think diabetic retinopathy, age-related macular degeneration, individuals who've lost their ability to see the central image, but they still have access to their peripheral vision. And we help those individuals gain their central perception back. So for reading, for recognizing faces, watching TV, live sporting events, whatever brings them joy, gardening, they'll be able to see centrally again using this device. It gets really interesting for wearers when their visual acuity is down to a 20/80. You get a real wow factor at that point. If your vision is better than that, we still help, but the value proposition is not as strong.
I see.
If you're 20/80 or worse, you put it on, it's like, wow, I can see again. Up to 2600, we do quite well, and then the impact drops off again. We still help, but we won't be getting you down to reading at the 20/20 line on a Snellen chart. But many of our users are legally blind, and with the use of the device, they'll read, they'll watch TV, they'll see faces, play cards, garden, and the way this is designed as well, not only for your central vision, but we don't block your peripheral vision. So when you wear it, you still have access to your peripheral vision below and beside the glasses. So it has a couple of advantages. First of all, you don't have any motion sickness because you always have those peripheral cues that your brain can use to equalize. And you also can be mobile with it. So when you're afflicted with central vision loss, you use your peripheral vision to navigate. So if I'm walking around the floor here, I'd be using my peripheral vision to walk down the aisle, and I come up to you, and I know you're there, but I don't know who you are because I can't see your face. Now I could use the camera momentarily and recognize you. Hey, how you doing? Or if I'm watching TV or I'm reading, then I use the camera full time to get that central perception on an ongoing basis.
This sounds incredible.
Mm-hmm. It really is. I mean, the human impact is unreal.
You seem so matter-of-factly about this. I'm just like, holy snikes, is what I'm thinking to myself. So you wear the glasses. What is this device here then?
This part here is the battery. One of the ways we drastically reduce the weight of the headset is to take the battery out of it. And so you wear this comfortably around your neck like a little yoke.
That's very clever.
Gives you about 4 hours of continuous runtime on average use. Of course, the more you manipulate the image, you get more or less battery time. Or if you only have vision in one eye, you can turn one of the monitors off, and then, of course, then you use less battery as well.
Okay.
You can hot swap batteries, so you can, if you're a power user, you need more than 4 hours at a time, you can buy a second battery and just hot swap it and charge one while the other one is in use. But it also comes with a 6-foot cable, so if you are watching TV or reading or you're in a movie theater, you can plug into a wall outlet, and then you have continuous power access.
Okay, okay, interesting. Can you give me like your most endearing case that somebody shared with you about the impact that these have had in their life?
So I'll give you an experience that happened at CES last year that still kind of touches me. So we're on the floor, and an elderly gentleman comes up to our booth, and he's asking about our device. And most people think it's a VR goggle when they first see it.
That's actually what I thought right away when I seen it, yeah.
And so I explained to him what it is, and he said, oh, do you mind if I try it? So he put it on, and he kind of looked around a little bit, and then he put it back on the desk. He said, oh, thank you very much, and he walked away. Didn't think really anything of it. The next morning, the show opens at 9 o'clock. First person at the booth is this gentleman again. And he says, do you mind if I try that again? Sure. So I give him the glasses, we put it on, and he says, you said I can read with this? I said, yeah. So I gave him something to read, and we dialed the settings in a little bit for him, and I can tell he's reading. I can see his eyes welling up. And he takes the glasses off and puts them down, and he looks at me and says, you know, I have one regret in life. My mom died in the fall, and I was with her, but I couldn't look her in the eye to say goodbye. With this, I could have done that.
Wow.
He's crying, I'm crying, everyone's crying. So you get that kind of an emotional reaction quite frequently.
That's amazing.
And there's some funny reactions too sometimes. We're doing some user acceptance testing in Florida at a rehab center there that we partner with. And they had two ladies that met in blind rehab, best friends since they met, but never see each other. They put the device on and all of a sudden, oh my God, there you are. So you have those kind of reactions as well. But the human impact is wonderful. People go back to their hobbies. They, whether it's gardening or fishing or playing with their dog or watching their grandkids play soccer, all those things come back to you. And because we allow you mobility, we give a certain amount of independence back to the individual as well. So now you can go grocery shopping by yourself, because I'll use my peripheral vision to navigate the aisles. But if I want to read a food label or a price tag, I can now do that.
That's quite remarkable.
It really is. So the human impact is wonderful. We have wonderful user stories that we've experienced. We captured some on our website as well. And people, once they get used to the device, it's really interesting because they think, okay, I'm going to buy this because I want to watch TV and read. But all of a sudden they go, well, if I can do this, I'm going to try doing this. And then all of a sudden their world expands again. And it doesn't only impact the person wearing it, because in many cases where you have a spouse that's visually impaired, well, you become the caregiver. Well, with this device, your spouse becomes your spouse again.
Right.
Because you have that, not 100%, but most of your independence back.
Right.
So now you can go back to your normal relationship.
Yeah. That's amazing.
It really is.
So what's the story behind it? I mean, is there somebody in your company, yourself? I mean, what inspired whoever to create this?
The origin story is a wonderful story. So there was a gentleman, his name was Conrad Lewis, who was an electrical engineer in Ottawa, Canada. And there is a form of macular degeneration that's a juvenile form called Stargardt's disease. And both his sisters had Stargardt's disease. So with Stargardt's disease, you usually start to lose your vision as a teenager, and then by the time you hit your early 20s, you're legally blind centrally. So he just wanted to help his sisters. So being an engineer, he went down to the basement and started tinkering with ideas and became ultimately the eSight Go. But he came up with the concept of using a camera, some software to manipulate an image, using close to eye television screens to get that image to the photoreceptors that are still viable in the retina. And so that's how the company got started. So 2013 was sort of the first prototype that was working. Commercially, we've been available for about 10 years, and this is kind of the 5th generation.
Okay.
We've been shipping this particular product since August, and it's one of those things, every aspect's gotten better. It's gotten smaller, it's gotten lighter, better battery life, better monitors, better resolution. Certainly, the cosmetics are much more subtle than they used to be. We used to have a halo design with a big visor. It worked really well, it was comfortable, but a lot of the feedback we got is, it works for me, but I'm not wearing that in public. So when we challenged our engineers to come up with the next generation design, make it look as much like a pair of sunglasses as you possibly can. And I think they've done a pretty good job of doing so, making it small and impactful and subtle and light.
So, again, it's just, I mean, I can tell you over and over again, it's an amazing product. I'm assuming they can hop on eSight website and get these. Is there other places that you can?
Absolutely. So eSightEyewear.com is our website, so you can certainly reach out to us there. We actually have a telehealth program where for a fee, we will ship you a device. It covers our shipping and handling and some insurance. and then we hook you up with one of our coaches. All of our coaches are visually impaired themselves and users of the device, so they're true experts on the technology and its application. They'll coach you depending on what your goals are, and they'll give you some activities to do to reach your goals. Then you can keep it in your home for a couple of days, give it a good test drive, make sure it works for you, because it is an investment. And then if you decide to purchase, you can send it back. We'll send you a brand new one. Or if you decide not to purchase, then you just send it back. And if you purchase one, we take that fee that you paid for the home trial. We credit you towards the purchase as well. So if you purchase, there's
it's really
no
no
extra
risk thing.
Correct.
Yep.
Correct.
Yep.
And we also partner with clinics, so optometry clinics that deal with low vision are obvious targets that we work with. Optometry centers that may not have a low vision service, but they realize they have a huge portion of the patients now getting older and having central vision loss. Some of them also leverage our telehealth, where they can refer the patient to our telehealth program. And we have some distributors as well that deal with assistive devices for the visually impaired as well throughout the United States. And of course, we're always looking for new partners, because we don't have full coverage yet, but we're certainly working to build our network so it can be accessed by anybody everywhere.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, very good. Roland, it's been a pleasure. I wish you all the best with your company. Thank you for changing lives. This is really a remarkable product.
My pleasure. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be a part of it.
Thank you, Roland.
Thank
Take
you.
care. So.
Bye-bye.
All right, everybody, check that out. If you have a relative, a friend, somebody you care about a lot that is visually impaired, eSight is an amazing, amazing product, as you can tell. They've been around long enough now that you can trust the company, and they even have a telehealth service, I think, that would be very beneficial to somebody if they needed it for training and those type of things. So please go ahead and check that out. Our next guest is going to be from Octavio. David Minard will be here shortly. And as he's making his way here, as with CES, there's always challenges with getting to things on time. So I will just keep you busy for a minute or two. But just as I say that, he is here. So this will be a very, very interesting interview as well, everybody. Another thing today, as I was wandering CES, we were talking about AI a little bit, and I had a very enlightening conversation with somebody about their opinion on how the job market is going to be changing and is changing right before our eyes. And his remarks to me were really interesting, and if you stay tuned a little bit later and I have a little extra time, we'll talk a little bit about how the transition is going to be with AI, and I thought this gentleman was spot on about that. And I think something everybody's really concerned about but nowadays is how is AI going to impact what I'm doing. So with that, David, how you doing?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. Great to have you here.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. You got through the tripping maze okay?
Exactly. This is the problem.
Nancy's back there going, I'm sorry. So, CES has been good for you so far this year?
Yeah, that's starting from this morning, so that's pretty, it's pretty.
Oh, it's just crazy here, isn't it? Yeah. It's always crazy. So Octavio, what is Octavio?
So Octavio, we are a French audio company, which are, we are making some audio devices since like 5 years now.
Okay.
Mainly in hi-fi market.
Okay.
We've got a streamer, an amplifier, and a speaker. And right now we need to, discover something new. That's the spatial sound. That's always I think that's the next big innovation of audio.
Okay.
Because everybody is talking about spatial sound, such as Dolby, DTS, etc. And we want to bring something new, something different to democratize the spatial sound to everyone.
So talk a little bit about the company and spatial sound. Of course, it really is. It's hard to describe if you haven't actually experienced it, right?
Yeah, you've got to test it. We've got to test like an online test on our website, octavio.fr, to test with headphone, but it's not the same as you test on speaker. So
Right. Well, and I think it just, I'm trying to think of a great analogy here, or maybe that's not even the right word, but you know, an experience that somebody could have, you know, like if you were outdoors, like, and there's a lot of birds around and there's a little river running or a creek by it or whatever, and the wind is whistling through the leaves a little bit, spatial sound would give you that experience.
Yeah, and spatial sound is one common that we can think about. For example, in your daily life, you already perceive in spatial sound.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you live, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You've got a car behind, you've got somebody maybe speaking to you in front of you.
Yep.
You've got some birds, for example, at your left or right, and it's spatial sound. Like basically your brain is able to make the difference between many noises around you and to locate them and to make it in spatial. So.
and are you saying that you actually have speakers?
Yeah.
That you can do this with? And I mean, is it a set of speakers? Are you doing this with software as well? Is it a combination of both?
We are making software and hardware inside our product.
Okay.
And basically we are not making any speakers for this kind of technology, but mainly boxes that can be fit into any speaker. Like, to maybe explain you, we have built Harmony. It's like, we love to call it as the universal solution for spatial sound, because it can work with several speakers. It can work with subwoofer, with any soundbar, with any passive speaker, any active speaker. Like
explain how that works.
So it works on two products. The first one is called Harmony Bridge. So Harmony Bridge does the bridge between your TV, your turntable, your streaming platform or whatever, and your speaker. And the second one is called Harmony Link. It's that small box that can be plugged into your existing speaker to power on your speaker if you need to get amplified, or just to give it in access to our technology Harmony.
So I have a speaker.
Yeah.
Little bookshelf speaker. Yeah. All right. I can take your box.
Yeah.
Plug my speaker into this box.
Yeah.
Plug that into my stereo or television or whatever I'm doing right now, and now I have spatial sound.
Exactly. And we can.
How's that possible?
We have work with French Audio Research Center. It's called IRCAM. I don't know if you know IRCAM. It's based in Paris. And basically, they have made an algorithm that can convert any stereo content into spatial sound. And we are searched with them, how can we make that possible with any speaker? How can it work on speaker and not only on headphone, for example? And we have made some development with them, like in 2 or 3 years, to make this compatible with some technology, for example, wireless latentics technology that maybe know in USA. It's called WISA. It's a nice technology. Like basically, we are using this technology. It allows you to have no latency. It's a good thing when you're listening to TV, for example, to get some good lip syncs, etc. And so we try to assemble different things together to develop product, to develop software, to make them compatible, and to make this possible.
So if you have, I'm just thinking like a surround sound system in your house, right? This would literally take this to the next level.
Yeah, exactly. Basically, classical surround system work in wire. Like you've got to wire your speaker into a big amplifier, and then hope that your content is compatible in Dolby Atmos, DTS, or whatever. And I don't think it's a way that we can aspirate to democratize the spatial sound into, like I said, any sources to any speaker.
And we can order this stuff now?
It's not available yet. Sorry. It will be maybe in the middle of 2025.
But you are showing it off here.
Exactly. It's on the booth. So right there, we have an experience like there is a vinyl turntable with a Pink Floyd's vinyl that's playing on, and with 4 speakers around you. And you can switch between the spatial mode and the classical stereo mode to see the difference. And and to maybe subscribe and be informed of the launch.
I know where I'm going to be tomorrow morning.
I hope.
I have to check this. I have to check this out. This is quite amazing. So So anything we're missing? Is there something else that you want to share with us?
I think that's always
Are we able to track your progress?
You can track everything on octavio.fr, OCTAVIO. .fr.
Okay.
And
that's very, very cool. So,
let's keep it.
Well, David, I really appreciate the time. This is absolutely remarkable. I am well, and you're speaking my language when you talk about vinyl then too, you know, because I love taking old vinyl and listening to that again. So this just, I will be at your booth. I have to go check this out. So
you get to listen to vinyl in special sounds.
Oh yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great. So,
yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, David. Take care.
See you soon.
Yeah. Go and check that out. Octavio spatial sound. It's quite remarkable too. I've had some remarkable technology here already, everybody, and haven't had a chance to really talk too much about my experiences today. But I will get to that sometime over the show, so no worries about that. We have quite a few people in line right now. We have Circular with Amari Cosman coming in. Lotus will be here with Deval Patel. So we have some great guests coming in here shortly. And spatial sound is really, I had an experience with that about a decade ago, and it kind of fell off. I don't know if the company that was developing it just couldn't get it off the ground or ran out of money or whatever it is. And of course everybody, I shouldn't say everybody, but a lot of people have had, in the sound industry, have had some type of spatial experience that they've been developing. But this really sounds interesting, the fact that you can actually add a box to your existing system. It sounds like they've come up with a really, really interesting product. So Lotus is here next, and Mr. Patel is the founder and CEO. And this is a ring that controls objects at home by pointing, and I'm really, really excited to talk. Mr. Patel, thanks for joining us today.
Pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So I just want to get into this. Well, CES has been great so far?
So far, so good. BBC came by today, so that was quite special.
Oh, that was nice.
Really excited, and then Wired Magazine's going to come next. So really excited.
Well, I'll be by.
Can't complain.
Well, I think the Tech Ranch, which is my little project as well, will be swinging by too. So
oh, wonderful.
Yeah. So I'm anxious to hear about your story, and then I'll bring my crew by probably sometime tomorrow. You're up on the upper floor here too, right?
Actually, last year we were on the upper floor. This year we're downstairs.
Oh, you
because
are?
we won the CTA award.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's very, very cool. That's very cool. Well, then it'll have to be Friday because we're finishing up here tomorrow. So
no problem.
So show us what you got here. I'm pretty excited. Let's put that right here on that little dot.
Right here, and I will say.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
that's
the ring.
That's the money right there.
So,
all right. So tell us about the ring.
So in a nutshell, it's a Lotus ring for people with physical disabilities. This ring helps you control objects at home by pointing. But unlike traditional smart home technology, let's say unlike, say, Alexa, there are no apps, no rewiring, and no internet. It's completely offline.
Okay. So is this osmosis? When I want to turn that light off, I just point the ring to it?
Well, let's show you.
All right.
All right. Let's make sure it's real. So
right.
This is a regular wall switch.
Yes.
We'll pretend this is either the light in your ceiling or your fan or even an AC. It doesn't actually matter.
All right.
But for the purposes of this regular wall switch, step one, you put on the ring.
Okay.
We recommend your pointer finger.
Okay.
Because there's a small button that you can push with your thumb.
Okay.
So you'll notice I can push it, and there's a little red light that comes on.
Yes, okay.
So step one, you put on the ring.
Okay.
That eliminates the need to have a smart speaker in every room of your house because the ring stays on you and goes with you wherever you go.
Yep.
So you don't need to replicate smart speakers. Okay, that's step one. Step two, for any existing wall switch, and this is even true for the little toggle switches that flip up and down.
Okay.
This is one example. You take our second half, and you just bring it near the wall switch. And you'll notice it just snaps on using magnets.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
There's
clever.
no rewiring. You just snap it on. You'll notice it doesn't fall.
Okay.
You can manually use it as well. So you can still push the wall switch.
Oh, of course. I was going to ask that right away. So, okay.
Yeah. So for anybody else at home, you can still walk up to the switch and push it like you would.
Yeah. That's actually kind of a techie way to do that, too.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, so basically, we eliminate any rewiring, which is what you would have to do otherwise to have smart home talk to any device, right? Because you need it to connect to the internet to be able to talk to Alexa, Google, Siri, whatever.
Right.
So step two, snap on the switch cover. Step three, you can just point and click. Point and click. So actually, if you show that to the camera, you'll see.
I see what's going on here. So this actually,
Yep, it's physically
I'm like,
pushing
how's
the
it
wall
doing
switch.
that? That's really clever.
So that's the magic trick.
Yeah. You seeing that, Nancy?
So you push the button, and it's physically pushing the wall switch.
Yeah.
Here.
It's like a mini robot in here. It's magic. It's magic. That's really clever.
So there you go. You're officially a Lotus installer, and you can point and click.
I got a new career.
Basically, in a nutshell, it lets you go from home to, say, quote, smart home or accessible home in seconds. I mean 2 seconds.
Yep.
And you can take it with you wherever you go. So, for instance, you and I are here. We're traveling for CES. Even if we had a smart home, we couldn't bring it with us.
Right.
Except we're using these in our hotel rooms upstairs.
Yeah.
And so that's the idea. It's that anybody can convert any space into a smart, accessible space in seconds, whether you're living in a rental apartment or you can take it with you, like if you're traveling for work or for pleasure in hotels or Airbnbs.
So there has to be a pairing scenario here.
Ah, good question. What if I said no? There is no pairing. I am not making this up.
If I live in a large apartment building and there's 100 other people that have Wi-Fi in the building, and
Great
it's just
question.
crazy, all kinds of challenges with that, right? You're telling me that we could have 100 different units and there would be no pairing needed here.
That is exactly what
How's
I'm telling
that
you.
possible?
So first of all, it's completely offline.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter how many Wi-Fi devices there are, it's completely offline.
Okay.
It's kind of like having 100 TVs in your building.
Okay.
But you don't accidentally turn on and off somebody else's TV.
I do for fun sometimes. But no, I'm just kidding.
Right. So the point is, infrared is the technology that it uses, just like a TV remote. So it's almost like a TV remote on your finger. And the reason it works is because infrared does not penetrate walls or floors. So I can't secretly or accidentally be outside your home and be controlling anything in your home. That's number one. Number two, the benefit of infrared is I could have, so now let's say, we're not worried about other apartments because there's no way to control them, right? It doesn't penetrate walls or floors.
Yep.
Now within your own home, if you have many of these Lotus devices, the nice thing is you don't need an app. All you need to do is point to the device you're trying to control and push the button. And everything else stays off. Because it's infrared, only what you're pointing to turns on and off, sort of like a TV.
Yep.
It's actually more like an infrared flashlight. It's not a laser pointer, so you don't have to hunt.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it doesn't turn on everything all at once.
You just have to get in the general direction.
Yeah. So it's like if you know how to use a TV remote, you can use this.
Okay. So besides light switches, what else can we do?
The beauty about this is it controls whatever the wall switch controls. So unlike IoTs of today, it is not specific to what you are trying to control because it's piggybacking on your existing home wiring.
Okay.
So if your wall switch controls a ceiling fan, guess what? You can control a fan.
I see.
If your wall switch controls one of those window ACs, the one that stick out the window, guess what? You can control a window AC. In fact, today, in addition to lights and fans and appliances, we can even control televisions. And for televisions, you don't even need the switch cover because all televisions from 30 years ago have always had infrared.
So you can just turn it off.
You can turn it on and off. In fact, turning off, ironically, is the more popular feature because when you've just fallen asleep, you don't want to have to hunt for the remote. So you just turn it off and either sleep wherever you are or go back to your room.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. Are these available now?
Yes, we are officially shipping. And so a starter kit starts with 1 ring and 3 switch covers.
Okay.
And that's for $349 if you're directly off the website.
Okay.
Our website is getlotus.com. That's the name of the company. Lotus like the flower, getlotus.com. If you're working with a partner organization, and that's our big focus right now, we're trying to help large numbers of people with physical or cognitive disabilities. So if you're working with one of our partner organizations, either the government, so federal government is Veterans Affairs for veteran soldiers, state government, State of New York, and with a whole slew of disability organizations, everyone from ALS Association to folks with MS, multiple sclerosis, to anyone with intellectual and developmental disabilities like cerebral palsy. So if you're working with a partner organization, you get it only for $299. So you get it for cheaper.
Nice.
Our goal is essentially to make this not just physically accessible, but economically accessible as well.
Yep. No, it's a very, very, very intuitive, very fun, very interesting product. that I could see help a lot of people, including us that just are too lazy to get up and turn the light on and off occasionally. Or I want to impress people, right? I can just do that.
I mean, that's essentially our thesis. And I have to credit my alma mater. So I'm an electrical and aerospace engineer by training.
Okay.
I previously used to manage a division at Apple for iPhone, Watch, and AirPods. I was there for about 8.5 years. And that's kind of the design philosophy, which is it needs to be so simple and it just should work.
Right.
And that's our thesis, kind of to your point, which is it's not just for people with disabilities. Anyone can benefit from it, and that's our goal. Our mission statement is we build tech that everybody can use by optimizing for disability first.
Yep.
Because by doing that, guess what? Our other most popular customers, pregnant moms, from prenatal to postnatal.
Sure.
They love it because trying to get out of a chair, you have limited mobility, really helpful. New dads, you've just put your baby to sleep. Guess what? You can't move your hands.
Yep.
You don't want to make a sound. You're not going to get up. And you
Yep.
certainly can't yell, hey, Alexa, turn off the lights. And so those, we have older adults, like, your grandma, their grandma or grandpa, they're probably not super tech savvy. They don't usually want to learn new pieces of technology. They know how to use a TV remote. They can use this.
Yep.
So anyone that you're concerned with having falls, preventing falls. I don't mean monitoring falls. I mean preventing a fall because you don't have to get up to begin with. So for instance, my dad has Parkinson's. He's quite a bit older. He's had a fall, so has my mom. So this is really beneficial for folks like them, like my own parents.
Yeah.
And so
is this kind of what inspired you to do this?
actually, funnily enough, I'm talking about my parents. The genesis was my own story.
Okay.
You can't tell because I'm seated on a chair right now, but I was born with twisted knees.
Okay.
Me and my brother both. And over the years, I'm on and off crutches a lot. One night a few years ago, in my own home, I had just gotten into bed at the end of a long day, but had forgotten to turn off my lights, as you do. But I was too tired to get out of bed, hop onto my crutches, hobble 10 feet, turn off the light, hobble back 10 feet, and get back into bed. So I said, forget it, I'm just going to sleep with the lights on. And I did. And woke up in the morning not having slept well, thinking, well, if somebody like me, I'm an electrical and aerospace engineer, managing a division at Apple, this was when I was still there. I've even worked at the company that makes wall switches. I've worked at Lutron. I have 37 patents. If an engineer like me doesn't even have smart home technology in their own home, what about everybody else? That was the genesis.
Yeah, that's a great story. Well, I hate to push you away because I'd like to talk some more, but maybe, well, I'll get to your booth.
Absolutely.
Tomorrow or on Friday, so we'll talk some more then. But it's been a pleasure having you on the show, Mr. Patel.
Pleasure being here. Thank you.
And again, check this out, everybody. Mr. Patel is the founder and CEO. So is it Deval? Deval. All right.
Founder of Lotus.
Yes. I was afraid to use your first name because I'm so bad at it. Robert. Yeah. We'll just call you.
Similar to Robert Duvall.
Yeah, there you go. I love it. But you check this out, everybody. If you're looking for a way to make it easier to control your devices at home, this is a very, very easy way to do that. So again, Deval, I appreciate it.
Thank you. It's good to be back. We were here last year.
Yeah.
For
I
the
was
best
not.
of the
I
best.
had to take 1 year off. So, but I am back as well. So I appreciate it, and we'll see you on Friday. Right.
Absolutely.
Take care.
Have a good one.
All right. And up next, everybody, Circular with Amari Cosman. Amari will be here shortly, and we'll be talking about Circular. I have no idea what Circular is. That's really, really cool, wasn't it, everybody? Lotus and a unique way to control your lights and all that good stuff. Your television, if you have a ceiling fan. I would imagine that it works on garage door openers and anything else that you have a switch for in your home. You can run with a very, very simple ring. Very, very clever device, and I see a lot of wonderful uses for that. So up next is Circular. We're talking a lot about AI. Of course, AI is the talk of this show as well as it has been for the last couple of years, but it's kind of grown up a little bit now. Somebody gave me the analogy earlier that 2 years ago when we were introduced to ChatGPT, it was like kindergarten. Now it's in high school heading towards college, and that's very, very true. It's amazing how in just 2 years' time, since large language models have been introduced to the world, how it has changed everything so quickly. So it's very, very interesting what is going on in that space. We were talking about AI agents a little bit ago as well. We also have somebody else I was talking to earlier, we were really getting into this conversation about how AI is changing the job situation across the world. And there's no doubt, there's absolutely no doubt that AI is changing the work experience. It's changing how we all live, work, and play. And, you know, nothing probably comes home more than the fact that maybe your job's in jeopardy, right? And I always tell people that we're kind of at that time. You know, this history has played out many, many, many times. It's just accelerated right now because technology is moving at such a quick rate. But you think about 100 years ago, and yes, I mean, you really have to think about when horses were our major form of transportation. I always love to use this story because most people don't realize, or when you think about it, it isn't even a million hours since the horse was our major form of transportation. Isn't that incredible? You'll spend 2 or 3 hours today watching me with CES coverage and think nothing of it. Yet it's not even a million hours since we were riding horse, and then the automobile, of course, took over. And most people that were making horse whips, wheels for buggies, all of those type of companies and the people making those were concerned about the automobile and the impact that it was going to have. And yet, we emerged on the other side of that with way more jobs, way more opportunities that we were able to build off of with the automobile than we ever had with horse transportation. So I want you to think about that when it comes to AI and the impact that it could have on your job. Now, there's no doubt that if the people back in the day, when they were set against using automobiles for their work, and I'm just going to give you an example. If you were delivering milk, right, and your company was dead set against using automobiles or anything along those lines to deliver milk, and you stayed with horses, that company disappeared. Just so you understand what's going on here. But the companies that adopted and went to the automobile thrived. So you have to think about that. If you are dead set against using AI in your workspace, in your job, you're probably not going to survive this transformation. But take some time, learn about it, know what you're good at, and that's where you're going to thrive. You can make yourself maybe a little better. You're a 1%er at some type of thing in your world, and you're maybe a 50%er in some other things. You can make yourself a 1%er using artificial intelligence. So I'm just sharing that with you. So Circular, is it Amari?
Amari, yeah, correct.
Look at that. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you for having me.
So I have no idea what we're talking about, which is good, actually, because I like to be surprised.
Well,
you know, and I know that they would not put you up here to visit with me if this wasn't pretty cool, because everybody to this point has been awesome. So I'm just excited to hear what you got.
Hope to live up to that.
I'm sure you're going to.
We make smart rings.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
So we make health and wellness smart rings.
Okay.
And we're introducing here at CES the first ever ECG integrated smart ring. So we can take electrocardiogram readings just with the touch of the ring.
What?
Yeah. So what this enables are mostly medical features, for example, arrhythmia detections, which is already FDA cleared. So you don't have to go see a doctor, take an ECG. You can just do this, and in 30 seconds, we know if you have any types of arrhythmias. That's just one new thing we're introducing, but we've been in the market for 6 years, so we also do a bunch of wellness stuff around sleep, activity, stress, etc.
Yeah, just casual. Yeah. Why should we even talk about those things anymore? That's just so yesterday, 2024, right? All right, so let's just start at the beginning.
Yeah.
All right. What is the story behind Circular? Why did you get into this business, and what was the first thing that Circular accomplished?
Wow. So there were a couple of things. The very first thing is we wanted to have, well, this is very off topic, but the very first thing was we wanted a ring that would wake you up personally.
Okay.
So nothing to do with health at the beginning.
Interesting.
And so the very first feature was we had haptic feedback in this, and it would wake you up with vibrations.
Okay.
Which remained a feature up until this version. We're soon going to reintroduce it.
So you got rid of the electric shock therapy?
Exactly. Yeah. And now we're introducing this. But really, at the time, we were doing this, and then we met some doctors, and they're like, okay, we need to get you into health and wellness. We started doing a lot around sleep analysis. We saw good results, and then we continued to pave the way into wellness. And now we're really looking at health and actually trying to save people. For us, it's the next logical step. We did the basics of health, so sleep, activity, stress, as I mentioned. Also, something we're very keen on doing is enabling personal recommendations. So we have an AI crunching all the numbers if you don't understand what they mean, because a lot of people don't understand what SpO2 is or HRV is.
Sure.
And so that's what we built for our first versions, and this new versions integrate now this medical grade ECG. And yeah, that's.
So are you collecting data from the crowd that wear the ring as well, so that you get a better understanding of readings that are coming in?
Yeah, we need to be very careful. So we're based in France, so we need to respect RGPD and everything that goes over with it. But yes, anonymized data can help us to make better predictions, and we have a lot of machine learning going on because, for things as simple as sleep detection and sleep staging, we need machine learning, but then we have components of machine learning in everything we do. So yeah, we need to do it.
Okay. So now we're going to fast forward. I just want to get an understanding about where you came from and the other things that are capable with the ring. So I'm assuming that the ring pairs with your smart device.
Yeah.
Okay. And there's some type of there's an app that goes with that tells you all these different things. So if you're a sleep apnea type of scenario, right, this will help you with that diagnosis and maybe even help you get through it.
Yeah, we measure every 2 minutes we take 1 minute of recording. The ring takes 1 minute of recording, and so for every metric, and SpO2, which is blood oxygenation, is one of them. So if you suffer from sleep apnea, the longer the event of sleep apnea, the less oxygen you'll have in your blood. So yes, we can see the difference in your sleep.
Okay, very interesting. So now moving to why you're here this year, and that's the EKG scenario here. So, which is remarkable, by the way. I've been following trends with rings. And I truly believe that the ring is the foremost wearable that will be basically available to human beings as far as health trends in your life and the easiest way to keep track of things, right? And I just think that it's remarkable, even with what you have. I'm not familiar with any other ring or device that can take an EKG so easily.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
maybe you can tell me differently, but I don't know of any. So.
No, I mean, for rings, no.
Yeah.
For smartwatches, we've seen it with the Apple Watch and other devices.
Yes.
For smart rings, this is the first one.
Yeah.
It's not more about differentiating ourselves on the market. We're super happy with this new product. It's advancing health tracking. It's being able to replace invasive, costly medical devices with something super easy and cheap to use. And it's just one step forward. We're going to launch more and more health features with this ECG. Obviously, we want to make more, features with it. But it's our first step, and it's what's driving the market. Who knows what's next? We're doing rings, but it can be patches in the future.
Sure, absolutely. And I just think that, when you think about health, I mean, they call it practicing medicine, right? I mean, it truly is, because the doctor's just making their best guess. And they try to gather as much information as they can. So they make you take all these tests because you have a migraine and you're going through all this whole thing, and you get frustrated with it. I mean, how nice is it that you can wear a ring and then go to the doctor and say, here's my sleep pattern for the last year. I can't get enough. I'm always tired, doctor. I mean, is there something that you can tell me from these numbers? I mean, that's what this is about, isn't it?
Exactly. And also avoiding, we were talking downstairs to someone that said my mom is seeing a doctor very far away from where she lives because she's in a very rural zone.
Sure.
So the thing is also we can avoid doing that. We just send a report to your doctor and that's it. He can review it and see if there's an issue. If there's an issue, she goes to the emergency.
Yeah.
And so we're starting to build also with these new medical features solutions for professionals. So one thing we're doing is building this dashboard, which is already out, where a practitioner can see different people using the ring on the same dashboard and send notifications to see all the data from patients, of course. Send notifications to some of them if something's off, like take a reading now, take an ECG reading, I need to check what's happening. So it alleviates friction between patients, professionals, makes everything faster, cheaper, everybody's happy.
Yeah, it's great. I'm assuming that the newest iteration is available?
Well, actually, we just unveiled it at
CES. You did? Okay.
So we're not ready to sell yet. In 3 months, in March.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Very nice. And do you have a price point? Or?
Yeah, so this is available. It's going to be mostly available on our website. It's called circular.xyz. The brand name is Circular. The price point starts at $349, and there's no subscription.
Okay. It's actually kind of an attractive ring, too, isn't it?
Thank you. I mean, yeah, we
I mean, it's something. I am not a ring wearer, and I won't get into the grossness of why I'm not, except that, you know, back in the days when I did work out quite a bit, I watched a gentleman jump off a pull-up bar one time and got his ring caught and literally pulled the skin off of his finger. And I watched that, and I live in a rural area too with a lot of agriculture going on, and I've watched people lose their fingers and things because of rings. So I personally have a little bit of a challenge with that. But I also didn't wear a watch for a long period of time for those same reasons. And I've got back to wearing a watch, and now I feel undressed not wearing it. So I'm open to this again because I just think about in my own head the odds of me jumping off of a chin-up bar because I don't do chin-ups anymore is not there, right? So maybe, you know.
You know, there are going to be situations where it's not ideal, to be frankly honest, like at the gym with pull-ups. You know,
yeah.
But
you can take it off, right?
You can take it off,
yeah.
first of all, but really also it's about, you know, people who don't want to wear a smartwatch. They want a traditional watch, or people who want to wear this at night. A lot of people don't want to wear watches or bands at night.
Right. I don't like wearing my watch at night. So yeah,
it's not for absolutely everybody, but it solves a lot of solutions.
Yeah, yeah. Do you see people, and do you see this actually happening where it becomes fashionable? Like, I mean, would a person like you or I for a wedding band, for example, do you see men wearing that as a wedding band?
I mean, we've had requests.
Yeah, I could see that actually, because it kind of fits into that space for me a little bit anyway when I look at that.
Yeah, there are going to be more models coming out. We have 4 colors available: rose gold, gold, black, and silver.
Oh.
But yeah, we're going to do way more in the future.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. So that's very cool. So it's practical and, you know.
Well, I mean, it's a ring. It has to be fashionable in some way.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're working on that.
All right, your website again?
www.circular.xyz.
All right. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
I love it. This is fantastic.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, check that out. Circular. It's a, you know, if you need in a couple 3 months, you'll be able to get this with the EKG reading on there as well. So easy. I mean, it's just becoming remarkable what we can do in the health space right now. So absolutely love it. I have to take a drink here, everybody. I guess that's the danger of talking all day long at CES. I actually feel my voice get better just by doing that. Anyway, so getting back to the AI discussion on the job scenario, we'll just keep going little tidbits in between things here. You know, you really have to think about how you are going to be in your job. And just like what I was talking about with the company that was delivering milk with horses 100 or a million hours ago compared to the company that started delivering milk with automobile, you just have to make the adjustment. You have to understand that AI is a tool for you at work. It's not the end of your job. Unless you decide that you're not going to embrace AI, then it could potentially be the end of your job. So I think you just have to understand that that's what's going to be going on in the AI world. And I cannot tell you how much more work I get done in a day. I used to work 14, 16 hours a day, and it's because I like it. I like what I do. I invent things. I do all kinds of great stuff. I'm the founder of National Day Calendar. I mean, it would be hard for me to give up those type of things because these are fun things I get to do. Now I get to do even more fun things because I have artificial intelligence to help me with that. So I think you just have to embrace that and know that it's a way to better your life. So anyway, let's see. What else did I see today? Like I said, I got my hair cut. Wall. Nancy's laughing at me over here again. Did you even know who I was when I walked up here? Yeah. Oh, I know. You did. I'm just giving you a bad time. But they did take a lot off, didn't they? I'm only seeing myself for the... Say that again? Really? Alice is up there. She's like she's like hollering, take it all off. and Yeah, take it all off, right? Even the beard and everything. And she was recruiting people. This was the thing. They were all hollering, "Take it all off." I'm like, no, leave some on. I'm a little vain yet. I need to have something to cover my head a little bit. But anyway, I guess the nice thing is that I only use just a dollop of shampoo before. Now I can use even less. So a bottle of shampoo is going to last me 5 years. Yeah. Anyway, let's see what else. Oh, there's some cool sports stuff. There was a basketball hoop I thought was kind of cool. They have sensors around it and on the backboard, and it can actually sense when you're shooting baskets if you need to improve, you know. So if you're training to be a ball player or whatever, if you're a sophomore in high school and want to get better, you can. They have a little home version as well. I literally took 22 shots. I was supposed to shoot until I made it so I could turn around and say for Marlo Anderson signing off. And the camera ran and ran and ran. I could not make a basket. It was very embarrassing as well until I realized I didn't have my glasses on, so that wasn't such a bad deal. Let's see, what else did I see out there today? I really love the birdhouse thing. I thought that was good. We spent a lot of time in the AARP space, the AGE consortium, or the AGE. That might not be consortium. It's something along those lines, but they have a lot of apps and things now that are dealing with loneliness. I think a lot of these things are emerging because of the pandemic, and and it's important to have that ability to visit with people or whatever. And I don't know if people just got away from it during the pandemic and they didn't think it was, or they just, I don't know. I don't know the reasons why. I guess I'm such a people person that I just don't understand why a person wouldn't go out and see others, but that's just me. But I can understand that, you know, having companionship is important, and if you don't have that ability to get out, whether it's because you're, you know, in a rural part of the world, if you have some issues of, you know, to get out or whatever, you know, so we're seeing more and more of those things. That's kind of what I'm getting at here, is that the ability to visit with somebody. There's AIs that are being developed now that can be your friend, whether you like that or not. I'm not really sure. What do you think, Nancy? Nancy, you should just grab a headset. People are wondering what you're saying anyway. She's got her little headset on. Do you have 2 minutes? You're going to go right here and put that headset on. Just like that. You do. Oh, you got to turn the microphone the other way, though. There you go. You know, like you do with everybody else that you put the headset on.
There you go.
There you go. Have you ever done this before?
No.
Seriously?
No, Scott, no, he won't. Doesn't do that. I'll do it. I'm not afraid.
Hello, Nancy.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good.
So, yeah, instead of being over there shouting things at me, let's just talk about this.
Okay.
Yeah. So, you know, you and I aren't spring chickens anymore.
Amen. Amen.
And I could see do you talk to ChatGPT or Alexa or any of those
I have
devices?
an Alexa.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what do you use Alexa for?
Timers in the kitchen.
Oh, okay.
All the time.
Really?
I don't trust the oven timer.
So you just say, Alexa, set a timer for 5 minutes, and it just...
Every time I cook.
Really? Right
Yep.
down to the second?
Yep. Alexa, remind me or my husband to take a medicine, take a pill at a certain time. You know.
Does it tell you that every day then?
If you want it to be every day.
Yeah.
Certain time, every day, you know, whatever.
Have you chatted with ChatGPT yet though?
No.
You haven't done that. Have you listened to anybody do this ever?
No. I'm really not a techie girl at all. I mean, my son is a genius. Both of them are. And I just don't do it.
Huh.
I'm old.
Well, I look at my mother, and I'm sure she's, 3 years ago would never even be watching the show because there was no internet allowed in her house at all. No phones, no nothing.
Well.
When you showed up, you left your phone in the car. I mean, that's just how it was. And then she found out that she was complaining one day about the cost of cable television. And I was like, you pay for cable? And my mom was like, well, well, yeah, what do you do? I said, well, I watch Netflix. Well, how much is Netflix? I don't know. What is it? $10.99 or something? And I didn't know. I mean, it's so inconsequential.
It's all included.
And she was like, what? You pay? And I said, well, I guess you do pay for the internet, so you can have that. But if you have the internet, you can do these other things too.
Yeah,
you just get all these things. So my mom didn't get the internet so she could browse the web or anything like that. She got it so she could watch Netflix. And then I added an Alexa in her house, and the next thing you know, she's asking Alexa to play Gene Autry and all these other things, and she thinks it's just amazing. She calls me all the time on it because it's a phone too, so or you can set it up that way. So I just I don't think that age is a barrier to technology anymore.
It's not usually. No.
It just depends on how you're going to use it.
It's just so much this little brain can
well,
it's not learning something, it's remembering what I learned.
I think it's like this,
I learned
Nancy.
very quickly. I just don't hold it.
I think I think both of us have the same issue. Our brains are so full of stuff, you have to forget something to retain the stuff coming in nowadays, right? Yes, yes.
Delete.
But there's a lot of things in my life I want to get rid of, so in my head.
Amen.
So I'm okay with getting rid of those and putting in the good stuff.
Yeah, the good stuff is good.
Yeah. So it's interesting. So have you thought about like artificial intelligence and how it's going to change things as far as, in people's lives? And
I know it's a little bit, there's so much of it, and it's everywhere. And whoever you are, it depends on how you apply it to your life. It's not for everybody. It's not for every age. It just depends on what you need.
So you and I might differ a little bit with that because I actually do believe it's for everybody.
Okay.
I think
I haven't been exposed to that much AI, so.
Sure. But I think about there's a booth down the way here that are robots, right? And the robots actually attach to somebody who's been in a wheelchair and can't get up and move around. Well, you can strap yourself into this robot. It's like an exoskeleton, and you can walk. And
that I like.
Yes, and it's the combination of the ability of the hardware, the robot, right, and combining with artificial intelligence, so it can make decisions on the fly as to, and you can probably talk to it to move right or left or whatever. I haven't done an interview with them yet. I was just kind of watching. I actually watched somebody get out of a wheelchair and use it.
Wow.
And I'm just like, imagine how this person's life's going to change the first time they are able to use this out in public and just move from a house to a restaurant on their own. I mean, it's
wonderful
incredible.
Independence.
Yes.
And I'm in favor of the medical field promoting that. I think that's wonderful. As I age, I think it's important.
And I think technology has a huge part of the ability for people to stay at home longer. Tesla with their robot coming out, right? It's a humanoid robot. For $15,000 to $20,000, if that price does hold true, I just think about if you have if you have a robot in your house that can cook for you, walk your dog, clean your house, answer the door when people come to the door, be your security in your place. I mean, all of these things for a cost of $15,000 to $20,000. Are you serious? I mean, you would be hard pressed to even say, I'll give up my car so I can have this thing in my house so that I don't have to do these things and I can live in my house longer. I don't have to go to the assisted living facility or whatever because you have this ability now to stay there.
Exactly.
It's incredible.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I still like the kitchen though. I'm a kitchen girl.
Sure.
I cook and
you and
both
Alice
of my
get along
sons,
well.
Scott cooks and my other son. They're both wonderful cooks. It just runs in the family. We love to cook.
I wish I could.
Oh, you can have too little to learn.
You do know my wife, right? She won't let me near the kitchen.
Well, there's a reason for that, I guess.
I actually like to cook.
Well, then you should.
But she loves it. That's the difference, right?
Do you grill? Do you barbecue?
I do barbecue occasionally. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
of course, I got all my tech tools out there.
Of course.
The thermometer that will notify me when
the
roast beef is done. And
exactly.
Things. Yeah.
So does Scott. Scott does the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good.
It's wonderful. I mean, technology is good in the kitchen up to a certain point. Adam has an induction stove.
Oh yeah.
And I have trouble. You have to push buttons. And he says, you don't have any circulation, Mom. I try to and I'm holding it And of course, it says the door is open. Well, out flaps the door, and you got to step back because it's going to open on you, but you got to close it yourself.
You know, I've had challenges there too, and even like in public restrooms, or even I guess we have them in our office too. The touchless, you know, put your hands under the sink so that the water runs out.
It never runs out for me. I'd laugh every time I go in there because I can't get the water to come on.
And I see people just fight with that. Like, you know, isn't there an alternative solution? Like, there's maybe put a button on these things so at least you could push the button.
Or you get. That's enough.
And that's That's
all you get.
Yeah, it's so frustrating to get these things to work. And then the next person comes along and goes like this.
Yeah, it's gushing everywhere.
And you're like, are you serious?
I tell that to people. I said, why isn't mine working?
It's the most frustrating. And I wonder if it has to do with the temperature. I was going to look into that.
Or maybe your circulation. You know, I have very bad arthritis.
Okay.
You know, I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but maybe my hands are too cold.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that it's a heat sensor or something.
Yeah.
So if your hands are below like 90 degrees or something like that, I don't know what the normal hands are.
These bathrooms need better technology.
Well, that might be true as well. I like how you're pointing. They're not the greatest bathrooms anyway, so I'd recommend people go to others. But
too far.
Yeah, but they're too far. So you put up with the bad.
Yeah, we don't have time to go to another bathroom.
That is correct.
You know,
that is correct.
We have to stay close.
So. Yeah. Well, anyway, I don't know if I know you're taking care of our guests coming up here.
I don't know what's down there. I think there might be somebody. I'll go
I
check.
believe there is.
Thank you for the time.
Hey, Nancy, it's been a pleasure. For the first time ever, you got yourself on the show. I will not share that with Scott. Does he? Yeah. Well, our next guest, I believe, is here. That was nice. Okay. That was a nice conversation. So it's nice to just visit with people and have. You've never just talked about tech, ever? Oh, whatever. She's saying that nobody ever wants to talk to her. She's just, Mom, make me a meal, Mom. That's what they say. Yeah. It's a nice hat, by the way. I like that. Okay. So anyway, let's see, what else did I do today other than rush over here in the morning? Have a new camera crew, by the way. That's Bobby. I can't remember. Jim Silrum's joining me around the floor. Alex, of course, is here. Bobby Bragg is the new camera person that I have this year. He's amazing. You might know his work. He's done a lot of feature films and music videos. That's what he's done his entire life, and he's amazing in that regard as well. And I'm honored to have him doing our video here this year. So we have a lot of great stuff coming out, not just on this program, but if you check out the Tech Ranch, we'll have a series. I think we're doing like 40 pieces out of CES this year, in addition to this live stream here as well. So check us out on the Tech Ranch. Next up, we're going to have Peter John Alexander. Peter Alexander is with Meet Kai. And Meet Kai is a pioneering AI company at the forefront of technological innovation. But you can't tell I'm reading this, right? Offering the interconnected platforms, wearables, intelligence, and interactivity. Hey, Peter.
Pleasure to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you as well.
Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. Excited to talk to you. So I have a good friend. Her name is Kai, so I'll be sharing this with her. She's you may even know her, Kai Brandt. She's a very famous blues singer.
Okay.
So she's going to get a kick out of this. So tell me about Meet Kai.
Well, right away I'm going to say your friend has a great name.
Oh, she does. There's no doubt about that.
So look, Meet Kai is an AI software company. We started in 2018. Two unbelievable founders. One is a woman named Wei Li Dai, who is quite a famous female tech entrepreneur. She co-founded Marvell with her husband. And obviously now Marvell is a $100 billion semiconductor company. And then our other founder is James Kaplan. Now James is the innovator, the genius behind all of our AI technology. And in 2018, he started the company with Wei Li with the belief that, conversational AI, or what everyone considers that today, is where the future's going. And, what we've done over the last, let's call it 5 to 7 years, is really focus on building platforms for the company. So right now we have 3 platforms. The newest platform we introduced here at CES is the wearables platform. I'm actually wearing one of the devices right now. But we have an interactive platform where we use, our digital twin, our immersive technology, to solve a number of use cases, from consumer to industrial applications to entertainment to sports. And then our intelligence platform, or what we call our functionary platform, focuses on function calling. So we believe in a future where agents and orchestration and complex tasks and workloads are going to be the present. And we have one of the best function calling models in the world. And we have a really, really, really good team that's constantly delivering innovations in that space. And it all culminates with our newest platform, which is wearables. And I'm wearing one of the devices right now. We're partnered with a company called ThinkAR, which is a SoftBank company. And, we're coming to market with really, really interesting technology. So to give you an example about some of the cool things that we're doing, if you look at these glasses right now, we have integrated displays. We have a 5-megapixel camera, all-day battery life, unbelievably priced from a cost standpoint, and AI on the device on the edge, which is really, really interesting. So put yourself in a position of security, or for police departments or Homeland Security or soldiers. Being able to have, heads-up display, communications, navigations, live translations across 18 different languages, being able to kind of sense the environment, both in front of you and behind you, alerting the user of something that's happening before it actually does, being trained on all of this, information from traditional body cam footages to now have this. And, officers or security personnel can have the latest and greatest abilities in front of them when they need it, and it'll operate as just a normal pair of glasses when they don't. Other use cases for manufacturing, which I'm really, really, really excited about, of making all of your workers the best that they can. If something's happening in the factory and you want to see a heads-up display about what's going on with the battery line, or what are the updates on this specific, or even if something breaks down, are you able to kind of go through, fix it with an understanding and instruction about everything's there. You also have this kind of mesh security system where you can have facial recognition, and if someone's there they're not supposed to be there, let's ask questions, let's bring the appropriate people there and secure what's going on. There's obviously, pretty consistent consumer use cases. Charlemagne the God is an investor and strategic advisor on the consumer side, and he has some very interesting ideas about how he would like to use the glasses and get them in front of other people. But then retail, I think, is really cool, right? If you can make your newest employees feel like your veteran employees, if you can have people kind of walking around the store or give price updates, check people out, just kind of looking at someone. If you want to translate or kind of interact with customers from anywhere, whether you're in the southern part of the United States or have individuals visiting from overseas, being able to converse and let them know what's going on, what are the updates here, as well as using kind of the cameras and the sensors that are integrated into the device to give updates on, hey, we're running out of shelving product here, automatically letting know someone in the back to go restock what's going on. So if you think about how all the platforms we've created converge into this really, really unique device that you can touch and feel and solve these problems, I think it's extremely exciting.
So the glasses you're wearing right now,
yeah,
of course.
Hey.
So what
You want to try them on?
Sure, why not? I have a big head, so.
So do I.
Oh, look at this. Oh.
So on your right-hand side.
Yep. So I see the time. I see space for messages.
Yep.
And no message, of course. And over here shows battery life. And so how do I activate this?
So you can swipe through on the right, and now this
so
is
right.
on your right.
So right here.
So swipe through for the list of menus. If you click on one, you'll jump into that specific icon, and then if you double tap, you'll go back. Am I swiping
on the?
It's right here. So give me your finger.
Okay.
And you just swipe that way. And
oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
And then it takes a little to get used to because you're not used to kind of messing with this part of your head. So what you're seeing right now is just to showcase some of the different icons that we believe will be relevant. But our goal is to build software specific to the industry and specific to kind of the customer that's going to be in their hands. So if translation, if facial recognition, if heads-up displays and understanding of what's going on for your specific environment, that's what it'll be built for. Now, the display is always on right now because it's easier for demo purposes.
Yep.
But it's going to be very intuitive, where it's a natural extension of your body. So it'll kind of pop up when you need something, either voice activated or touch, and go away when you don't.
Yeah.
And if you have something that's always on, it's always kind of sensing in what's going on in your environment, Now you have something that really adds that type of value. They're 36 grams, all-day battery life, and they can be kind of built in a number of form factors. We thought this one would be best for the show. They're durable and, you know, easy for people to understand.
Yeah, these are pretty cool.
I'm a big fan. I'm not biased in any way.
Well, I could see, you know, I've played with Google Glass. I've always thought that, yeah, you have to fix what I just took away from you there, didn't? But I always thought it was interesting, and I always thought that it would actually change the world because, you know, there would be nothing like if your washing machine broke down at 2 o'clock in the morning and you needed, you know, and for whatever reason you have a big meeting tomorrow and you're like getting, and I know this is, I'm just making it up on the fly, but you're trying to get these clothes washed or whatever, and you're like, well, the belt on the motor fell off or something, right? You could actually put glasses on, and Maytag, for example, could have instruction in there, and it would just take you step by step as you're looking at it through your glasses. This is where we're going with all of this, I think.
So you bring up a fantastic use case, and let's dive into that. If you think, hey, you know, how do I ensure? And this goes back to the employee example that I gave for retail. It's like anyone can be, let's call it, you know, a reasonably experienced person on anything. And I think the reason why Google Glass never took off is, one, I don't think the form factor and the ability and the wavelights to kind of project images was really there yet. But two, you know, you didn't really have AI that it is today, where you can really integrate through voice, through text, through touch, through a number of different applications.
They were a little ahead of their time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But now all of that's there. It's all in one place. And I remember when James was telling me about founding the company, he says, look, you know, we are going to focus on software. And one day, people are going to figure out how to make all the things that we want to do just in a pair of glasses. And we're finally there, and we're taking that big step. But that's an exact use case, right? You're at home, you know, let's say you're cooking, and you look in your fridge, you can see all the different know, items that are there.
Yeah.
Boom, what should I make? It's going to give you a list of options, and it'll step guide by guide at what you're doing.
I've truly, I haven't gone quite that far yet with it, but I mean, I've taken ChatGPT, taken a picture, said, what can I make from this? And it was like, boom, 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 make this omelet. And I'm just like, you got that out of a picture. I mean, this is where we're at right now, right?
It is.
And if you had that instruction in your glasses about how to, you know, put the 3 eggs in here and do this and blue, I mean, all of a sudden you're a master chef.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
And I think what I'm excited about, and sure, there's a lot of things to be worried about, but what I'm excited about is it's going to give people such a seamless opportunity to become great at things, where you can have a super intelligent, smart tutor that has an unbelievable IQ, that never gets frustrated with you, that can, you know, follow up with as many questions as you need, and explain in pretty much every possible way that makes the most sense for you.
Yep.
That's an exciting future. And when you add, you know, functional hardware that makes your life that much better only when you need it, I believe that's also interesting as well.
And I think I've had a lot of conversation about this in the last few months about exactly where you're going with this. I think everybody is a 1%er somewhere, right? You're amazing at shooting free throws. You're amazing at carpentry or whatever it is, right? And then there's probably 8 or 10 things in your life that you're better than average.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you're great at landscaping, but you're not. I mean, you're good at landscaping, but you're not great at it. You're okay at cooking. I can handle some things with cooking, but I'm not great at it, you know. But I'm better than average.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, AI and these and hardware now can actually take you to the point where you can be in that top 10%, because you're taking something that you know a little about and making yourself awesome. And I mean, I think about I've produced a couple songs in the last couple months.
Sure.
I mean, my family on both sides are musicians. You know, we have a long history of this. I never got into it. I mean, I play guitar, I play banjo a little bit. I do these type of things, but never really got into it. And now, because of artificial intelligence, and I have a little studio because of what I do, I had a couple cute ideas from some songs back home about cold weather and Christmas and all this other stuff. It was so much fun. I got it done in like 8 to 10 hours, and I'm like, I have a full-blown song that people love that I spent 10 hours on. Are you serious? It's incredible.
It is incredible. I think, you know, James and I talk about this a lot, but I think what's really interesting is we're soon going to be at a point where everyone says, oh, we're going to democratize the auto industry. We're going to democratize this. We're at a point now where you're going to be able to democratize life.
Yeah.
We're going to make it that easy to do anything that you've ever wanted to do. And I think it'll be affordable, and I think it'll be extremely interesting. You know, that's what's exciting, right? Like if you look at YouTube and you look at how camera technology has gotten better, if you've looked at, you know, how you can produce unbelievable content that was only reserved for Hollywood for so long.
Right.
Now, you know, podcasts have unbelievable demand where they're getting, you know, more viewership than traditional media. If you look at, you know, what Mr. Beast has done as it relates to TV and film, that's unbelievable. And that's because, you know, you've been able to take technology, give it to everyone, and say, hey, what are your ideas of how we can do it? It's not limited to a small group of people with high walls.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
Yeah,
the more people that have access to not only, you know, hardware and software that enable them to kind of compete, but you'll have, you know, in a capitalistic society, you know, more exciting products for, you know, traditional users to kind of see and access.
Well, I appreciate you letting me go off the rails there a little bit, but
I loved it. I'm gonna, you know, use these and come up with. I'm gonna reach out to Maytag and say, hey, we got to get this in front of people.
Yeah. I think that'd be a great thing. So anyway, how do we find out more information about Meet Kai?
If you go to meetkai.com, that's MEETKAI.com.
Okay.
You can see all of our different platforms. You'll see highlights of, you know, some of the different wearables devices that we have. But we encourage anyone to reach out to us. You know, we're actively expanding, you know, who we're working with, and we're looking for individuals that are looking to change the way things have been done, both from, you know, a software, from an interactive standpoint, from an AI standpoint. But now as we enter into this exciting world of wearables, you know, we want to work with the best people in the world, and we're excited to bring them on.
Are your glasses available?
The glasses will be available in Q1, so very, very soon they ship. And there'll be more details on the site of when that is.
Do you have
pricing.
an approximate? Yeah. Do you have an approximate price?
So
or
I believe pricing will start around $399, and that is
seriously.
Yeah, we want something that's affordable that people can use. And you know, we talk about, you know, the weight of these products. You know, 36 grams. You can wear these all day.
Yep.
I think they're actually lighter than my Tom Ford glasses.
Yep.
And we're really developing, you know, a lot of functionality so it fits your needs. And whether that's for your personal consumer life or a variety of different industries from aviation, education, security, you name it. But yeah, a lot of these things are going to be going live in Q1, and you'll see constant updates on a weekly, monthly basis.
All right. Well, I have to kick you out of here now. So,
we're
Peter,
having too good of a time. Thank you so much.
I'd love to talk to you some more sometime. We'd
Please.
appreciate that. All right. All right, everybody, check them out. Meet Kai, and if those glasses are amazing, by the way. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it, Peter. So anyway, check it out, and I will be doing that. If that price holds, $399 for that set of glasses, you will want those. I can see all kinds of great opportunity for things. A lot of case study type of scenarios that are fantastic as well. So anyway, we have some more. We have all kinds of guests coming up. Skrona's up with Patrick Heisler, Blue Dove, Mohammed Amin. I'm going to mess up his name. I'll just call him Muhammad. And Mr. Hiji. Hiji, is that how it's pronounced? My goodness. This is the one bad thing about being from the Midwest is that I have no education for names. So anyway, Skrona with Patrick Heisler will be here shortly as well, and I really am impressed with those glasses, and it really led into what we were just talking about right before that, right, about AI and the impact it's having in the world. It was very, very, very interesting timing that Peter came into the conversation there, I thought. So again, this is your guru of geek, Marlo Anderson, coming to you live from CES 2025. Behind me here, you see we're in the skyscraper in the hall here at the Venetian Sands. Behind me is the upper floor of CES here. But this is a very, very small part, although massive, as you can tell behind us, of the show. It's totally in the Las Vegas Convention Center, which they added another, I don't know, 1,500 million square feet to. I don't know the number. Just a huge another hall, the West Hall. So now they have West, North, Central, and South over there, and it's just a massive building. that they added on just for CES, as a matter of fact. They added the extra on so that they could continue to host the Las Vegas' largest convention. And this is one of the world's largest as well. Expected 150 to 200,000 people that show up, and the square footage that this place takes is just absolutely amazing. So, yeah, and I think we have our next guest rolling on in. Mohammed will be here. And he's the CEO of Blue Dove. Blue Dove was founded in 2019 and is a trailblazing AI startup as well, inspired by Zahra Al-Yamani, the legendary figure known for her unparalleled vision and foresight. At the heart of Blue Dove's innovation is Zark. It's an advanced AI engine developed in the cutting-edge labs of UM6P in Morocco. So I have no clue what UM6P is, but I think we're going to learn about it. Zark transforms standard CCTV cameras into intelligent real-time analytics hub, enabling up to 9 simultaneous AI-driven features, so from facial recognition and so on and so forth. CCTVs are usually the types of cameras that you'll see in many retail environments, in airports, those type of places. So you have that ability to transform them into something that's amazing for our world today. So Mohammed will be here shortly. He's up here, actually. He's just kind of getting set up. He's wearing a Zark shirt. He's giving him a bad time, and he can't defend himself yet. But he's getting it figured out here, so we'll give him another minute or so. I think he's going to give us a little bit of a demonstration, so that's what's going on here. They're getting that set up right now. So this ought to be pretty interesting. So basically, again, they're using standard CCTV cameras and enabling them to do all of these different new technologies that you would basically buy new cameras for. So, hello, Mohammed. We will put all that stuff right there. Do you want the screen to be shown on the camera? Okay. Or do you need that facing you? Okay, perfect. All right, perfect. Oh, I see what you're doing here. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. Yes, yes. Yeah, so we'll get you mic'd up here, and then we'll start chatting. Welcome to the show, Mohammed.
So much.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure to be here with you.
Pleasure to be here. Have you here as well. So, I was giving everybody a little bit of your background about Blue Dove, and so you're taking like CCTV cameras that you would find in airports and retail environments, and probably even in here, right?
Exactly.
And basically making them like cool cameras of today. Is that what we're doing?
Indeed, exactly. This is what we're doing.
Okay.
And this is what Zark is doing.
Okay.
So it's the opportunity for us here in CES in Las Vegas to unveil the 100% on-cloud Zark, that is available for everybody in the world, for every camera in the world, to empower it with intelligence, either in retail, so as to generate more sales, prevent fraud, prevent theft, or in other use cases like crowd management, like the event here, for example.
Yeah. I mean, I think about like, and I'm going to pick on Delta because I'm just familiar with this. Okay, so Delta has airlines. Okay. They have facial recognition software that they employ in some airports, and as you're walking through the airport, it'll direct you like to your next gate or whatever right on your device, because it knows as you're going through with facial recognition software where you're located in the airport. Now, you could do the same thing with cameras that are already installed there or in airports, right? I mean, you could actually start using facial recognition with cameras that really weren't designed to do that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is the purpose. The purpose is to make the best from the existing investment that has already been done.
Yes, because it's expensive.
Yeah, it's so expensive to change, and whenever there's a new technology with the higher accuracy, you need to change the whole hardware behind.
Right.
But now, with Zark and Blue Dove, you can keep your existing hardware. You will have a good result. But whenever we have a better accuracy, since we are working with Google Cloud so as to get better accuracy, it is plugged automatically without changing anything. And of course, at the entry, it knows you, it can assist you, and of course, it can know people that we don't want to see.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming is there a hardware piece that you would install? And let's just pick here, right?
Sure.
Let's say, their cameras here are 20 years old, okay?
Okay.
And they're looking to upgrade to Zark. How does that process work?
Okay. All you need is a laptop or a PC. Okay. With internet connection.
Okay.
And that small PC is connected to the network of cameras, and that's it.
Okay.
You download the Zark software, you add the IP addresses of the cameras, and you enjoy the service.
Just like that.
Just like that.
Very interesting.
Yeah. And yeah, sure.
No, I was just okay. So you have a little demo set up here.
Exactly.
I'm guessing. Okay.
Exactly.
So what are we looking at?
Yeah. So what we are looking at is that a small demo of what we can do in a larger scale.
Okay.
So I couldn't bring the existing cameras,
yes.
so I brought just my phone.
Yeah, it's clever how you set this up, actually.
Thank
yeah.
you.
Yeah.
So the phone is playing the role of the CCTV camera,
Okay.
the existing CCTV camera. So now my phone is connected to Zark, and it's broadcasting to Zark. Zark is doing real-time facial recognition now, and it is recognizing me. And if it is even recognizing if I'm happy or not.
Okay.
I think he thinks that I'm happy for the moment. Yeah. So here he can recognize who I am. So I'm in the section of unknowns. I can be in the section of knowns, and you can see that it's always me, as you can see here. It's in real time shown.
Yeah.
From CES Las Vegas.
Yeah.
And the processing is now in the United States.
Well, and as you know, when you have 100,000 people in a building, the internet is not the greatest in here. It's better than it has been in past years, but it's never great. So you're actually on a kind of a low latency type of scenario here, and it still works pretty good.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Impressive.
I was afraid that it won't be very effective, but I think I'm very happy with the result, and it's in a good real conditions. That it's working pretty fine.
So could you do stuff like, you're at a show like this, right? And you have a booth set up, and you have a camera set up like this, and you have a CRM that has like all of your customers that are in that. I mean, could it recognize those customers as they're coming through the aisle, for example, and you can say, "Hey, Bob," type of thing, because it's showing up on the screen right now?
Of course, we can do that.
I'm just giving you kind of ideas that I'm coming up with here.
Just this idea is great, but we can't do that. We have just to take into consideration the regulations of every country.
So, yeah, exactly.
So, like for example, sometimes we cannot use the facial recognition for some purposes. Sometimes we can use, for example, the facial recognition just for security purposes, and the people are giving their consent, and they know that we're doing that.
Yes.
So to be, in regular, entity with the existing laws in multiple countries.
Yeah, many countries have. I mean, every country is different with privacy laws and all of this, right?
Exactly.
So you have to be careful, but that is possible. I mean, anything that you can come up with with a scenario where you have a database of information that includes a person's photo. You could potentially utilize that in some type of facial recognition software.
But always take into consideration the legal side.
Yes.
But we don't do only the facial recognition side. For example, if we take, since we are in an event now, I mean, every booth here, they are interested to know their conversion rates, to know the attractiveness, how many people they pass by their booth. Is it a good investment or not?
Yeah.
So by a normal setting of cameras, you can have the data of your stand, knowing how much people pass by your stand, how much people they enter, what's the conversion rate, what's the attractiveness, were there any waiting time?
Yeah.
And that could be very interesting to know if the investment that has been done so as to buy the space was a good investment, or we have to do more effort.
And I'm just going to break that down a little bit because a lot of people might have, if you're not in this space, you might not even know what you're talking about right now, right? So, so basically, what Mohammed is talking about is that if you had 100 people walk by your booth, and then had one person walk in, then you know your conversion rate of people walking by is 1%.
Exactly.
Right? Or the people walking in. And then if you convert 10% of that into a sale, you know that you have to have 1,000 people walking by to get that $5,000 sale or whatever you got. And then over the course of the show, you understand, and then you can figure out if you made money here or not. Yeah.
Or maybe you bought a place with a very high price, but there were no people passing by.
Yeah.
And that's a loss
Yeah.
for the company.
Yeah.
So, and the same thing we're using here, it's really the same thing for stores. Like for every store, he's interested to know how much people they pass by, how much people they enter, and how much people they buy. For example, if you have 100 people that enters per day,
yep,
and only 5% people that bought, so there's a problem. It's just 5% conversion rate.
Right, exactly.
So,
exactly. So is Zark available now? I mean, is it something that I can subscribe to? And
yes.
How does that process work?
So for the 5 past years, we were working on Zark only locally. I mean, on Edge with local servers.
Okay.
Now we're launching Zark on cloud.
Okay.
And it will be available for public in 2 months from now.
Okay.
And the purpose of being here is to showcase to the world that Zark is here and Zark is ready to serve you wherever you are in the world and
will
whatever the camera is.
Will it be a subscription model?
Yes, it would be a monthly subscription model per camera.
Okay.
Per month, of course. And of course, Zark does connect with other products, final products, additive final products if needed. For example, Zark Connect, which is an app that shares the waiting time and waiting line with customers before they come to the store, for example. Or the Zark advertising, smart advertising display that shows display regarding the gender and the age of people existing in your store. Those are additive products that are linked with Zark and that can give much more additive value or value added.
Yep, yep. Well, very cool. And the website that we go to find out more about Zark?
It's www.bluedove.ma.
Okay.
For now, it's MA because in Morocco.
Okay.
And we are going .com very soon.
Okay.
Since we're
so bluedove.ma.
Yes,
Okay. Very good.
Morocco. Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
Mohammed, pleasure having you on the show.
It's
this
my
is very
pleasure.
interesting.
It's my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
It's a pleasure to be here with you.
All right.
I can't wait to see you later.
Yeah, I look
For
forward
sure.
to it. It's all right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank
Mohammed.
you.
All right, check that out, everybody. bluedove.ma, soon to be on .com as well, but check it out. If you're looking for some type of facial recognition type of software to convert the cameras you got in your retail establishment, or if you have a security concern or whatever for your place, this would be it's an option for you, and it sounds like a very viable option. Wow, we have a lot of people coming in shortly here, everybody. We have Patrick Heisler with Scrona. We have Anton Jusain with Withings. Steve Lai with Lithiely. Again, it's that Midwestern thing. What's it called? Yeah. Nancy was like, easy for you to say. Yeah, not so much. So anyway, it's been great so far. We've had some fantastic guests today. I'm very, very impressed with this year's CES so far. I sometimes feel like I'm the smart one in the room, and I do not feel that way this year so far. So this has been great because I'm learning an awful lot and having some great conversations with people. Then the next one I'm looking forward to as well, Scrona. And Patrick is just getting ready right now. And this should be quite the conversation as well. And Scrona is a spin-off of from ETH Zurich, one of the top 10 global research universities. And they are the first multi-nozzle printing platform that can digitally print with sub-micron precision. This will be very, very interesting. It's an electrostatic printing technology. And I have a feeling that we're going to be dazzled. Patrick, how you doing?
Doing great.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thanks for
How
being
are
on
you?
the show. I'm doing well. It's been a very, I don't feel like I'm the smartest person in the room right now. and I love that.
Perfect.
People, it's been a great CES so far. So tell me about Scrona. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes,
okay.
you are.
Okay.
So it's a combination of writing in Latin, Scribere, and Nano.
Oh, okay.
So
gotcha.
we're writing small stuff.
I'm really so I have a little bit of a printing background myself. I cannot wait to see what you've already shown me here.
So what we have here is our newest generation of the printhead. It's 10 to 100 times more precise than standard inkjet printhead. It's much simpler than a lithography tool, right? A lithography tool is like a huge, complex machine. You need a lot of capex. You need a lot of know-how, a lot of post and pre-processing to make something. This is digital printing technology. You use it, you put a file in there, and it prints whatever you want. And we will revolutionize anything that is manufactured on a micron scale with that technology. It's a MEMS-based technology that is super scalable. So we can go from single nozzle technology to 128 nozzles, what we show here. We released that product right now here at CES, 128 nozzle printer. The first time that this high resolution, this high accuracy printing is available in a commercial package with that high nozzle count. So it's really the way to mass manufacturing capability of this digital printing technology.
Can you give me, so you're talking over the heads of everybody, including myself.
It's very abstract
yeah,
so far.
It's okay. It's okay.
I brought a picture here.
I know we have to start somewhere. Okay, so
this is a printed picture of a conductive ink.
Okay.
So we can print conductive traces.
So I just want to back up. So a lot of people might not understand what conductive ink is. So what does it do?
So a conductive ink or a conductor is something that transmits electricity. So you can transmit electric signals from one point to the other.
So this is an ink then that lays down on a piece of paper or a board or whatever.
A board, yeah. Or a board, something, a substrate, any kind of material where you need to bridge electricity from one point to the other.
Make it a circuit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So okay. So you can, and just so you ever understand, everybody. I mean, this is a liquid material that is printed, and I mean, I know that this. If you're in the manufacturing world, that's what goes on all the time now. I mean, they're printing boards, right?
Right.
Yeah. But a lot of people, when you think of printing, you think of a piece of paper that you're just putting through and getting a photograph out of it. And then it blows people's minds when you talk about a 3D printer and they're like, well, a what? You printed that bottle? I mean, they don't understand the adaptive part of it. And this is just another way to use this technology to print other things.
We're printing electronics.
Yeah,
in that sense.
exactly.
So we're printing electronics in a 2D and 3D way.
Yes. Okay, and so we got that now.
And if you look at that in detail, you see here that this image is made out of small dots, small droplets on the micrometer scale.
Okay.
So this is, if you look at this, it's 300 microns. The 10 microns is like thinner than your hair.
Yeah,
right?
I was just going to say that.
1/10 of the thickness of your hair, not mine.
Yeah. Well, I'm close. A lot closer after the haircut they gave me today down here. I literally got my haircut earlier down here.
And so what this technology does, it's really a platform technology that you can use wherever you need this kind of precision. So that could be semiconductor advanced packaging. Like all the AI chiplets that we see right now are manufactured on that scale. Not the chips themselves. The chips are on the nanometer scale, but bringing the electronic signal from the memory chip to the GPU chip, you need traces, conductive traces, on the micrometer scale. We can print these. So you don't need these very complex 22 processing steps, etching, depositing, etching, cleaning.
Yep.
You give us a file, we print it.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable.
And it's super sustainable, right? We use much less material. We only put the material where we need it. We don't cover the full wafer and then etch it away, use a lot of chemicals. We just print where we need it.
Yeah.
The other thing is that is really remarkable about that technology is that it doesn't require these huge fabs. You need a small printer. So anything that's security related, defense tech, security tech, you can print it on premise, more or less. You can put a printer like this in space and print a board that it fails on a space station with that printer.
That's really interesting.
In space.
Yeah.
Right where you are.
Yeah.
So we're looking at very different use case scenarios right now. We're rolling it out. We have more than a handful of commercial partners that want to integrate that now into their tools, into their machines for different use cases, starting from, again, semiconductor, going to consumer electronics, but then also going into life science, defense tech, and all these other technologies. So it's really not a very limited, small angle technology.
Yep. Yep. So I'm assuming you've printed a few things with this already. I mean, that's the course of R&D, right? So what's the most exciting thing that you developed so far with this? I mean, as far as something that you've printed that you were like, oh my goodness, this thing is incredible.
I mean, one thing that is really remarkable is when you see, when it happens, printing quantum dots on micro LED structures, because it's probably not the most promising tech right now for the technology, but just when you see printing a tiny droplet and changing the color of an LED from blue to green or from blue to red, it's just remarkable to see.
Yeah.
When you see this micrometer size LED changing the color while you print it. Conductive traces, printing circuits, super interesting, but printing over topography is another thing, because all the other technologies are 2D, right? So we print 3D. You have this chip or any kind of structure there, and you print over the edge. Just super.
That's pretty
super
cool.
cool to see.
Yeah, that's very, very cool. Well, I hate to do this. I have to kick you out of here too, but
Aw.
I know we're just getting into the good stuff, right? But it's been a pleasure. And how do we find out more information about Scrona?
Scrona is on. It has a website. We're on LinkedIn.
Okay.
I'm on LinkedIn.
Okay.
You'll find me there.
All right.
Drop me a note.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure being here.
Pleasure being here as well. I appreciate that you were here. Again, everybody, Patrick Heisler, he's the CEO of Scrona. And check out that amazing technology. It will be changing the landscape of electronics that you and I will be purchasing for years to come. So, you know, when you buy a computer, for example, right, you buy the computer for the use of the computer. You let people like Peter figure out how the inside of those things work. And that's kind of what this is about right now. And what they have developed, I think, is remarkable and will save companies money, if nothing else, when they're making their boards. And that in itself should lower the cost of these things being produced, which will, of course, impact us in our pocketbooks as well. So that's really cool. Withings is next. Anton Josein will be joining us, and another company that I really don't know much about, but I love the fact that I'm being enlightened by the minute here today. That last technology was amazing. I mean, the more I think about that, I come from a little bit of a printing background with inkjet printers, and just the fact that they're talking about microns now. I mean, it's been a while since I worked with inkjets, and it's just absolutely incredible. So next up, like I said, we have Withings with Anton, and oh, excuse me, I mean it's Lithy Lee is who we have. Steve, right? Yes. And Lithy Lee, is that how it's pronounced?
It's actually pronounced as Lightly.
Lightly.
Yes.
Very good. So Lightly was founded in 2017, fast-growing brand that specializes in the design and manufacturing of battery-powered tools and portable powered stations. So this is going to be fun, Steve. So welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
For having us. Yes.
So I don't say it. So Lightly.
Lightly.
Okay, the H is silent.
You can say lightly or lightly, but the idea is that we wanted to make lighter weight tools, easier to use tools.
Okay.
Because we were in the tool business for many, many years. We come from the background of manufacturing. We made tools for everybody, basically, worldwide, all the famous brands.
Okay.
And we decided, we had the idea back in 2017 to make our own tools. So we wanted to make a difference. The tool is such a big thing, especially in America.
Yep.
We wanted to make sure that, you know, there can be some more new blood and cool blood into this industry. That's so old and so important. So lightweight, easy to use is basically the first things that came to our mind.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So why are you here at CES this year?
CES, well, actually, we thought about the different shows that we could go to, and it seems like we are a brand that combined the idea of technology and tools. You know, there are other shows we can go to purely for tools, but here is the place we come because it's more about lifestyle combining with the tools. It's not only tools.
Okay,
It's
very
like
cool.
you said, we make tools, but other stuff like power station. Power station is basically for camping, and we have other stuff for camping like the battery-powered fridge.
Okay.
A battery-powered utility wagon. A battery-powered almost everything. So from your home, your garage, then to your garden, to the outdoor. So it's pretty much everything, and this is the place we should come to.
So do you have at your booth here? Do you have many of the tools that you manufacture at CES this year, or are you basically showing off your power stations and the camping gear and
have
things?
pretty much everything here. I think our booth is just about 100 meters away here.
Okay.
Yeah, so
I'll have to go check it out tomorrow.
Yeah, sure. We have almost everything here, and we have brought the brand new lawnmower here. Lawnmower is basically the product we started with.
Okay.
And this year we want to recreate it. So we have this we call Easy Surge lawnmower. It should be the easiest to use lawnmower in history of mowing.
So.
Really, you should go check it out.
I don't know. I got a pretty easy lawnmower right now, so you need to one-up me here. Why is your lawnmower the most easiest to use in the world?
Well, first of all, is the most efficient.
Okay.
It's still a walk-behind lawnmower.
Okay.
80% of American homes still own and use a walk-behind lawnmower.
Yeah.
Some of them are powered by AC power. Some of them are powered by gasoline.
Yep.
All the products we make are powered by battery, and actually the same battery. We now put the battery into the lawnmower, and we put everything in your under your thumbs. The two thumbs on a panel we call the surge panel can do everything. So the speed control, we also added an electronic height adjustment so that you don't have to bend to like adjust the height.
Okay.
And also we put 4 batteries into it in rotation so that you can run for a long time. You don't have to go out there to bend to change the battery. So in a breath, you can cut your lawn without having to do anything else. You just stay with the panel.
Do you get a lot of people that enjoy the conversion from a gasoline-powered engine to a battery, simply because you're not dealing with the odor of it or the inconvenience of starting the things and all this good stuff? Yeah.
I should say we are, but
Yeah.
the industry is actually facing challenges. I
They
mean,
are.
Battery-powered lawnmowers, we are not the only one making it.
Right.
But people who still prefer a gasoline-powered ones, sometimes they say that the runtime of the battery is not long enough, or simply the power output is not strong enough. But we can solve that problem. So this mower we are making is not only about the ease of use. It's also we have the technology called Easy Surge into it, so that when you really need the power to surge up, it will be possible. We make it possible to have the power delivered by the motor system up to 120% higher than the maximum of design power.
So, and I'm just going to give you a scenario here, right?
Yep.
You're mowing your yard, and there's a patch of weeds and you need a little more power to cut those down. So it'll surge at that time and then just settle right back down to what it normally would need to power or to mow the yard that's already been.
So right under your thumb, you just press one button.
I see. Okay.
And then it rises up to 120% higher than the maximum output of power.
Interesting.
So that for that maybe 10 seconds, you can do the job.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead of having to store another one only for that one scenario.
Right.
Maybe 1% of everyday lawn mowing.
Yep.
So flexibility and more functionality into one product as a solution is maybe the key in our product development philosophy.
So what about, you mentioned something about the products you have for camping.
Yeah.
So talk about that a little bit.
Because the first idea that came to us was, the tool industry is very familiar with having one battery for everything. But we thought about other industries. Why wouldn't this benefit from this one battery thing go to the other industries? So we thought about the next big thing should be for camping. Because for camping is almost the same. You need to do multiple tasks at the same time. Sometimes to pump up a stand-up pedal. Sometimes you need to have some cold beer in the fridge. All of this, and sometimes even just for lighting. So we have this one battery for everything, an ecosystem only for the outdoors.
Okay.
We think the benefit is very, very similar to that in the garage or at your home. So for that reason, we made lighting. We made the fridge powered by the battery. we made a utility wagon powered by the battery, so they can carry everything to wherever you want to go.
Which I like, by the way. I like this utility wagon thing.
Yeah,
you could
I
have used
think
them here, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. You can carry a lot of load. Some people would like to climb on it because it actually is quite strong. It's motorized, so you can do a lot of things.
Yep.
And then surprisingly, we found out that more people in the outdoor field, they like to have more fun. So they get to tell us, hey, you can be more creative. Like put your dogs in it, go to a ball game with it.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things you can do.
Yeah. Yeah.
So similar idea, I think we can go far with, because the idea of not having a cable, the idea of flexibility and the freedom of using things should go more places, not only for tools.
Do you have distribution into stores in the U.S.?
We are still a very, very young brand.
Okay.
Our factory, we come from the background of manufacturing. Our factory started in 2006, so almost 20 years now.
Yep.
We'll be making everything for almost every brand in the market.
Yep.
But our own brand is just 3-4 years old.
Right.
So America now, we're very big on Amazon, on Walmart.
Okay.
The other places, of course, we take the opportunity in CES and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, and that's why you're here, right? To find those connections and things. So if I wanted to buy the power station right now, what would I do?
I think you can go to our website, or you can go to Amazon, or Walmart, and it should be very, very easy for you to get. And we have warehouses here. It's convenient.
Okay, very good.
Sure.
I appreciate it. Take
Thank
care, and I'll stop by your booth. I'm looking forward to do that, and we'll have a little more conversation.
You can
there,
experience the e-wagon, as you mentioned, and even have a cold drink from our fridge.
I'm interested in riding in the e-wagon, so.
Yeah, it could be.
Well, okay, maybe not.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Take care.
Okay.
All right, everybody. Steve Lee, the founder, or the co-founder of Lightly, and check them out online. Go to check out their website. All kinds of great stuff, and we'll be bringing another interview from them over the next couple of days as well at the Tech Ranch. And next up, we have Withings with Antone Josane, and I think this will be very, very interesting as well. So it's fun to talk all the different types of tech that we see at CES. Are you? Oh, sure. We could take a photo together. You just sneak right around right here. Why not? That's what we're all about.
Is the battery for tools is actually a power bank as well. Charges and recharges a power bank. So
I'm not.
Convenient.
Steve, grab the other side there. There we go. Because that's what you're after. There we go. All right, one more photo, everybody. All right, thanks. We'll see you. Take care. Thank you. We'll get that out of there. I don't think Steve has any clue what I just did. But we got a good one, though.
Yes.
They have the good photo, too. So
exactly right,
yeah. I want to make sure they got that out of the way first.
I'm not going to lie, that was awesome. And it was live. That was great.
Hey, we have fun
on
this program.
Absolutely.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing good.
Yeah?
I'm doing good.
Having a good CES?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
I always say this, this is my 8th year, and it's like my New Year's, my Christmas, and my birthday all rolled into one. Did you go down to Rica Park earlier?
I haven't been down there yet. I'm not even sure if we're going to get there till Friday now.
Holy moly, it's packed.
Really?
It's packed. I mean, not to mention they have like all the different countries.
Yep.
France and South Korea, what have you. It's like literally like pretty much overtaken Rica Park. I had literally all the startups, the U.S. startups, way in the back.
Interesting.
It was way in the back. I mean, I literally had to I was walking, and it was like bananas.
Well, it's probably good that we're not getting down there till Friday anyway, and we did that on purpose because we knew that the startup space has just gone bananas here. Eureka Park. I remember Eureka Park. And this is probably 8 years ago. What would they have, 10 or 20 booths in there?
Yep, correct.
And then the next year was 50, and then it just went crazy. And now it's like the favorite player. At least I think it's the favorite part of CES.
It is for me. It's like number one.
Yeah.
Out of all of them.
I haven't been over to Central or West or any of the Las Vegas conventions.
Yeah, I'm probably going to go there. I'm probably going there probably either Thursday, more likely Thursday, because I know it's going to be nutty.
If it wasn't for busing, I wouldn't go there at all.
Oh, Ditto.
I'm just like, I have to go there because the bus transfer is there. So anyway. All right. Anton?
Yes.
All right.
Nice to meet
Good
you.
to see you. Yeah, so we have Withings. I've been looking forward to this.
Thank you for hosting us.
Yeah, I'm excited to learn about Withings. I love the name. I have no clue. That's why I'm looking forward to it. I have no clue what we're going to be be talking about. So
it's a good opportunity for me to introduce our company.
All right. Well, let's do it.
Yeah.
Tell us a little about Withings.
So Withings, it's a French company.
Okay.
In fact, we've invented the world first smart scale in 2009.
Okay.
And since then, we have released a complete ecosystem of medical products. So we have a hybrid smartwatch like this one. We have blood pressure monitor. We have sleep analyzer. And other product, medical product.
Okay. That's a very fashionable watch, by the way.
Exactly. It's a hybrid smartwatch. So it's a medical product. You can track your activity, your sleep. You can also record a 1 lead EKG to detect atrial fibrillation. You can also measure SpO2, so for blood oxygen. You also have your notifications that can appear on the screen on the top. But the idea was really to keep the style of a regular watch.
Yeah.
And what is really cool with this watch is battery life, the autonomy. It's 30 days.
Okay.
Because when you have other smartwatches, like the one of big companies, they only last for a few days,
Well, yeah,
1 or 2 days.
You know, the one I wear, and no complaints about. I mean, I wear a Samsung here. I didn't know yours existed, and but that's probably my biggest complaint is that I'm at night. I mean, I actually have to put it on the charging pad every night.
Exactly.
So.
And for us, retention is really important. We want to have our user using and wearing our device in the long term to gather medical grade data and to be able to help them in their health journey. So for us, this kind of feature, the battery life, is indeed really important.
I find it interesting, and one of my pet peeves about this actually is you know, it always pops up saying to keep your watch on, to sleep in it, to keep track of your sleep habits and that type of thing. And I'm like, I can't sleep in it because it's out of power.
You have to charge it.
Yeah, to charge the thing. So I have to kind of choose if I'm going to keep track of steps or keep track of how I'm sleeping, you know. So
yeah, with a Withings watch, you don't have to choose.
That's
you can
cool.
do it for 30 days.
Yeah. All right. So what else we got? This looks like a blood pressure.
Yeah, exactly. So it's our next generation blood pressure. And in fact, it's called BPM Vision.
Okay.
And this blood pressure, we have designed it to make a product that is really easy to use with a crystal clear interface. So we have integrated a large color screen interface on the device. It's really important for us because it helps us to guide the user during the measurement.
Okay.
So when you take a blood pressure measurement, the condition in which you take the measurement is really important. If you are standing up, it's not good. If you have been running just before, it's not good. So to be able to have directly on the device screen some tutorials to guide the user is really important. And that was not the case on our previous generation of blood pressure. We have listened to our customer and brought this new feature, I would say, on the device.
Okay.
And it allows us also to push some insight directly to our customers, and user can also directly answer to some questions that can be asked by us or by some other care teams, for example, in the case of B2B or health solution partnership, and it helps us to really get some manual logging or symptoms logging directly from the device. So it's really powerful. It's going one step further of a traditional blood pressure measurement.
Okay.
And one last thing that we've included with this device is an interchangeable cuff. So usually with blood pressure monitor, you get one size for the cuff. And with BPM Vision, you have a standard cuff, but you have the possibility to also add a large cuff to fit different sizes of arms. Exactly. No, I'm kidding. But it was really important.
No, you're not. You're supposed to be impressed.
No. Yeah, I'm impressed. but it was also something that was missing maybe from our, for sure, from our previous generation of blood pressure.
Yep.
And yeah, we have cleared so BPM vision with these two sizes of cuff.
So very, very cool. And is there connectivity with this as well?
So we have Bluetooth and Wi-Fi
Okay.
connectivities. It's going to be available in April in the US, and the retail price will be $129.
Oh, that's actually pretty reasonable.
Yeah, it's pretty reasonable. It's a product that is cleared by FDA, so it's a medical product with, as I just mentioned, really easy to use, friendly user interface. You don't have a lot of blood pressure monitor on the market like that. It's pretty unique. We have been designing a product that really stands from the competition, and we are already seeing a lot of interest in this product.
I like the connectivity of it as well, you know, because it's something that you know, my doctor every year, we're always talking about blood pressure, you know, and would like to have, I think the monitors, sometimes you buy them, they can keep track, you know, up to a certain time, but I could see where the statistics of just being able to look at a screen would be very, very powerful here. Yeah.
Exactly, and all of the data are uploaded to your application, so to our Withings application and to your account, so you can review the history of your blood pressure measurement, and that's what is really important, because blood pressure, as I mentioned, depending on the condition, the day you are taking them, the result can vary a bit. So having longitudinal data for blood pressure monitor is really, really important, and you can have that in our application, and you can share all this data to your doctor that can then help you or take some action based on the result he's seeing.
And you said this will be available in a couple months?
Yeah, on April,
Okay. And how do we, can we hop on Amazon, on your website? How
yeah,
do we get it?
So it will be available on our website, on a couple of retail stores, also on Amazon. We distribute our product worldwide, so in Europe, in the US, but also in Australia, Japan. We are really selling our product globally. And as I mentioned, we really have a complete ecosystem of medical products. So I don't know if you're familiar, but we've unveiled a couple of years ago BodyScan, which is a health station. So it's a scale, but that does a lot of measurement. You can even do a 6-lead EKG with the scale. You can look for measure your segmental body composition with the scale. We released last year a urine analyzer, UScan, to measure some key biomarkers such as pH, vitamin C, water, and ketones. And last year we also unveiled BIMO, which is a 4-in-1 multi-scan. So you can measure your temperature, do an EKG and SpO2 measurement, and it also has a stethoscope to listen to your heart and so on. So we have really this complete ecosystem of medical product to get medical grade data.
Very cool. All right, we're gonna have to kick you out of here too, I guess. So, but we appreciate, we appreciate you being on the show. And Anton, so we can go to Withings.com. Okay, just as easy as that. Check out all of their products, everybody. They have a great variety, and I'm actually very interested in this. I would use this myself. So it looks really, really great.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Anton.
Thank you.
All right, and you can have this one back. Oh yes, yes.
There you go. Thank you very much.
Innova is up next, everybody. We have a full show today, as you can tell. They obviously think that I'm losing my voice over here. They're feeding me water. And again, we're coming to you live from CES 2025. This is your guru of geek, Marlo Anderson. The person at the board might not think that.
Yes, you are the guru of geek. How many? Now, this is your what year now?
I don't know. I know it's 23 years in a row. I did make a short appearance last year so I could keep my streak intact.
I think it counts.
Well, I was actually here for the full last day.
Yeah.
You know, came over and bothered you guys for a little bit.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, I just didn't do much. I think we recorded a couple of things last year, but nothing major. They say they missed me last year. I highly, highly doubt that.
No, you were missed as well as Todd is missed as well.
Yeah, he's missed this year. That's for sure. It's just weird not having him.
I know.
It seems better. I don't know. I hope he's watching right now. He's over in the Philippines just checking out how it's going.
Right.
And Todd, just stay there. Have a good time. We're doing fantastic here. I'm looking at you, man.
I'm not going to lie. I mean, it's I love, even when he's not here, his presence is still here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the guest we have for this week is like amazing, I think. And the best of is going to be really hard this year. I can guarantee it. It's going to be really hard this year.
Like I was just saying a little bit ago, I feel like sometimes I'm the smartest person in the room, when doing interviews and things. Because a lot of times they don't. A lot of times, and I shouldn't say this, but if you're a company and you hire somebody to be in your booth, don't send that person to us. Send you or somebody who is involved in the making of the product or whatever, because a lot of times when you have an interviewer that is actually more knowledgeable about the company than the person they sent over, that's not a good sign.
Right.
So this year, that is, at least in my case, everybody's been just fantastic. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and also good. I think what makes us unique versus other CES coverage is it's not necessarily the authenticity of it. It's a conversation.
Yeah.
And it's not like, highlight like, you got to hit this bullet point, you got to hit this certain word or, or in a certain niche or market, or have you. It's just very genuine, authentic.
Yep.
And a lot of people that have come here and leave will remark to either Scott, myself, or anyone else will say, "Wow, this is a great interview." And and there's some that were like really, really nervous, but they felt so relaxed and comfortable, and and it makes it really like unique in its own way.
So Kirk, I see you didn't take my advice from 2 years ago and put a camera over by the board.
Well, we are missing not only the control room shot camera this year, but also the floor shot this year.
Oh.
Which may happen tomorrow.
Okay.
The floor shot, not necessarily the camera shot. But
it's a lot of logistics putting this together.
Mm-hmm. It's
easy to miss a camera or a cord or gaffer's tape or I heard earlier that finding a silver marker was a challenge. So, there are those challenges that happen.
For those who don't know, for those who don't see what's behind a camera, so to speak, it's a lot into it. There's a lot going on, and equipment, and we also make sure not for people to trip, because like where you step at when you come up to this top of the stairs, there's like a little dip there. We tell them to be very careful.
Yes.
And also mind where we're at a control room. Don't because we have to keep an eye on what's going on, with the host and the surroundings. So it's a lot into it.
A lot of things going on all the time.
But
you have to appreciate the simplicity of the equipment you have in front of you now compared to what it used to be. You basically have 3 boards that you're running, and I guess you have an iPad or whatever.
iPad, 2 monitors, and an iPad. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, compared to what it used to be just a couple of years ago, that's incredible, right? Yeah. All right, Innova.
Hi.
How you doing?
Fantastic.
Welcome. So
thanks.
So we're going to talk a little bit about your company and the wonderful innovations you guys have going on over there. So obviously you have the world's biggest watch.
Yes.
So I want everybody to look at this. So I think mine is like
yes, because inside we put an artificial intelligence.
Oh my goodness. Well, that's fantastic. I'm just loving. I mean, nobody's going to miss that. That's for sure. So you have AI in this thing.
Yes, this is the first smartwatch that we have inside the personalized artificial intelligence.
Okay.
Imagine a device that learn, evolve, and anticipate your needs. This is the first that you speak with her and her solve your needs. It's a digital companion that live with you, and you training the AI agents inside and solve your everyday life needs.
So do you have, can you speak to it?
Yes, you speak.
Do you wear earbuds to make that happen, or I mean that's probably the easiest way, right?
Yes,
Okay.
you speak every time, and she learn what you want. For example, you speak today. I eat a very nice pizza or a very nice tiramisu, and when you ask to her Evolvera, what's the best restaurant for me in Las Vegas, she advises you the best restaurants, but with you. With your needs.
I see. And if I'm out for a walk somewhere or whatever, I can just have a conversation with her or whatever.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, and we developed two versions, one for business to consumer and one for business to business.
Okay.
For example, for business to business, you going in one meeting and speak with Evolvera, rec the meeting, and Evolvera rec all voice, and when you come back in office, you ask to her what you want. It's fantastic because solve a lot of problem for you. Or for example, you go around the world and you ask Evolvera, take these expenses, and she asks to you, when you take this amount yesterday, for example, for what business lunch, take a picture. Do you want to take a picture to the invoice? Yes, and you have directly in your office what you want.
So there's a camera built in there.
Yes,
as well.
two camera.
Okay.
One is one here.
Okay.
And you take and you can do what you want.
Okay. And does it do other things like what my watch does, like keep track of steps and heartbeat and medical things?
For example, this take your state of health and advise you, for example, today morning you have the blood pressure very high. For lunch, eat this one because for your health is better, and give you the receipt for cook.
Okay, yeah.
It's a fantastic digital companion.
So can you task it to do things? Is this kind of, I mean, I know AI agents are kind of, we're talking about them a lot nowadays. Is the assistant in the watch going to be able to start doing things for us in the future? Could I, for example, say, can you make a reservation for the two of us for dinner tonight at a restaurant?
Yes. For example, in Emirates, we applied with the taxi, and we can ask to her take a taxi and from here and arrive a taxi.
Yeah, so like Uber and Lyft and those.
Yes.
Okay, very cool.
Because we developed one part that you can connect the API of the other part, and you solve this problem in every worldwide.
So I'm assuming it's coming out pretty soon, or is it available now?
Yes.
It is available now?
Yes.
So how do we order it?
For example, you can book a table in a restaurant if you want.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I'm talking about the watch, though. Do you have a website that we go to buy the watch, to purchase it?
Yes, this is a prototype.
Okay.
We presented here in worldwide preview. Will be in the market June 2025.
Okay.
Yes, we try to find one investor for help us to put on the market, because sometimes the big problem for a startup is you made a new product, but for put on the market, you need a lot of money.
Right. Oh, yeah. It takes a lot of money to make something like this.
Yes,
so.
yes.
Well,
very
cool.
I hope we put on the market on June 2025.
Okay.
Because we are ready, but we now organize all marketing for put on the market.
Gotcha. And it looks like you have a pre-order?
Yes, we have a pre-order in our website, www.evolvera.it.
Okay.
and I hope we have a lot of success around the world.
Okay, well, very good. Well, we appreciate you being on the show today, and wish you the best of luck here at CES. And I might swing by and take a look at that. I mean, if nothing else, we need to take a picture of the watches together there or something, right? Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Ciao, bye. Thank you.
Innova, and AI in your watches. You know, people used to laugh, and I'm sure, Kirk, have you ever talked about, like, you know, are we going to have Wi-Fi in our toasters and our blenders and all that sort of stuff? We used to all laugh about this, right? And now it's actually becoming a reality.
Yes.
And now it's going to be. Are we going to laugh about AI in our
You know what?
toasters
I was just about to say that, because now, I don't know. I know you haven't been around the booths, but when I was down in Eureka Park, it was like AI on steroids.
Oh yeah, it's everywhere.
And my whole thing is, like, there's so much. My whole thing with AI, there's benefits to it, but also there's detriments to it, and how it can, like, how it affects everyone's lives. And okay, I just saw a baby.
Kind of freaked out there for a second myself.
I just because for you guys that are watching, because like in the control room we have to see everything going on. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw like this head, and I'm like, oh please.
Yeah, I think, you know, the AI craze. I'm just gonna. Everybody's just jumping on the bandwagon and trying to figure out their own way through it. You know, it'll settle down in a couple of years, I think, and people are going to say, why do I need to have AI in my toaster when I have a whole ecosystem?
Goes back to what you're asking about, you know, the Wi-Fi in the toaster.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like, but we'll see what happens. We'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see what happens.
But I have to tell you, I mean, you know, I think about Twinkly or Govee, you know, the lighting company.
Right.
And that ability to have Wi-Fi where each light has an individual IP address. And I mean, you think that's an amazing a number of IP addresses you have to make those things work. But they're so amazing. You can make your Christmas tree look just unbelievable with these lights, you know. So
hey, I'm all for it.
People love it. So anyway, who do we have up next?
To be honest with you, I guess this is a. Can you hear me? Okay. Did they? It just
We're having conversations away from us now. This is not good.
No, you're fine.
The
You're
tower's
fine.
not falling, is it? He's laughing.
Hold on. I'm just trying to find out something.
Yeah.
Because it's the lower third is not on the board.
Gotcha.
And it's not on the here. So on the.
Yep.
So that's why. So
yeah, it's all good. I will go like this. They're doing like this right now, right? This means please talk some more. Doesn't this bottle of water look delicious? No, because I'm gonna have some.
Or better known as vamping.
Yeah. Well, we are actually broadcasting from CES 2025, everybody. We are we are in the CES Live Tower in the Sands Venetian. Behind me, you see the upstairs of the convention center, but this is just a small part of the total show. We do have guests coming on, but they're scrambling right now to put our list up. So hopefully we'll have that ready here shortly. This is your guru of geek, Marlo Anderson, coming to you live from CES 2025. And it's been quite the show so far this year. It's exciting. I know we talk about AI a lot. I do like AI, which is why we do talk about it a lot. And I think we got the thumbs up, so we're ready to go. And I'm guessing you're Jeffrey.
This is me.
Look at that. Look at that. They got it figured out.
Jeffrey Lin. Okay. Hi.
Great to have you on the show, Jeffrey.
Very good.
So,
very good.
First of all, I want to thank you for this award.
Thank you. Yeah. Our greatest honor.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you so
very,
much.
very cool. So you have the Innovation Award for Digital Health, and you bring a baby and a smart baby care package here called UniWhale. All right, so what are we looking at?
Okay, so in short, this is a baby wearable device.
Okay.
Yeah, so we create this device, or wearable devices to monitor the baby. So for example, our device can monitor and heartbeat and breathing and even the bowel movement. So we collect all this information, physiological information, and supply and then give the parents all this information. So parents will understand the situation, the condition of baby, and the body temperature. And even better yet, we can combine all this information, and then we can give parents the sleeping map, so sleeping quality for the parents.
Okay.
Yeah. So and then this is just only the first step. So our next step is actually in the past probably like a year, we developed another technology, and again we use the generative AI. So this generative AI is probably a little bit different to most people's thoughts. So instead of like giving this AI model with images, pictures, videos, and create another smart videos, we have our AI model that we can fit through. This is a multi-model AI system. So we fit through not just only wording and then all information, but the cool thing is we actually fit our AI model with physiological data. For example, the heartbeat and the breathing rate. So what's that used for? So now we know we can fit all different kind of information. Then we also ask AI, hey, create some different music. So we let baby to listen all different kind of lullabies. And baby will start to listen. And then of course baby early month, they cannot tell you if they like it or not. But their heartbeat, their breathing can tell you. So they feel like very excited, okay, I like this music. And I thought, okay, I don't like this music, it's so-so. So from the physiological data we collected, we know the baby likes the music or not. And after that, we can start to tailor the music, the lullaby for baby. So this is very helpful for parents, because parents now, they can have the music that baby loves more and trying to soothe the baby. And baby will start to calm down, sleep better, have a better sleeping quality, or even have a brain development. Yeah. So this is we call it the AI parenting.
So it's great. I don't mean to be smiling. I don't know why when you were saying lullabies, I was thinking AC/DC. And of course, if you were playing AC/DC, I would think the baby's heart rate would go up a little bit.
Yeah,
so,
probably.
So that's really interesting, though, that you can start getting. Sorry, Kirk. Why? Crack up everybody else. It's really interesting that you can actually tell these things, and parents would love to know. They really would, because I mean, you're guessing all the time.
Exactly.
Right?
You cannot talk to baby at that time.
Yeah.
Right?
But you can tell with sensors.
Exactly, because we can analyze the data, and then we understand the physiological data. It's kind of like the polygraph.
Yeah.
So you can tell what baby feel like. So using this information, then we can help parents understand your baby more. That is the key point. So we call it AI parenting.
Yep. No, it's very, very unique. Yeah. Is this something that's on the market already? Are you introducing it this year?
Right. Very good question. We actually just started our Amazon store just a few days ago, January the 1st.
Okay.
So actually, if you Google like UniWhale, this keyword, you're gonna find our product on the Amazon right now.
Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. And I'm assuming that it connects to your smart device.
Absolutely.
And then
on iPhone.
Wonderful. Okay.
Yeah, we have an app tailored for this, designed for this.
And it actually, over the course of a couple months, you have all this information that it gathers and allows you to understand what your baby likes and doesn't like, and monitors heart rate and all that good stuff. I'm guessing.
That's right.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
This is not just only. I mean, this is a wearable.
Yes.
So it definitely provides the parents
all different health information.
Yes.
But we are trying to distinguish our device from other wearable companies because there are so many wearable devices.
Yes.
Even for baby, there are still a lot of different companies. But how do we like make our device different? So that's why we kind of like have this idea implementing the generative AI into our product.
I mean, I could see, you know, you're dealing with your baby, and your baby starts to cry, and you have no idea how to calm the baby down. But you could look back, and you could say, you know, every time this lullaby plays, the baby stops crying, or you know what I mean? It soothes the baby. So as a parent, you would say, well, I'm just going to have this on Ready Play on my phone so I could help my baby. You know, I just think this is really interesting information.
Right. This is our company's vision. So AI right now is used like a lot of areas like self-driving. I mean, a self-driving car, like robots, and then all different kind of application. But from our company, we rarely seen that AI has been used in parenting. So this is our idea that how do we use AI, this powerful AI tool, to help parents to parent, to take care of the babies.
Yep.
Yeah, and then we are the first, or I should say the pioneer, to adopting AI technology in the AI the parenting field. Yeah, and then to be honest, our device can definitely provide all different kind of health information, body temperature, nothing different to other wearables.
So is there a notification scenario though? So if something is terribly wrong, that it'll notify the parent if they're sleeping or whatever as well?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And actually we can, because we are attached to the baby tummy, our response instantly. For example, if we detect for some reason the breathing just stopped, we can hear. And then our device will immediately give a Amber Alert to the parents, and parents will quickly take a look.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is something.
So there's life-saving things here as well.
Vital signs
yeah.
for sure. Definitely. Yeah.
What is the price point on this? How much does it cost?
Right. So right now we are selling on Amazon like $299.
Oh.
Yeah. And then
bad.
during the CES we have a promotion code. If people stop by our booth, we have a promotion code.
Okay.
And then have another 20% off.
Okay. Okay. Very cool. So we can hop on Amazon, pick this up. Are there any other websites other than Amazon to pick it up right now?
Not currently. Not yet. Amazon is our first stop.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we're gonna explore different kind of distributors.
Sure. So I mean, you're looking at distribution in the United States through whoever? Yeah. Okay.
Exactly.
Yep.
We are based in San Jose, so
Yep.
we're looking for different distributor for
Gotcha.
sure.
Gotcha. Well, very good. Very good. This is amazing. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
for having me.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Thank you.
So check it out, everybody. Go to their website, Uniwhale, UNIWHALE. It's very, very interesting that you have maybe a way to communicate. Yeah, and congratulations to them as well for their winning their CES award. Those are very, very. They give a lot of awards, but you have to understand that at CES there's a lot of different categories, and there are thousands, literally thousands of booths here too. So to be named the top of anything here, unless your name is Kirk, then you'd automatically win a CES.
And I apologize for giggling like a schoolgirl.
It's okay.
I apologize.
Hey, we have to have fun here.
You know what? And we're like in the home stretch right now, and I gotta say, I giggle. You know, I can't help it. You know, I'm tired, but it's a good tired, as they say. And you know, I just little things like that with your astute commentary.
Hey, are we having ribs this week?
Do what?
Are we going to have ribs this week?
That's a good question.
We should be talking about this already. I mean, it should just be on the calendar. It should just be part of our CES experience. We have this great rib place that we discovered a few years ago.
Oh, it's Ellis Island, right?
Island,
That's right. Yeah. Gotcha.
Blatant, but I almost hate to give it away because they're not crazy busy there yet. But I have a feeling that if we told the world where we go for ribs, we'd never get back in there.
I know, right?
They should just have a special. If that turns out to be that way, we have to have our own table when we're in town. It's as simple as
I
that.
agree.
So
Because
we'll
and
have
I
to have a
think we were kind of disappointed because not really disappointed, but we had to wait because it was packed.
Yeah.
It was like we were waiting at least like 25, 30 minutes.
It's because we tell the world that's where we go now. That's all. That's all there is to it. Well, this looks interesting. We have Tony's coming up next, Maddie Howarth, and she has a... Oh. She brought toys. All right. This is going to be fun. Hello, Maddie.
Hello. How are you?
Doing well.
Yeah.
We'll let you get the... There we go.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah. All right. Well, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime somebody brings a bag of goodies along, I'm all for this. So tell us about Tony's.
Yes, of course. So Tony's is a screen-free audio entertainment system for kids. So this is the Tony box.
Okay.
So if you feel it, it's squishy, durable, nice material around the Tony box, and it's a speaker system. So essentially, you
That's
can
pretty
play anything that goes on top.
Okay.
Stories, songs, a bunch of other content. So
Okay.
right here, these are the fun stuff. These are the Tonys. So we got Cookie Monster, Paddington 2, very new,
Cookie.
Encanto, Mo Williams, Pigeon. So a lot of kids' favorites. So we
Okay.
have characters, we have sleep time Tonys, morning routine Tonys, etc. And
Okay.
essentially, you put them on top. They play stories and songs and other content depending on the figurine on top. So right now we're getting the best Encanto jams.
Oh, yeah.
You guys hear that? And to change the song, you just switch the character.
They stopped dancing over there.
Oh.
Here we go.
There you go. This is
All
my
right, so we got-
favorite, Cookie.
Me can't wait to play with you. What's your name?
That's really clever.
Yeah.
So you have a toddler, and
Yes.
all they have to do is just grab one of these figurines, put it up on there, and away they go.
Yep, screen-free fun for kids, which is just so important these days. And so it really is wonderful
Oh
that
my
they have
goodness.
all the characters, the kids know and love, but they're not having any of the screen time.
Yeah. Yeah. So do you get all these as a set? Do you buy each of these individually? How does this work?
Yeah, great question. So it comes with the Tony box and one Tony.
Okay.
And that ranges for $99.99.
Okay.
And then all these Tony figurines, on average, range from like $14.99 to $20.99. I would say mostly $18. You can buy them at Walmart, Target, Amazon, Nordstrom, Oliver Kohl's.
Okay. I'm formulating
Lots
more
of places.
questions. Yeah, this is exciting. So the figurines, are all these tunes and stuff already pre-programmed into the box, or when you buy
Ooh,
one,
good question.
does it actually like update the firmware? How does that work?
Yeah. So when you get a Tony box, at the bottom there's a serial number, and you plug that into the My Tony's app. And so once you do that, you hook up your Tony box to your home Wi-Fi.
Okay.
So that's all good. And then you get your Tony figurine, put it on top at home, and you see right here this green square will turn blue.
Okay.
And then it'll turn back to green when it's done programming, and it goes ding. You're like all good to go. So now these Tonys are all paired off of Wi-Fi. So they were previously paired, and now they work, on the go when you're in the airport, car road trip, daycare, all those good places. But essentially, when you put the Tony on top, it reads it from the cloud and stores it in the Tony box.
Okay. So what's the inspiration behind this?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it was founded in Germany in
Okay.
2016. It was two parents on a preschool board. So one was, really tech focused. One was more advertising focused. And they're like, we need a new way to create some kind of cassette player or speaker system for kids nowadays. Cassettes were so big back in the day. I know I'm a little too young to play with cassettes. But they really just came up with this idea. And so it started in Germany in 2016. They had a prototype, made new versions of it, came to the US in 2020. And yeah, we've been here for 4+ years. It's been going crazy, taken off.
That's fantastic.
So it's been wonderful.
So you just go out and work out a licensing deal with these
Exactly.
different figures and bring these things to life for kids.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fantastic. It's really cool. It's really cool. I wish I was a kid again. Well, okay. Maybe,
Everyone says, I wish
maybe
my
I
kids
am.
were young again, that you can play with it.
Yeah.
And I will say it's very easy to use, super durable. You can change the song by hitting the side. And then you can fast forward and rewind by tilting. So
That's really
super
clever.
kid friendly, so the kids can use it all on their own. And then you have the parents have the app. So if They want to make sure the volume's a little softer. If kids have headphones in, the parents can control that in the app. But it really is so kid-friendly. They can do all the commands by themselves, really easy. The ears are volume control.
I bet they love the fact they can just tap it like
exactly,
that. It's just so great.
So many options, and truly, these are just a handful of characters. We have over 200 Tonys. So this is a very, very small collection that I brought over.
Okay. And they're, I mean, other than, I know you have massive distribution too, but you can get them online as well, I'm guessing?
Amazon, us.tonys.com, Walmart, Target, a ton of independent toy stores across the U.S.
Okay.
Yeah, and more. Barnes & Noble. I can name a lot.
Yeah. No, this is very, very cool. Does anybody ever come to you like with an idea for a new Tony or whatever?
Oh yes, we get a lot of requests.
Yeah.
And we always bring them up to the top, so they know we have a list of requests, and we're aware of the fan favorites out there.
Interesting. Yeah, this is fantastic.
Oh.
Anything I'm missing, Maddie? I'm just blown away by this.
Oh, thank you. No, I did forget to bring one, but we do have, I will say, they're called Creative Tonys.
Okay.
So it's a Tony figurine without content on them. They can hold up to 90 minutes of content, and so this is super popular with grandparents or parents who are traveling for work. So essentially, you can go into the app and record up to 90 minutes of content, and you put your Creative Tony on the Tony box, and it downloads instantly. So parents that are traveling for work, say, can video message their kids every day in the Tony's app, and the kids at home can put the Tony on, and it'll start working, and they can hear like the message of the day, what their parents did. And even like grandparents reading stories is super popular. We have a lot of heartwarming stories of families that, grandmas and certain Tonys, and the kids love it. And, it's just really heartwarming and special and creative. And so I think those are a really big hit that we've been seeing.
That's a fantastic add-on to this product. I can see that being very, very popular.
Yeah. Lots more to come this year, too, so super excited.
Yeah, well, that's fantastic. Well, Maddie, I appreciate you being on the show.
Oh, thank you.
Looking forward to it. Alice, grab her card on the way out, too, okay?
Yeah. And I'll hook you up.
Well, that would be okay, too. I actually have ideas for you.
We appreciate all feedback. We love it. There's a lot to come.
Yeah, you shouldn't say that around me. I'm just warning you. But no, this is a fantastic product, and I can see kids absolutely love. I love this myself, and I think it's I love it. So all right,
we appreciate it.
Thanks, Patty. Well, Kirk, I don't know. If we had toys that we could just bang on and change tunes, we'd have done that all day long, huh?
Well, or banging on your head. Oh, no, disrespect.
That's another thing. Yeah. That's fantastic.
Yeah, it is pretty cool.
I played with dirt when I grew up.
Same. No, I actually scratched that. I played with rocks.
Okay.
When I was a kid.
I was excited to find a stick.
You know what? It's a true story, and I'm probably gonna be like, well, I think I'll be okay to say it. Mike, my friends and I, when we were kids, this is no joke, because we had imagination. So there was a storm drain, and each one of us had a leaf from a tree, and we would put it down on the water, and we'll actually race them to see which leaf will get to the storm drain first. This is honest to God's truth.
We had to make things up.
Down the storm drain.
We had to do something back then to entertain ourselves. I guess we kind of turned
exactly.
out okay.
It was like, and we were like give them names.
Yeah.
And literally just get really all into it.
You're in Vegas. If you share that with a casino manager someplace, it might be a new game here.
There you go. But also, not to mention, if I said at the casino manager, what's the chance of me getting thrown out?
Well, there's that. I'm just envisioning somebody who calls horse races for a living, actually calling leaf. What would you call the game? Leaf racing.
Yeah, leaf racing.
Yeah.
I had, and back in the day, speaking of like fads and rocks, I had a pet rock with a nest.
I'm guessing no offspring came of that.
No, they actually sold pet rocks. In a nest.
Yeah.
And That was like the
You could buy
late
this.
70s. Yeah.
You could buy this.
Yes.
You're not making this
I'm
up.
making it up. I am not making it up. It was a pet rock. It was an actual nest, and it was back before. I'm not sure if it was around when Cabbage Patch Kids were around. I'm not really sure, but it was like late 70s, early 80s.
Okay.
And yeah, I got a pet
yourself.
rock. I am doing myself.
Just saying.
See?
Daddy Ruxpit? Yeah.
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 Yeah. Teddy Ruxpin. Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. 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 That's. Yeah. Yeah. I think that box is great. So.
Yeah. There's like a lot. So as far like and going back to our conversation about AI, to me, I think some of the tech out there right now is a fad. I think AI, it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. I'm seeing it again. If you go down Ricoh Park tomorrow, it's like so like any product you can think of is inundated. Even like our pitch emails that we get, the team gets, has a toothbrush infused with AI technology.
Right. Yep. So that you can brush your teeth better.
Exactly.
I mean, it truly is that though.
Yeah. And how long you brush, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
How long you. So it's like I think for whatever reason I think that it's gonna be out for a few years and something new is gonna come up and AI is gonna be pushed to the back burner. That's what I think.
Yeah. I would say. I don't think AI is going anywhere. In fact, I think
No. It's
but I think what will happen is that there'll be ecosystems that'll be developed, right? So if you're going to have AI in your toothbrush, you don't have an AI-enabled toothbrush that has this brand to it, and then you have a toaster that's this brand, and you have this coffee maker with this brand.
Right.
You will buy an ecosystem that has one AI that talks to all of it, that then brings it back to your smartphone and says, "Hey," when you show up at the dentist, and the dentist will go, "Hey, I want to look at your stats for brushing your teeth."
But don't you think AI? I think AI is kind of replaced. My whole thing is the human element, because it could be used for good, but also it could be used for bad. You know, whereas, like for example, we're not going to bring politics in this, but you know, with the election, AI has gotten so with deep fakes and all that.
Well, you truly can't believe what you see anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Or hear.
Exactly.
Or hear.
Exactly. So I think that the AI is going to be like this great flash in the pan, so to speak. I just think it's not going to be as relevant.
By the way, we are live. We are not AI. You know.
Exactly right.
So, tomorrow, on the other hand, we will be AI, because we've cloned ourselves today. There's enough information how to clone ourselves, and we're good. So.
Right.
All right. We do have we have one more left for the day.
I believe we have one more.
Okay.
And that'll be it, I believe.
Okay. Watch Out Wearables is up next.
Oh, it's not nice. Okay.
This will be interesting. Somebody else I can compare my watch to. So somebody else that will be missing a watch when they leave. And I'm only saying that because he came with more than one watch, so he won't miss one, right? I mean, yeah. How you doing?
Hi.
So Watch Out Wearables.
Yes.
What are we watching out for?
We are watching out for kids' AI watches.
Oh, so all right. Well, there we go. So these are AI watches for kids.
Yeah.
So how does it work?
So basically, kids' watch till now works on two factors. One is safety. By safety, I mean GPS tracking and SOS emergency button, and connectivity, so that parents can reach out to kids. What we have built in is safety, connectivity, and curiosity. Kids keep on asking the question, "What's this? Mom, what's this? Dad, what's this?" Sometimes these are cute, and sometimes it gets frustrating because you don't know the answer. Why is the sky blue? Why are stars blinking? And so that's why I thought, why not build something where the kids can ask question directly to his or her gadget. And that's where What's This AI Kid smartwatch is.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can ask questions. So you can imagine it as a small Alexa on kid's hand, on the go.
Yeah. Yeah.
And another thing is it can detect objects. So if you scan it, it will tell you the results, and you can learn different languages.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll just put them like right over here so we get a little better screenshot of them there. So how many languages?
20 languages.
Okay.
Kids can scan this bottle and learn how to say that bottle in 20 languages.
Oh. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hook up to your headsets or whatever. So and I'm assuming you can talk to the watch.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can ask the watch, "Hey watch, why do dogs bark at my car?"
Do you actually call it watch, or can you give it a name?
This name.
Yeah.
This is what's this AI Kid smartwatch.
Okay, but the watch, can you actually give the watch a name like Bob?
Yeah.
Or,
So
okay.
Currently the watch name is Teddy. The
Teddy,
AI.
okay, gotcha.
The assistant is Teddy.
Okay.
And the Teddy interacts with you. If you ask, what is 2 + 2, or whatever the kids ask, why do Superman wear his underwear over the pants? Now, what answer do the parents have?
Yeah, I wouldn't know how to answer that at all. So that's cool.
Yeah, that's how the kid-friendly AI answers to the kids.
Okay.
So that
and it can help with learning a different language.
Yeah.
So if you're wanting to learn how to count to 10 in Spanish, for example,
yes,
this would be an easy thing to do.
That's the best way.
Yeah.
To learn languages by a voice assistant, and it's the difference. Currently, also kids can learn languages either through parents' phone, or maybe an Alexa at home,
right,
or a robot.
Right.
But the whole purpose is these all are bulky items, and they cannot be on the go. Okay, if I'm going to a garden with my kids, I cannot carry that Alexa all over. So that's where it comes into picture. You can wear the watch and use AI where it is actually necessary, where you see a butterfly and you want to know what is this.
Right.
Where you see a caterpillar, where you see the grass, flowers.
Yeah.
That's where.
Yeah. No, it's very special actually. And it does come with those other features you were talking about earlier, so the GPS tracking and all that's still in there?
Yeah, the safety one, the GPS tracking, SOS button. It has a SIM card slot where parents can insert SIM and can track the kid. They can call the kid, video call the kid, message the kid, add family members, and
all of that.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Very cool. Yeah, and are these available now?
Yeah, these are available on prelaunch.com.
Okay.
And let's hope we ship them at earliest to the US and Europe market.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Anything else that you want to share about the watch?
So this watch also has a heart rate monitor into it, which normally kids' smartwatch do not have.
Yep.
So that can monitor the health aspect of the kids. It is quite slim, looking at an extra camera, which is there, plus an Android version. This is one of the thinnest smartwatches in right now available with all these features.
Okay.
So I believe the look, the aesthetics, as well as the features, all are something to look forward to.
Yeah, it's really clever. How many different color combinations do you have here?
We have 3 color combination. One is pink, one is blue and orange, and one is black and yellow.
Okay. Very cool.
Yeah.
And how much do they run?
How much do they run for battery hours?
No, for how much for the cost?
We are doing a pre-launch at $99 USD.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
Okay. Notice my surprise. I just was expecting it to be more than that. So, is there a subscription with it too, or like a monthly fee or anything like that?
No. From our end, the parents app, there's no subscription to the AI. For crowdfunding people, it's absolutely free. Just one-time cost of $99 USD. That's it.
So if you put a SIM card into it, then if you wanted to, you can connect it to a cell service?
Yes.
Okay.
And the cell service also, we have kept it open. We haven't logged it to certain player. The parents can select themselves whichever they want, whichever they feel it's affordable, or whichever they feel the network is more strong. We have kept it open.
Okay.
So they can select and they can pay accordingly.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I appreciate you being on the show. Thanks for attending CES this year as well. So I hope you have a great show.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me
You
over.
bet. Absolutely. So check that out, everybody. Watch out wearables. A great way to keep track of your kids if you need to. But if they want to know more about that butterfly or the bug that they're seeing or whatever it is, that's really, really clever, actually, with that camera on there and the whole bit. So, all right. Well, I think that is. Are we done for the day?
I believe so, unless we're done. We're done. Okay.
All right. Well, look at that. Look at that. Well, we appreciate it, everybody. Thanks for joining us for our first day of coverage here at CES 2025. Kirk is at the board.
What's that?
I was just saying, Kirk is at the board. Nancy is helping it bring people around. Alice is over there as well. Nancy was a star today, actually. She sat over here with me. We talked about AI. She's very, very knowledgeable. So it was very. She's shaking her head no. But it's been fun, everybody. We really appreciate that you were here for our first day of coverage. And from all of us here at CES 2025, we wish you a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Help support our coverage with a free account on Privacy, the service that keeps you protected when shopping online. Get $5 to try it now by using promo code QZZ2J.